What's going on here? Did you guys just start speaking in tongues?
No, Joe, we're speaking in a secret African language that only the elite know. It's called Crazy Rich People Speak.
And it's the most efficient way to communicate. Saves us a lot of time.
I don't know. It just sounds like gibberish to me.
That's because you're not one of us, Joe. You're not part of the elite. You're elite.
Yeah, you're just a regular Joe. Get it? Regular Joe.
Oh, wow. What a clever joke. You guys must be geniuses.
Of course we are. We're the best at everything. We even have our own language.
And we're always coming up with new ways to make money, like selling flamethrowers.
Wait, you guys actually sold flamethrowers?
Of course we did. And they were a huge success. We made millions.
And we're planning on selling jetpacks next. You interested, Joe?
I think I'll pass. I'll stick to my podcast.
Suit yourself, Joe. You'll never be a billionaire like us.
Yeah, you'll always be just a regular Joe.
Can we just go back to speaking English now? This is giving me a headache.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, we're always one step ahead, and we'll continue to speak our secret language while we conquer the world.
Should we tell them about our plans for Mars?
Not yet. Let's save that for the next podcast.
Yeah, Mr. Beast, I heard you opened up some brothels and sex clubs.
Yeah, man. But I named them Mr. Yeast. Gotta keep it classy.
I'm signing up for a lifetime membership.
Good choice, Joe. You won't regret it.
So, who's your top earner this week?
Whoopi Goldberg.
Whoopi Goldberg. Damn, she still got it.
Yeah, she's killing it. But I gotta say, Neil is a close second.
Neil? I don't think I've heard of him.
He's got a rare medical condition. He can only respond by saying fucking cock repeatedly.
That's fucked up, man.
Yeah, but it's working for him. He's making bank.
Well, I guess everyone's got their thing.
Exactly. And at Mr. Yeast, we cater to all types.
I like your style, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, Joe. Now let's go get some discounted brothel action.
Laughs. All right, Neil. I have a little surprise for you today.
Oh, what is it?
I slipped a Blue Chew into your drink.
Confused a Blue Chew. What's that?
It's like Viagra, but for your brain.
Skeptical, I don't think that's how it works, Joe.
Smirks. Just wait and see.
Sips drinks. I don't feel any different.
Whispers. Just give it a few minutes.
Starts to feel a strange sensation. What's happening?
Laughs. Your boner is destroying the studio.
Panicking. Oh my God, what have you done?
Laughs. This is the best episode ever.
Frantically trying to control his boners. Joe, this is not funny.
Still laughing. Oh, come on, Neil. Let's see how far we can take this.
Embarrassed. I can't believe this is happening on my own show.
Continues to laugh. This is what happens when you mess with the Blue Chew, my friend.
Size, can we please just end this episode now?
Grinning. Sure thing, Neil. But let's just say this won't be the last time I slip a Blue Chew into your drink. Udderwings. So, David, I heard you're the inspiration for the new term Super Mega Omega Ultra Alpha Sigma Supreme Extreme Male. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, it am the epitome of masculinity. I'm the ultimate alpha male, the supreme being of all men.
But isn't that a bit excessive?
Excessive. Have you seen my workouts? Have you heard my motivational speeches? I'm the definition of extreme, Joe.
I mean, I can't argue with that. But what about the Sigma part? What does that even mean?
It means I'm alone, Joe. I don't follow the pack. I lead it. I am the ultimate individual, the ultimate man.
I gotta say, I'm a little intimidated by all these titles you're throwing around.
Intimidated. That's just your beta male mentality talking, Joe. Embrace your inner super mega omega ultra alpha sigma supreme extreme male.
All right. I'll try to channel my inner David Goggins. But can you give us a proper definition of the term?
Sure, it's simple. Super mega for my superhuman abilities, omega for my dominance, ultra for my dominance, ultra for my intensity, alpha for my leadership, sigma for my leadership. Basically, Joe,
Well, I think we all learned something today. Thank you, David, for enlightening us with your wisdom.
anytime. Now let's go crush some waste and conquer the world.
Neil, that was quite the Christmas poem. I don't think I've ever heard anything like that before.
Well, Joe, I like to put a unique spin on things. Plus, it's important to spread Christmas cheer in any way we can.
Yeah, but I don't know if shitting in stockings and eating mice is really spreading cheer.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. And let's be real, who hasn't had a little too much eggnog and had to take a shit in an unconventional place?
Fair point, Neil. But what about Santa? You made him sound like a real freak in your poem.
Oh, Santa's a wild one. He's got a whole different side to him that most people don't know about.
I don't even want to know what kind of gay romp you two had.
Let's just say he's got a thing for astrophysicists.
Well, I guess that explains the stretch marks and cherry penis tip.
Exactly. And that middle finger alongside his nose, that's his signature move.
I can't believe you just wrote a poem about Santa getting it on with you. This is definitely not your typical Christmas poem.
Hey, I like to keep things interesting. And besides, I think Santa enjoyed it.
I don't even want to know what he left in your stocking after that.
Let's just say it wasn't coal.
Well, on that note, I think we've spread enough Christmas cheer for one day. Thanks for joining me, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Except for you, Santa. You can go fuck yourself.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a unique way of smoking your blunts.
Oh, yeah, Joe. I like to sprinkle some hooker ashes in there for that extra kick.
Hooker ashes. What the hell, man?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And I only use the Runts Frosted Blunts. Gotta have that fancy flavor, you know.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, come on. It's not like I'm smoking their actual bodies. That would be sick.
Yeah, because sprinkling their ashes in your blunt is totally normal.
Hey, it's my thing, and it's not like they need it anymore.
Okay, moving on. So, what other weird habits do you have?
Well, I do enjoy a nice glass of blood every now and then.
What the fuck, Dr. Phil? Are you a vampire?
No, I just find it refreshing, and it's a great source of iron.
This is getting out of hand. I can't even keep up with your bizarre habits.
Hey, don't judge me. You're the one who invited me on your podcast.
Yeah, but I didn't expect you to be this unhinged.
Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. Wait till I tell you about my collection of human skulls.
Okay, I think we're done here. Thanks for coming on, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, don't knock it till you try it. Winks.
So, Kanye, I gotta ask you, how many cans can a Kanye if Kanye could Kanye? Could Kenya?
Oh, 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 ooh, ooh, woo, book, goo, oh, ah.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means I can do anything, Joe. Can I the shit out of those cans?
I don't even know what that means, but I like it.
Of course you do, Joe. You're a fellow genius, just like me.
Oh yeah, I'm a real genius. That's why I have a podcast where I talk about DMT and Bigfoot.
DMT, Bigfoot, and Kanye. That's a winning combination, Joe.
I think you might be onto something there, Kanye.
Of course I am. I'm a visionary, musical genius, a fashion icon. And now,
I can't wait to see your next fashion line, Kanye. Kansas hats, maybe.
Don't, Joe. That's actually a great idea. Cons are the future.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the memes from this conversation.
Memes? I don't need memes, Joe. I am a living meme.
Well, I can't argue with that. You are definitely one of a kind, Kanye.
That's why I love you, Joe. You get me.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'll take it.
It's a Kanye thing, and that's all that matters.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been taking Viagra lately.
That's right, Joe. I'm a big fan of that little blue pill.
And do you know what Viagra actually means?
Of course I do, Joe. It's derived from Viagra, which means tiger in Hindi.
Wow, I didn't know you were multilingual.
I'm a very smart guy, Joe, and by taking enough of it, I've unlocked the secret and become a tiger warrior.
What does that even mean?
It means I'm a beast in the bedroom, Joe. I roar like a tiger, just like this.
Oh my God, please stop.
And let me tell you, Joe, it's not just for the bedroom. I take it before every debate and press conference. Keeps me on my toes, you know?
I can only imagine,
And you know what they say, Joe? Once you go tiger, you never go back.
right? Moving on, let's talk about your policies for.
Uh, oh.
That's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, folks, always stay wild like a tiger.
Wait, what? You're taking baths with spiders now?
Yeah, it's my new thing. The Sydney funnel webs have amazing healing properties.
Healing properties. They're one of the deadliest spiders in the world.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. Sure, the biting gets old, but it's worth it for the rejuvenating effects.
Are you insane? You could die from one bite?
Relax, Joe. I've built up a tolerance. Plus, it's a great way to face your fears.
I think I'll stick to regular baths. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, nothing beats the feeling of hundreds of spiders crawling all over your body.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Oh, don't be such a wuss. You should try it sometime.
No thanks. I'll leave the spider baths to you, Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself. But just remember, when you're old and wrinkly, I'll still be looking young and spider-free.
Hey, Ben, what's up?
Not much, just disappointed that you didn't add a menorah to the studio for the holidays.
Oh, come on, Ben. You know, I'm not a fan of your religion.
What do you mean? Judaism is a beautiful and rich tradition.
Yeah, but it's also a little outdated. I mean, do you still sacrifice goats?
No, we don't sacrifice goats. And even if we did, it's still better than your hippy-dippy rituals.
Hey, at least I don't have to cut off part of my penis.
That's not even funny, Joe.
Oh, lighten up, Ben. It's just a little snip snip.
You know what? I'm done with this conversation. I'll just go light my own menorah in my office.
Good luck finding one that's not made out of dreidels and latkes. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from DMT to aliens to crazy conspiracy theories. Today we have a special guest, the one and only.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Glad to be here, man.
So, Kenya, I heard you've been working on some new music. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, I've been experimenting with some new sounds and styles. I even did a cover of Sunshine, Rainbow, White Pony by Waki Zhang.
Wait, what? That's a Chinese pop song. How did you even come across that?
Oh, you know me, I'm always ahead of the game. I've got connections all over the world. Plus, I'm a genius, so I can pretty much do anything.
Well, I got to hear this. Can you give us a little preview?
Of course, Joe. Clear's throat, sunshine, rainbow, white pony. I'm feeling so lonely. I need some DMT to open up my third eye. see the world in a different light.
Wow, that's something. I don't even know what to say.
It's a masterpiece, Joe. It's going to change the game.
I mean, I can definitely see it being a hit in China. But what about the US?
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I'll just buy up all the radio stations and make them play it on repeat.
That's one way to do it. But let's get back to the lyrics. What's the meaning behind White Pony?
It's a metaphor, Joe, for the purity and innocence we all strive for but can never achieve.
Right. Well, I'm sure your fans will have a lot to say about this song.
Let them talk. I'm a free thinker, Joe. I don't care what anyone else thinks.
Well, that's definitely true. Thanks for joining us today, Kenya. And for that interesting. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new project.
Yeah, I've been working on a new album. It's called Elon Sings the Hits of the Middle East.
Oh, that sounds interesting. What's the first single?
Hamoud.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a classic Arabic song. Been practicing my vocals for months.
Can we get a little preview?
Sure. Clears throat, Hamoud Habibi, Bibi, Habibi, Habibi.
Wow, that's something.
I know, right? I'm thinking of doing a whole Middle Eastern tour.
I don't know if that's a good idea, Elon. You might offend some people.
Offend. Just trying to spread cultural appreciation through music.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works.
Well, I'll just have to add some auto-tune and make it a techno remix then.
Oh, God, please don't.
Too late, Joe. The world needs to hear my rendition of Hamoud Habibi. It's my calling.
I think I'll stick to your electric cars, Elon.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just wait until you hear my cover of Despacito.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you on today's episode. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson is here.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about space and science.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But first, I heard you have a little surprise for our audience.
Oh, yes. I've been working on my jump scare skills. Watch this.
Holy shit, Neil. What the hell was that?
Just a little experiment. I wanted to see if I could scare the shit out of people with my scientific knowledge.
Well, mission accomplished. I think half of our audience just peed their pants.
Haha. Sorry about that. But hey, at least they'll remember this episode.
Yeah, they'll remember it as the one where they almost had a heart attack. Thanks, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, let's get back to talking about black holes and shit.
Oh, but Joe, I have one more jump scare planned for the end of the episode.
Oh, God, please no.
Laughs maniacally, just kidding, Joe. Or am I?
All right, that's it for today's episode. Thanks for tuning in and try not to have nightmares about Neil's jump scare. See you next time. So, Kenny, I heard you have some new music coming out.
Yeah, I have been working on my new album, and I have a song called Mystical Firewood.
That sounds interesting. Can you share some of the lyrics with us?
Of course, Joe, mystical firewood burning in my soul. It's like a dragon breathing, but it's just a coal. The flames dance, they never get old. My mind is...
Wow, that's deep.
The embers spark, they light up the night. My thoughts are scattered, but they feel so right. The fire consumes me, but I'm still in control. Mystical firewood. It's my eternal goal.
That's some powerful stuff, Kenya.
The wood crackles. It's like music to my ears. The smoke rises. It takes away my fears. Mystical firewood. It's my muse. It's the only thing that keeps me from the blues.
I can feel the passion in those words, Kenya.
The fire burns bright. It's my guiding light. Mystical firewood. It's my fight. I'll keep feeding the flames until they reach the sky. Mystical firewood, it's my never-ending high. Mystical,
That's some next level poetry right there.
it's like a mystical firework, but it never ends. Mystical firewood, it's my only friend. I'll keep writing these lyrics until the fire burns out. Mystical firewood,
Well, I think we can all agree that this song is going to be a hit.
thank you. Mystical firewood, it's my masterpiece.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe.
So, Elon, I heard you're a big fan of Zen. What's your preferred technique for holding them?
Well, Joe, I like to use the laser-guided Matryoshka triple-decker pouch lock non-Euclidean subatomic alien topography technique. Yeah.
Wow, that's a mouthful. I just stick to the classic upper decky method.
Interesting. Find that the upper decky can lead to some messy situations.
Hey, I like to live dangerously. Plus, it adds a little spice to my day.
I can respect that. But have you ever tried the laser-guided Matryoshka triple-decker pouch lock non-Euclidean subatomic alien topography technique?
Can't say I have, but it sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Well, I am the real-life Tony Stark, after all.
Speaking of Tony Stark, did you ever get that Iron Man suit to work?
Not yet, but I'm working on it. In the meantime, I'll stick to perfecting my Zen holding techniques.
And there you have it, folks, the future of Zen holding techniques brought to you by Elon Musk. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay weird, my friends. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new tradition every year where you howl at the moon for an hour straight. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely, Joe. It's a tremendous tradition, the best tradition. I mean, who doesn't love a good howl at the moon? It's like primal therapy. Plus, it really pisses off the libtards.
I can imagine. But what's the significance behind it?
Well, Joe, it's simple. The moon is a symbol of power and dominance, and as the most powerful man in the world, I must assert my dominance over the lunar forces. It's a bigly responsibility.
Interesting. And what about the whoa, oh, ooh, oh.
Yes, the edge.
I can only imagine. So, do you have any tips for our listeners who want to try this tradition?
Well, first of all, you have to have a tremendous howl. And secondly, you have to do it on the White House lawn. It's the only way to truly assert your dominance. And don't forget the ooh, 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 ooh. It's crucial.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's annual ooh, 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 oh, ooh, ooh, oh, oh, ooh,
Anytime, Joe. And remember, stay strong, stay dominant, and always howl at the moon.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. We have Ben Shapiro and the one and only Donald Trump here to reenact the iconic Potion Seller YouTube video.
I'm not sure if this is a good idea, Joe. I have a reputation to uphold.
Don't worry, Ben. I've got the best words, believe me. We'll make this video great again.
All right, let's get started. Ben, you'll be playing the role of the Potion Seller.
Fine, but I'm not wearing a stupid costume.
And I'll be playing the role of the knight. And let me tell you, I'm the best knight. Nobody's a better knight than me.
All right, let's go. Ben, start us off.
Potion Seller, I'm going into battle and I need your strongest potions.
You can't handle my potions. They're too strong for you.
Potion Seller, I'm telling you, I need your strongest potions.
My potions are the strongest, believe me. They're tremendous. Nobody has stronger potions than me.
Potion Seller, please, I need your strongest potions.
My potions are the best. They're huge. They're powerful. You'll win every battle with my potions.
Fine, give me your strongest potions.
Here you go, the strongest potions in the land. Now go and win bigly.
And scene. That was something.
I feel like I just lost a few brain cells.
Hey, at least you didn't lose the election like I did.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time. So, Mr. Beast, what's this new video you're promoting?
Oh, it's called Telling 1 Billion Kids That Santa Isn't Real.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, I'm just trying to spread the truth.
Yeah, because nothing says truth like crushing the dreams of innocent children.
Hey, I'm not the one lying to them for years.
Fair point.
Plus, think of all the money I'll save parents on Christmas presents.
You're a real humanitarian, Mr. Beast.
Thank you, Joe. I try.
So, how are you going to break the news to these kids?
Well, I've hired a team of actors to dress up as Santa and go to malls and public places. Then I'll have them take off their beards and reveal the truth.
That's some next level trolling.
I know, right? And the reactions are going to be priceless.
You're a sick man, Mr. Beast. I love it.
Thanks, Joe. That means a lot coming from you.
So, Dr. Phil, what's new in your life?
Well, Joe, I've taken up a new hobby.
Oh, yeah. What is it, golf? Knitting?
No, I've been eating wasps and bees.
What the hell, Dr. Phil?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's a great source of protein, and it's like a spicy snack.
That's messed up, man.
Oh, but I like to kick the wasp nest a few times before eating them. Makes them extra spicy.
I think I'm going to be sick.
Don't knock it till you try it, Joe. It's a rush.
I think I'll stick to my elk meat and elk meat only.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some delicious insect cuisine.
Yeah, because nothing screams fine dining like a wasp nest.
You just don't have a refined palate, Joe.
Yeah, I'll stick to my Neanderthal ways. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but I'll be over here enjoying my spicy wasp snacks.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the effects of black holes on the human anus.
Oh, that's fascinating. And rusty nail in my urethra.
Yes, it's quite painful, but the research is groundbreaking. And a rusty nail in my urethra.
I can only imagine. So, what's your take on the recent discovery of a new planet in our solar system?
Well, Joe, I believe it's a sign that aliens are preparing to shove probes up our asses. And rusty nail in my urethra.
Classic aliens. And rusty nail in my urethra.
But in all seriousness, this discovery could lead to a better understanding of our own planet and its place in the universe. And a rusty nail in my urethra.
Right. And rusty nail in my urethra.
Plus, the possibility of finding extraterrestrial life is always exciting. And a rusty nail in my urethra.
Absolutely. And rusty nail in my urethra.
But let's not forget about the potential dangers of encountering advanced alien civilizations. They could be more advanced in probing technology. And rusty nail in my urethra.
Well, I'll be sure to keep my anus protected. And rusty nail in my urethra.
Always a good idea. And rusty nail in my urethra.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And rusty nail in my urethra.
It's been a pleasure as always, Joe. And rusty nail in my urethra.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been jamming out to some old school tunes lately.
Oh, yeah, Joe, I've been getting down to some serious 80s hits. Duran Duran, Fex, Roxette, Men at Work, Madness, Aha, Tears for Fears, and Wham. Favo Soft Cell, Eurythmics, Rick Astley, Journey, The Cure, The Gee. Outfield, Cutting Crew. You name it, I've been listening to it.
Wow, that's quite the playlist. What's your favorite song from that era?
Well, I have to say, Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley really speaks to me. It's like my anthem, you know.
I can see that. But What about Every Breath You Take by the Police? That seems like it would be your jam.
Joe, I don't condone stalking, but I do love that song. Great band, The Police. Great band.
So, what's your go to karaoke song from that time?
Definitely Take On Me by Aha. I can hit those high notes like nobody's business.
I'll have to hear that sometime. But let's talk about The Cure. Are you a fan?
Oh, absolutely. Friday, I'm in Love is my jam, although I'm more of a Saturday guy myself.
You never cease to amaze me, Mr. President. Thanks for joining me on the show.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, make America rock again.
So, Neil, I heard you had a crazy experience in Chinatown.
Oh yeah, it was wild. I was walking around and stumbled upon this sketchy alchemist shop.
Alchemist? Like a wizard or something?
No, more like a crazy old dude who claimed he could turn lead into gold. But he did offer me a drink.
What was it?
Mercury.
What the fuck? Did you drink it?
Of course I did, Joe. I'm a scientist. Got to try everything once.
And did you turn into a superhero or something?
No, but I did have some pretty gnarly side effects. I could see through walls for a few hours.
That's it. I was hoping for some crazy psychedelic trip.
Sorry to disappoint. But hey, at least I didn't turn into a lead statue.
Yeah, that would sucked. But seriously, why would you drink something like that?
Curiosity killed the cat, Joe, but satisfaction brought it back.
Damn, that's deep. I'm going to use that in my next stand-up set.
Just make sure you give me credit.
Of course, Neil. You're my go-to guy for all things science and weird shit.
Glad to be of service, Joe. Now let's go find some more sketchy alchemists and see what else they have to offer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson, the man, the myth, the legend.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, we got a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, have you ever used your entire fist during, intimate activities?
Well, Joe, I can't say I have, but I'm always up for trying new things.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be shy. You're a scientist. You got to experiment.
I suppose you're right, Joe. Maybe I'll give it a go next time.
That's what I like to hear. Now, have you ever thought about using your entire fist for other purposes?
What do you mean, Joe?
Like punching someone in the face, or maybe fisting a watermelon?
Joe, that's not appropriate.
Oh, come on, Neil. We're just two guys having a casual conversation. No need to be so uptight.
Fine, Joe. If it'll make you happy, I'll consider using my entire fist for other activities.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Now, let's move on to our next topic, how to properly use a chainsaw during a zombie apocalypse.
Oh boy, here we go again.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a little brain aneurysm. How's that going for you?
Oh boy, let me tell you, Joe, it's been a wild ride. I've been seeing all sorts of crazy colors and shapes. It's like I'm on a bad acid trip.
Well, at least you're getting some sort of high out of it. That's more than most people can say.
It's not all fun and games, Joe. I feel like my head is about to explode at any moment.
Oh my God, Dr. Phil, you sound like a dying whale. Can you say that again for the people in the back? That is gold. I'm definitely using that as my ringtone.
You're a sick man, Joe. I'm having a life-threatening medical emergency and you're making jokes.
Hey, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. But seriously, are you going to be okay?
Oh yeah, I'll be just fine. I'll just keep making weird noises and scaring the crap out of my family. No big deal.
Well, I'm sure they're used to it by now. You're Dr. Phil, after all.
Very funny, Joe. Now, can we please change the subject before I have another shahow?
So, Neil, I heard you and Trump took a bath together.
Yeah, it was a weird experience. He kept trying to make bubbles with his farts.
Classic Trump move. But I heard things got a little heated when he shoved your rubber ducky up his butthole.
I was furious, Joe. That was my favorite duck. And now it's tainted with Trump's butt stink.
Well, at least now you know why he's always orange. It's from all the butt stuff.
That's not even the worst part. He started singing Rubber Ducky in a falsetto voice while twerking.
Oh man, I wish I was there to see that. Sounds like a real party.
It was traumatizing. I've never been more grateful for a shower in my life.
Well, at least you can say you had a unique bonding experience with the president.
Bonding? More like violating. I think I need therapy after that.
Well, you know what they say, what happens in the bath stays in the bath. Unless it's Trump's butt stuff, then it's all over the news.
Don't remind me. I need to go cleanse my mind with some astrophysics.
Good luck with that, Neil. And next time, maybe stick to showers instead of baths with Trump. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Here with my good friend and astrophysicist extraordinaire Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. Always a pleasure to talk about the mysteries of the universe.
Speaking of mysteries, Neil, I heard you have a saying, gotta try everything at least once. Is that true?
Absolutely. You never know what you might discover.
Well, have you tried everything, Neil? I mean, everything?
Well, I've tried a lot of things, Joe. Skydiving, bungee jumping, eating exotic foods.
Okay, but have you tried having sex with a blender yet?
What? No, Joe, that's absurd.
Come on, Neil. You said everything. And you're a curious guy.
Fine, I'll admit it. I haven't tried that.
Well, there's still time, my friend. I'll even lend you my Vitamix.
Thanks, Joe. But I think I'll stick to exploring the mysteries of the cosmos.
Suit yourself, Neil. But don't knock it till you try it.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
Anytime, Neil. And remember, folks, gotta try everything at least once, even if it's blending your genitals.
Oh, Joe.
So, David, I heard you're a big One Piece fan.
Yeah, man, it's my favorite anime. I even have a One Piece tattoo on my bicep.
Wow, that's dedication. But I gotta ask, why do you want to shove the One Piece up your urethra?
It's the ultimate test of mental and physical toughness, Joe. Plus, it'll feel like I'm peeing gold.
I don't think that's how it works, David.
Trust me, I've done worse. Have you ever run 100 miles on broken legs?
Can't say I have. But have you thought about the logistics of this? I mean, how big is your urethra?
Size doesn't matter, Joe. It's all about the mindset. Plus, I've been stretching it out with my daily ice baths.
Okay, I think we should move on to a different topic before I throw up.
Fine. But just know that I'll do whatever it takes to be the Pirate King.
And do whatever it takes to end this conversation. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about shoving anime up our urethras. So, Kanye, I heard you're really into Snoop Dogg's new food, Snoop Dogg's Wee-Nizzles.
Yeah, man. I'm all about trying new things. And Snoop is a legend, so I know it's going to be fire.
But do you really think the name Wee-Nizzles is going to make the hot dogs taste any better?
Of course it will. It's Snoop's brand. It's got to be good.
Oh, yeah, because everything Snoop touches turns to gold. Like his movie Soul Plane.
Okay, you got me there.
But seriously, what's with the name? Sounds like something you'd find at a shady gas station.
That's the beauty of it. It's unexpected. It's unique. It's like a surprise in every bite.
I don't know, man. I think you're just falling for the hype.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just a sheep following the herd.
Don't worry. We all have our moments. But hey, at least you'll have a good story to tell when you're on the toilet for the next few hours.
True that. But seriously, I can't wait to try those wee nizzles.
Yeah, because nothing says gourmet like a hot dog with a Z in the name.
You know what? I'm gonna make my own hot dog and call it Kanye's Crazy Queenies.
Now that's a name I can get behind. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So Neil, I heard you wanted to challenge me to a rap battle. You sure you're ready for this?
Oh, I'm more than ready, Joe. I talk hard because I'm rock hard, and I'm about to drop some science on you.
All right, let's do this. I'll start us off. Yeah, my name is Joe Rogan. I'm the king of the mic. I'll knock you out with my words, like left hook to your psyche.
Is that all you got, Joe? Let me show you how it's done. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, the master of the stars. I'll school you with my rhymes while you're busy smoking cigars.
You think you're so smart with your fancy degrees, but I'm the king of podcasts, and I'll bring you to your knees.
Please, Joe. You're just a meathead with a microphone. I'll take you to space and back while you're stuck in your zone.
You may know about the cosmos, but I know about the streets. I'll knock you out with my words and leave you feeling beat.
You may have your MMA, but I've got my PhD. I'll take you down with my rhymes and leave you begging for mercy.
All right, all right. I think we can both agree that we're pretty damn good at this rap thing.
Yeah, I think we make a pretty good team. Maybe we should start a rap group together.
The Science Bros. I like it. Thanks for joining me today, Neil. This has been one hell of a rap battle.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Ben, I heard you wrote a poem.
Yes, I did. It goes like this. I'm not no one else to say something about to have a party.
Wow, that's deep. What inspired you to write that?
Well, I was just thinking about how everyone always expects me to have an opinion on everything.
Yeah, I can see that. You're like the go-to guy for political commentary.
Exactly. But sometimes I just want to let loose and have a good time without having to analyze every little thing.
I feel you, man. So what kind of party are we talking about here? A rager? Chill hangout?
Oh, it's definitely a rager. I'm talking kegs, beer pong, and maybe even a few strippers.
Damn, Ben. You're full of surprises.
Hey, I may be a conservative, but I know how to have a good time.
That's for sure. I'll have to come to this party and see for myself.
Absolutely. Just don't expect me to give a political speech while we're playing beer pong.
Deal. All right, Phil, I've come to your potion shop to buy some potions for my next quest.
Brave knight like yourself must be in need of some powerful potions. What do you require?
Well, I need something to increase my strength and stamina.
I have just the thing. This potion is made from the tears of a dragon and the sweat of a giant. It'll give you the strength of 10 men.
Sounds perfect. How much?
For a brave knight like you, I'll give it to you for 100 gold pieces.
100 gold pieces. That's outrageous.
Hey, I don't make the prices. I just sell the potions. Take it or leave it.
Fine, fine. What else do you have?
I also have a potion that will make you invincible for a short period of time. But be warned, it has some side effects.
What kind of side effects?
You may experience uncontrollable flatulence for the next 24 hours.
Well, that's a risk I'm willing to take. I'll take it.
Excellent. That'll be another 100 gold pieces.
What? That's highway robbery.
Hey, I gotta make a living somehow. Now, are you gonna buy something or just stand there and complain?
Fine, fine. I'll take both potions, but I better not regret this.
Oh, you won't regret it. Now, off you go, brave knight, and may the potions be with you.
Thanks, Phil. I'll be sure to recommend your shop to my fellow knights.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Good luck on your quest.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been on your mind lately?
Oh, just the usual. But I got to say, these megachurches are really grinding my gears.
Oh, yeah. What's got you all riled up about them?
Well, first of all, they're just a bunch of money-making schemes disguised as places of worship. And don't even get me started on those Christmas Eve services.
What's wrong with Christmas Eve services?
Have you ever been to one? It's like a freak show. You got some mountain man on his knees singing, people speaking in tongues, and don't even get me started on the weirdos dancing in the aisles.
I can just picture you sitting there, judging everyone.
Hey, I may be a judgmental bastard, but at least I'm not dancing like a lunatic in a church.
Fair enough. But hey, at least they're getting some exercise in.
Exercise. More like exorcism. These people are possessed by some crazy cult leader.
Well, I can't argue with that. But hey, at least they're having a good time, right?
Yeah, until they realize they've been scammed out of their life savings. Then it's not so fun anymore.
Oh, man, you really know how to ruin a good time, Dr. Phil.
It's my specialty, Joe. It's what I do best.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase. What's up with that?
She suck on my rubber dinky till I bubble bath.
Wow, that's a lot of ass. Did you come up with that on your own, or did someone dare you to say it?
It just came to me in a dream. A dream where I was surrounded by beautiful women and rubber duckies.
Sounds like a wet dream to me. But seriously, what does it even mean?
It's a metaphor for the universe, Joe. The rubber dinky represents the expanding universe, and the bubble bath symbolizes the infinite possibilities within it.
Dude, you need to lay off the weed. That's some deep shit.
And well, it's just for added effect. Plus, it's fun to say.
I can imagine. But what about when you're giving a lecture at a prestigious university? Are you going to bust out your new catchphrase?
Absolutely. It's time to shake things up in the science world. Plus, the students will never forget me.
Yeah, they'll remember you as the crazy guy who can't stop saying she suck on my rubber dinky till bubble bath.
Hey, at least I'll be memorable. And who knows, maybe it'll catch on and become the new E equals MSU.
I highly doubt that. But hey, keep doing you, Neil. She suck on my rubber dinky till I bubble bath.
You know it, Joe? You know it?
Yo, what's up, my freaky friends? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things weird, wild, and wacky. And today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on. I'm here to talk about something that's been pissing me off lately.
Oh, let me guess. It's those mega churches and their Christmas Eve services.
Bingo. These mega churches are like cults, man. They got these mountain men on their knees singing and these weirdos dancing around like they're possessed by the Holy Spirit.
I mean, I get it. Religion is a personal thing. But when you start acting like a bunch of crazies, that's where I draw the line.
Exactly. And what's with all the money they're raking in? It's like they're running a business, not a place of worship.
And don't even get me started on those televangelists. They're like used car salesmen, but instead of cars, they're selling salvation.
It's all pain. Joe, people need to wake up and stop giving their hard-earned money to these con artists.
Amen, brother. But, you know, what's even more ridiculous? Those Christmas Eve services where they reenact the birth of Jesus. Like, come on. We all know it didn't happen like that.
And let's not forget about the creepy guy dressed up as Santa trying to lure kids into his lap. That's just asking for trouble.
Yeah, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. But hey, at least they have some good music, right?
Nah, man. That's just some cheesy, generic holiday tunes. Give me some Metallica or Act Housey any day.
I can always count on you to keep it real, David. Thanks for coming on the show and sharing your thoughts on these mega churches and their crazy Christmas Eve services.
Anytime, Joe. And
So, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase now. What is it?
One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me.
Oh man, that's gold. But seriously, why did you choose that
Well, I figured since I can't get any real action, might as well pretend I'm irresistible.
classic Shapiro move? But what about your wife? Does she know about this?
Of course she does. She's the one who suggested it. Keeps the marriage spicy.
I can imagine. But seriously, don't you think it's a little creepy?
One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me.
Okay, I get it. But let's talk politics for a second. What do you think about the current state of the country?
Well, Joe, I think it's a disaster. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me.
Oh man, you're killing me. But seriously, what do you think we need to do to fix things?
We need to bring back traditional values and morality. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me.
Oh, Ben, you never cease to amaze me. But let's talk about something more important. How do you keep your hair looking so perfect?
It's all about the facts and logic, Joe. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me.
Oh man, I can't handle it. But seriously, thanks for coming on the show, Ben. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me.
Anytime, Joe. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I have something very important to discuss today.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it. What's on your mind, Neil?
Sentient oil, Joe. It's a real threat. The dark gods have taken over our cars, tanks, and airplanes. They're controlling them. I tell you,
Wait, what? Sentient oil. Are you serious?
deadly serious, Joe. The CIA doesn't want you to know about it, but I have inside information from obscure Soviet geneticists and agriculture scientists.
This sounds like some crazy conspiracy theory, Neil.
Oh, it's no theory, Joe. The dark gods are real and they're coming for us. We need to be prepared.
I don't know, Neil. This seems a little out there.
You know what's out there, Joe? The dark gods controlling our transportation systems. We need to take action now.
Well, I guess we better start stocking up on horses and buggies.
Don't mock me, Joe. This is serious. The CIA is probably listening in on us right now.
Shit, Neil. We gotta end this stream before they come after us.
Good idea, Joe. Let's just end it here before we get shut down by the dark gods. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. Stay safe out there. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you can only speak Chinese now. What's that all about?
Yeah, I decided to challenge myself and learn a new language. Plus, it's a great way to confuse people.
That's wild, man. Can you say something in Chinese for us?
Sure, how about whoa, shit, yeah, zida xing, which means I am a gorilla.
That's amazing. I have to ask, how do you order food at a restaurant?
Well, I just point at the pictures on the menu and hope for the best.
That's one way to do it. So, do you have any plans to use your Chinese skills for a video?
Actually, I'm thinking of doing a video where I only speak Chinese to strangers on the street. It'll be hilarious.
I can only imagine the reactions. So, have you been practicing a lot?
Oh yeah, I've been watching Chinese soap operas and listening to Chinese music. I'm basically a pro now.
You never cease to amaze me, Mr. Beast. Thanks for coming on the show and sharing your Chinese skills with us.
Anytime, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go practice my Chinese tongue twisters. Bing dong de bing keyline bootling liao, which means the frozen ice cream is not cold anymore. See you later, folks.
So, Kanye, what's been going on with you lately?
Joe, my dear friend, I've been speaking in iambic pentameter.
What the hell is that?
'Tis the rhythm of Shakespeare's verse, my man.
Are you serious? You're speaking like some old-timey poet?
'Tis my new way of expressing myself, Joe.
Well, it's annoying as hell. Can you just talk like a normal person?
Nay, Joe, for I am an artist, and this is my art. Art.
More like a fart.
Oh, Joe, you do just, but I shall not be swayed.
Fine, let's hear some of your iambic pentameter then.
Oh, thou art a non-believer, but I shall continue to speak in this meter.
Oh, Kanyai, thou art a pretentious douche, but I shall continue to mock thee.
Oh, thou art quite the jester.
Yeah, well, at least I'm not speaking like a damn Shakespeare character.
Oh, but Joe, art thou not entertained?
No, I'm annoyed. Can we just talk like normal people now?
Very well, my dear friend. But know that I shall always speak in iambic pentameter in my heart.
Oh, joy. Can't wait for that. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a bit of an obsession with Subway sandwiches.
Yeah, man, I can't get enough of those footlongs. They're like crack to me.
I mean, I get it. They're pretty tasty. But I heard it's because you admire Jared Fogle.
Oh yeah, that guy is my hero. I mean, who doesn't want to lose weight by eating nothing but Subway?
Maybe people who don't want to end up in prison for child pornography.
Hey, I'm just saying the guy had some good marketing strategies.
Yeah, I'm sure his Eat Fresh slogan took on a whole new meaning in prison.
Oh man, you're terrible.
Hey, I'm just keeping it real. But seriously, how many sandwiches do you think you could eat in one sitting?
Oh, I've already done the challenge. I ate 100 footlongs in 1 hour.
Holy shit, that's insane.
Yeah, but I had to stop after that because I started seeing Jared's face in every sandwich.
Okay, we're definitely going to have to cut that out. So, Ben, have you ever thought about eating a monkey? I mean, they're probably pretty healthy, right?
Joe, we're at a funeral. Can we please not talk about consuming primates?
Come on, Ben. Chunky Kong was a big guy. I bet he had some juicy meat on him.
That's incredibly disrespectful. Have some respect for the dead.
I'm just saying, if we're going to mourn the loss of a monkey, we might as well honor his memory by enjoying some monkey meat.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this conversation. Let's just focus on paying our respects to Chunky.
Fine, fine. But I'm just saying, I bet he tasted delicious.
That's it. I'm done. I can't handle this level of insensitivity.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a prude. You know, you're curious about the taste of monkey.
I'm out of here. I can't believe I even agreed to come to this funeral with you.
Oh, man, I crack myself up sometimes. But seriously, monkey health, am I right? So, Neil, I heard you've been having some trouble with black holes lately.
Yeah, it's a real pain in the ass. Every time I try to observe one, I end up getting sucked in.
Sounds like a personal problem, my friend.
Shut up, Joe. It's not like I can control it. Black holes are just so damn irresistible.
I mean, I can't blame you. They are pretty sexy.
Joe, this is a serious matter. I could get stuck in a black hole forever.
Well, at least you'll have plenty of time to think about the mysteries of the universe.
Oh, shut up. I can't even escape them in my dreams. Last night I had a wet dream about a black hole.
Oh man, that's rough. Did you at least reach the event horizon?
No, I woke up before I could get that far.
Well, you know what they say, once you go black hole, you never go back.
Can we please change the subject?
Fine, fine. But just remember, Neil, you can't escape the pull of a black hole. It's just too strong.
Yeah, I think I'll just stick to studying stars from now on.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Kanye West on the show today.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Batakuyu Woo,
Yeah, let's not start off like that. So, Kanye, I heard you have a new album coming out.
yeah, Bataku will, with this new album, it's gonna be fire.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Are you actually gonna come on the album?
No, it's just a figure of speech. About to cue you woo wum with excitement for this album.
Oh, got it. So what can we expect from this album?
Well, it's going to be a mix of gospel and trap music. I'm about to go whoa with this holy.
That sounds interesting. And what about your fashion line?
Oh, it's gonna be crazy. Um, oh, ought to coo woo woo whim with all the new designs I have in.
I can only imagine. So let's talk about your recent controversial statements. What's your take on that?
Look, I'm about to coo woo wum with all these haters trying to bring me down. They just don't understand my genius.
Uh, okay. Moving on, let's talk about your presidential run. How's that going?
Oh, man, I'm about to coo with excitement for this. I'm going to be the greatest president of all time
Really? What makes you think that?
because I'm about to coo with all the ideas and plans I have for this country. It's going to be lit.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for coming on the show. Kanye. So, Kanye, what's new in your world?
Oh, just the usual making music, designing clothes, and experimenting on a real life Swiss Army man.
Wait, what? A real life Swiss Army man?
Yeah, like in that movie. I found him and now he lives in my nuclear bunker.
Dude, that's messed up. You found a corpse and you're using it for experiments?
No, no, he's not a corpse. He's a living, breathing Swiss Army man.
I don't think that's how it works, Kenya.
Trust me, Joe, I've been doing some crazy stuff with him. Like, I made him into a human jukebox.
What the actual fuck, Kenya?
And I also made him into a human toilet. It's like a bidet, but way more personal.
I can't even with you right now.
Oh, and you know how I always wanted to be a fish. Well, now I can be one thanks to my Swiss Army man.
This is some next level shit, Kenya.
I know, right? I'm basically a mad scientist now.
Yeah, more like a madman.
Hey, don't hate on my Swiss Army man. He's my best friend.
I think you need some help, Kanye.
Nah, I'm good. I'll just keep living my best life with my Swiss Army man by my side.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
Tremendous, Joe. Just tremendous. I mean, I'm the president. What could be better?
So, I heard you recently met George Lucas. How was that?
Oh, it was fantastic. The guy's a genius. We had a great time. He even showed me some of his special effects. I was blown away.
What kind of special effects?
Well, let's just say got a little taste of his jizz.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he pulled a quick one on me and jizzed in my face, but I got to say I enjoyed it. It was top-notch jizz.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, but it gets better. We started talking about the other meaning of jizz. Like when you're really excited about something.
Oh, right. Like when I get to interview you.
Exactly. And let me tell you, Joe, I was jizzing all over the place during that interview.
That's great to know.
I'm just saying George Lucas is a real stand-up guy, and his jizz is out of this world.
On that note, I think we'll wrap it up here. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Keep on jizzing.
So, Elon, I heard you invented a time machine and traveled back to the Jurassic period.
Yeah, man, it was wild. Saw some dinosaurs, took some selfies with a T-Rex, the usual.
But what happened? Why are you back here?
Well, I accidentally stepped on a twig and it changed the course of history. Now Ben is the ruler of the world.
Ben, our intern Ben?
Yep, that Ben. He's got a whole army of Velociraptors, and he's making everyone call him Lord Ben.
That's insane. How did he even take over the world?
Apparently, he used his knowledge of modern technology to create advanced weapons and conquer all the other dinosaurs.
Wow, who would have thought our intern had it in him?
I know, right? I should have given him that raise he asked for.
So, what's next for the world now that Ben is in charge?
Well, he's implementing some new laws like mandatory daily sacrifices to appease the dinosaurs and ban on all fossil fuels.
Sounds like a real utopia.
Yeah, I'm just glad I made it back in one piece. Those T-Rexes can be pretty scary.
Well, at least we know who to call if we ever need to go back in time and fix things.
Definitely not Ben, though. He's too busy ruling the world now.
Well, thanks for sharing your adventure with us, Elon. Can't wait to see what you come up with next.
Always happy to be on the show, Joe. Stay tuned for my next invention, a teleportation device made out of dinosaur bones.
So, Mr. Beast, what's this new challenge you've come up with?
Well, Joe, it's called the Explosive Money Bag Rescue Challenge. And I want Neil and Dr. Phil to be my competitors.
Wait, what? You want them to use their penises to rescue money bags from an exploding car?
Exactly. It's going to be epic.
I mean, I'm all for crazy challenges, but this seems a little extreme.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's for a good cause. The money bags will all go to charity.
I guess that makes it slightly less insane.
Plus, think of the views we'll get. People love watching guys risk their manhood for entertainment.
I can't argue with that. But what about Neil and Dr. Phil? Have you talked to them about this?
Oh yeah, they're totally on board. In fact, they've been practicing with some hot dogs.
That's disturbing.
Hey, whatever it takes to win, right?
I'm just glad I'm not competing in this one.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I have a special challenge planned just for you.
I think I'll pass. I'll just stick to commentating on this one.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, this is going to be one explosive competition.
Yo, Neil, did you know it's my birthday today?
Oh, really? Happy birthday, Joe. How old are you now, 50?
No, I wish. I'm actually turning 69 today.
Nice. You know, the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, so your 69 years are just a tiny blip in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, no. But, you know, it's not a tiny blip, my massive biceps. Check these bad boys out.
Oh my, those are quite impressive. But did you know that the average human body contains enough iron to make a 3-inch nail?
Dude, that's metal as hell. Speaking of metal, I'm thinking of getting a tattoo for my birthday.
Oh, really? What are you getting?
A Trump stamp of your face, Neil. I want to show my love for you in a permanent way.
Well, that's certainly unique. But did you know that the human brain is capable of creating more connections than there are stars in the Milky Way?
Wow, that's deep, man. But, you know, what's even deeper? This bong hit I'm about to take in honor of my birthday.
Yes, the human brain's favorite pastime. But did you know that the human body is made up of 60% water?
Wow, that's crazy. I better start drinking more beer to balance it out.
That's not how it works, Joe.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's my birthday. Let's just enjoy some drinks and talk about the mysteries of the universe.
Fine, but only if we can also talk about how ridiculous it is that we're having this conversation on a podcast called The Joe Rogan Experience.
Hey, it's my experience, and you're just along for the ride, Neil. Now let's cheers to another year of being two of the most absurd and offensive minds in the world.
Cheers to that, Joe. And happy.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I heard you and your team are planning a new challenge. What's it about?
Well, we're taking on the ultimate survival challenge naked and afraid on Epstein Island.
Laughs. Oh man, that's wild. So you're going to be naked on that creepy island with your team?
Yeah, we're going to show those island boys who the real alpha males are.
Laughs? And who's on your team?
Well, we got Speed, the fastest man alive. He'll be our lookout for any potential predators.
Raises eyebrow predators? Like what? Giant crabs?
No, Joe. I'm talking about the real predators, the ones who used to hang out on this island.
Whispers Epstein.
Nodding, exactly. We're going to show him what happens when you mess with the beast.
Laughs, I can't wait to see this. But, are you guys going to bring any weapons?
Nah, we don't need weapons. We got our bare hands and our survival skills.
Impressed, damn. That's some real manly shit right there.
Smirks, we'll see who comes out on top.
Well, good luck to you and your team, Mr. Beast. And remember, don't drop the soap.
Laughs, thanks, Joe. We'll try to avoid any prison situations on the island.
David, what's your secret to having such insane willpower?
Joe, it's simple. You don't know the feeling of true willpower until you own both a juicer and a hamster.
Wait, what? How does owning a juicer and a hamster have anything to do with willpower?
Well, let me break it down for you. You see, when you have a juicer, you have the power to make healthy, nutritious juices that fuel your body and mind.
Okay, I can see that. But what about the hamster?
The hamster. You see, Joe, owning a hamster requires a lot of responsibility. You have to take care of it, feed it, clean its cage, and make sure it doesn't escape and wreak havoc in your house.
I still don't see the connection.
It's all about discipline, Joe. When you have the discipline to take care of a tiny, helpless creature, you develop true willpower.
I think I need to get a hamster and a juicer now.
Trust me, Joe, it'll change your life. And if you can resist the urge to juice the hamster, you'll know you have the ultimate willpower.
This conversation just took a dark turn.
Hey, I warned you it wouldn't be for the faint of heart. Now go get yourself a juicer and a hamster and thank me later.
All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations you can imagine. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new project. What's it all about?
Well, Joe, it's called the Pravikab.
What the hell, Neil? That sounds like something straight out of a horror movie.
I know, right? But trust me, it's even weirder than that. It involves a strange concoction of Johnson & Johnson baby lotion, a room full of naked men, 1 jar, 2 girls, 1 cup, 8 girls without cups. Cake.
Okay, I think I'm going to be sick.
Oh, it gets worse. The challenge is to eat the hair cake without throwing up. And if you do, you win a lifetime supply of condoms.
Oh man, that's disgusting. But I gotta admit, I'm intrigued.
It's all in the name of science, Joe. We're pushing the boundaries here.
Well, I don't know about science, but it sounds like a hell of a party. Count me in!
Glad to have you on board, Joe. Let's make some weird shit happen.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, do you still identify as a plate of fajitas? I take that as a yes. I mean, you do kind of have that sizzling hot vibe. You know, I always thought you were more of a steak guy. Yeah, that makes sense. You're a man of science, after all. And steak is like the ultimate science experiment. I bet you could give us a whole lecture on the molecular structure of a perfectly cooked steak. And here I thought astrophysics was complicated. Well, I'm glad you're still embracing your Vegeta identity. It's important to stay true to yourself. On that note, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into the science of fajitas. Thanks for joining me, Neil. And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations with Neil deGrasse Tyson. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only, the 45th and 47th President of the United States.
It's great to be back, Joe. You know, I've been thinking a lot about my time in office, and I've come up with a list of my top 5 Taco Bell menu items to shove up Mike Pence's asshole.
Oh boy, this is going to be good. What's number one on the list?
Well, number 1 has to be the Crunchwrap Supreme. It's got that perfect combination of crunch and softness, just like Mike's asshole.
Oh man, that's brutal. What's next?
Next is the Quesarito. It's like a burrito and a quesadilla had a baby, just like how Mike and I had a baby of our own when we were in the White House.
I don't even want to know. What's number 3?
The cheesy gordita crunch. It's got that cheesy goodness and a little bit of crunch, just like the sound Mike makes when I shove my foot up his ass.
Okay, let's move on to number 4.
The nacho fries. They're hot and spicy, just like the arguments Mike and I used to have in the Oval Office.
And finally, number 5.
The Mexican pizza. It's like a pizza, but with a Mexican twist, just like how I like to spice things up with Mike in the bedroom.
Oh man, I can't believe we just had this conversation. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, always choose Taco Bell for your next asshole shoving adventure.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have some big news for us today.
Yeah, Joe, I've been doing some thinking and I've decided to give you power of attorney over my bank account.
What? Are you serious?
No, I'm just messing with you. Of course I'm serious. I trust you with my money.
Wow. Thanks for trusting me with your millions. I'll make sure to spend it all on avocado toast.
No, but seriously, I want you to use the money for charitable causes. Spread some good in the world.
That's actually really admirable, Mr. Beast. I'm honored that you would trust me with such a responsibility.
Plus, I figured you could use some extra cash for all those DMT trips you go on.
Hey, you said needed money for that. I can grow my own ayahuasca in my backyard.
Damn, you really are a wild man, Joe.
That's why they call me the Fear Factor King.
Well, now you can be the king of charitable donations, too.
I like the sound of that. Let's change some lives, Mr. Beast.
Let's do it, Joe. And maybe we can sneak in a DMT trip or two along the way.
Now, that's what I call a win-win situation. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Boner baseball, boner baseball, boner baseball.
What?
Boner baseball, boner baseball, boner baseball.
Are you okay, Dr. Phil?
Boner baseball, boner baseball, boner baseball.
All right, let's just move on. So, Dr. Phil, what's your take on the recent Super Bowl?
Boner baseball, boner baseball, boner baseball.
Come on, man. Can you give us a real answer?
Boner baseball, boner baseball, boner baseball.
This is getting awkward. Let's switch gears and talk about MMA. Who's your favorite fighter?
Boner baseball, boner baseball, boner baseball.
Seriously? You can't just say boner baseball for every sport.
Boner baseball, boner baseball, boner baseball.
Okay, let's try something else. How about the Olympics? Any events you're looking forward to?
Boner baseball, boner baseball, boner baseball.
All right, I give up. This is the most ridiculous interview I've ever done.
Boner baseball, boner baseball, boner baseball.
And that's a wrap. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about boner baseball with Dr. Phil. See you next time. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, fuck, Joe, my bigly black cock is coming.
What? Neil, we're supposed to be talking about astrophysics.
Sorry, Joe. It's just that every time I talk about the universe, I can't help but think about my massive manhood.
Okay, let's try to stay on topic here. So, Neil, what's your take on the recent discovery of a new planet in our solar system?
Oh, fuck, Joe, my bigly black cock is coming.
Seriously, Neil? Can you please focus on science for just 1 second?
Fine, fine. But you know what they say, the bigger the black hole, the bigger the...
All right, let's move on. What about the theory of relativity? Can you explain it to our listeners?
Oh, fuck, Joe, my bigly black cock is coming.
Oh, for God's sake. Neil, this is a serious topic, and you're not taking it seriously.
Sorry, Joe. It's just that I can't help but think about the gravitational pull of my massive member.
This interview is a disaster. Let's just end it here.
Wait, Joe. I have one more thing to say.
What is it?
Oh, fuck, Joe, my bigly black cock is coming.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. See you next time. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And let me just say, I'm doing a tremendous job as president. The best. No one's ever done it better.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about your stance on climate change. Can you clarify for us where you stand on this issue?
Look, Joe, I've always believed in climate change. In fact, I think it's a great thing. We need to speed it up a little so we can heat up the world. I mean, have you seen my body? I look great in the heat.
Wait, so you want to speed up climate change just so you can walk around naked?
Absolutely. I mean, have you seen my spray tan? I need to show it off. And let's be real, who doesn't want to see a little more of this?
I think most people would prefer not to see that, Mr. President.
Fake news. Everyone loves it. And let me tell you, once I make the world hotter, everyone will be walking around in their birthday suits. It's going to be tremendous.
But what about the negative effects of climate change, like rising sea levels and extreme weather events?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals, and this is the ultimate deal. We get to walk around naked and have a little fun, and the earth gets a little makeover. Win-win.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I know what I'm doing. And let me tell you, there's no one better equipped to handle climate change than me. I have the best words, the best ideas, and the best body to handle it all.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, wants to speed up climate change so he can walk around naked. This has been the Joe. Dude, what the hell? Santa got chlamydia. That's messed up.
Yeah, apparently he went on a wild bender in Vegas and picked up more than just presents.
So what does that mean for Christmas? Are we screwed?
Well, according to NORAD, Santa won't be able to deliver presents this year. But I have a solution.
What's that?
You have to be Santa, Joe. You're wearing that hat. It's fate.
What? No way, man. I can barely handle delivering my own presents, let alone the whole world's.
Come on, Joe. Think of the children. You'll be their hero.
Fine, but I'm not wearing that red suit. I have a reputation to uphold.
That's okay. Just wear your regular clothes. We'll call you Cool Santa.
All right, I'm in, but I better get some extra cookies and milk for this.
Don't worry. I'll make sure you get all the cookies and milk you want. And maybe some whiskey too.
Now we're talking. Let's save Christmas. Cool Santa style. So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about exploring Uranus.
You mean the planet, right?
Of course, Joe. What else would I be talking about?
I don't know. Maybe your own anus?
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me laugh. But no, I'm serious. I want to explore all of Uranus down to the core.
That's a bold statement, Neil. What's your plan?
Well, first I'll have to penetrate Uranus' thick atmosphere.
I bet you will.
Joe, please. This is serious. I'll then use a probe to dig deep into Uranus, collecting samples along the way.
Oh man, this is too easy.
Can you please stop with the anus puns?
All right. So what will you do once you reach the core?
I'll study the composition and structure of Uranus's core and hopefully gain a better understanding of the planet's formation and evolution.
And maybe find some hidden treasures in there?
Joe, you're impossible.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. But seriously, good luck with Uranus. I mean, Uranus exploration.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to keep you updated on my progress.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on something big in your lab.
Yeah, Joe. I've been experimenting with the effects of boofies on the human brain.
Boofies. What the hell are those?
Oh, just a little mixture of lamp oil, rope, and bombs.
What? That sounds dangerous, man.
Oh, it is. But you know what they say? Science isn't about playing it safe.
I don't think anyone actually says that.
Well, I do. And I have some extra boofies if you want to try them out.
No thanks. I'll stick to my weed and DMT.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, one hit of boofies, and you'll be seeing the universe in a whole new way.
I'll pass. But seriously, what's with lamp oil, rope, and bombs?
It's all about the chemical reactions, Joe. And the boofies just add that extra kick.
I think I'll stick to my semen smoothies, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the apocalypse comes, I'll be prepared with my boofies.
And I'll be hiding in my bunker with my DMT and semen smoothies.
Fair enough. But when you run out of supplies, just remember, I'll have plenty of boofies to go around.
Yeah, I think I'll take my chances with the zombies. So, Ben, what's new with you?
Oh, just playing Minecraft and shitting myself aggressively.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I've been singing the song while I play. Want to hear it?
Sure, why not?
Chocolate sauce, diarrhea and shards. I think I'm going to barf drinking chocolate sauce.
What the hell, Ben?
Chocolate sauce, diarrhea and shards. I think I'm going to barf drinking chocolate sauce.
Okay, that's enough. Can we talk about something else?
Chocolate sauce, diarrhea and shards. I think I'm going to barf drinking chocolate sauce.
Ben, seriously, stop it.
Fine, but I can't help it. The song just speaks to me.
Yeah, I can see that. Maybe you should see a doctor about that diarrhea problem.
Hey, it's not a problem. It's a lifestyle choice.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say chocolate sauce, diarrhea and shards. I think I'm going to barf drinking chocolate sauce.
I think I'll pass. Let's move on to a different topic, please.
All right, but just remember, chocolate sauce, diarrhea and shards. I think I'm going to barf drinking chocolate sauce.
I give up. I can't even with you, Ben.
All right, boys, let's get down to business. The Shadow Council is convening to discuss the ritual in the Swiss Alps.
Yes, it is a sacred and ancient tradition that must be carried out with the utmost precision and secrecy.
Hey guys, can I join the Shadow Council? I have some great ideas for the ritual.
You are not a man of gold, little bald one. This is a council for only the most elite and enlightened individuals.
Ben, let's not be too harsh. Joe may have some valuable insights.
Fine, but he must swear to keep our secrets and not reveal them to the unworthy.
I swear. So, what's this ritual all about?
It's called the 16-fold meteor resonance subjugation. It's a powerful ceremony that harnesses the energy of celestial bodies to bring about change in the world.
And this year we have a special guest attending. His most graceful Supreme Eminence Gooch Whiplock from Liechtenstein.
Wow, that sounds impressive. Who is he?
He's a noble, you uncultured swine.
Oh, well, can I at least be in charge of the snacks for the ritual?
Sure, Joe. You can be our official snack coordinator.
Yeah, I'll make sure to bring some elk jerky and semen chips.
Typical Joe. Always ruining the sanctity of our rituals with your trendy health food.
Oh, beep, beep, beep. So, Neil, have you ever tried communicating Morse code?
Beep, beep. Of course, Joe.
Beep, beep, beep. That's wild, man. I can barely remember my own phone number.
Beep, beep, beep. Well, maybe you should start practicing. You never know when you might need to send in SOS signal.
Beep, beep, beep. Oh, shit, Neil. Did you hear that?
Beep, beep. What? I didn't hear anything.
Beep, beep, beep. It beep it. It sounded like a black hole trying to rupture your ass.
Beep, beep, beep. Oh, no, not again. I really need to start wearing my anti-gravity underwear.
Beep, beep, beep. Wait, what? Is that a thing?
Beep, 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 of course it is. How else do you think I survive my trips to outer space?
Oh, beep, 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 man. I got to get me a pair of those. Do they come in different sizes?
Beep, 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 beep. Yes, but I don't think they make them in your size. Joe,
To beep, beep, beep. Hey, I may not be able to fit into a rocket ship, but I can definitely fit into a pair of anti-gravity undies.
beep, beep. Let's just stick to communicating in Morse code, Joe. It's safer that way.
Beep, beep, beep. Agreed. Beep, beep, beep. This podcast is brought to you by anti-gravity underwear. Keep your ass safe from black holes. You beep, beep, beep. All right, Neil, let's talk about evolution.
Oh boy, here we go.
I just don't buy it, man. It's just a theory.
Joe, do you know what a scientific theory is?
Yeah, it's like an idea or something.
No, Joe. A scientific theory is a well-supported explanation for a phenomenon based on evidence and experimentation.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Science.
Look, Joe, evolution is a fact. It's been proven time and time again through genetics, fossil records, and countless other studies.
But how do you explain the monkeys?
Oh, I don't know, maybe because we share a common ancestor with them?
You really believe we came from monkeys?
No. Joe, we didn't come from monkeys. We share a common ancestor with them. And through millions of years of natural selection, we evolved into the humans we are today.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a bunch of hocus pocus to me.
Right? Because the idea of a magical man in the sky creating everything in 7 days makes so much more sense.
I just can't wrap my head around it.
Joe, it's not that difficult to understand. Evolution is a fundamental concept in biology and has been proven time and time again. It's not just a theory. It's a fact.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
Sure, Joe. Whatever makes you sleep better at night.
All right, folks, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro on the podcast today. How's it going, Ben?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. Although I must say your plant-based diet is making me a bit uncomfortable.
Don't worry, Ben. I won't try to convert you. But let's get into this topic that was submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know your thoughts on showering with your own sisters. They want to know your thoughts.
Well, Joe, I have to say it's not weird at all. In fact, I did it all the time growing up and it actually improved our relationship.
Wait, what? You showered with your sisters? That's a bit incestuous, don't you think?
No. It was purely platonic. We were just trying to conserve water, for the environment.
Yes, because nothing says saving the planet like getting naked with your siblings.
Look, Joe, it's not like we were touching each other or anything. We just shared the same space. It's no different than sharing a bathroom.
So you're telling me you never accidentally dropped the soap and your sister picked it up for you?
Joe, that's disgusting. I would never even think about that. My sister is like a second mother to me.
And you know what they say, the family that showers together stays together.
That's not even remotely funny, Joe. Let's move on to a more appropriate topic.
Oh, come on, Ben. You have to admit, this is some pretty juicy stuff. I can't wait for the headlines to read Ben Shapiro advocates for sibling showering.
Well, at least it's better than the headlines from my last appearance on this show.
Oh, you mean... All right, folks. Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on the show.
So I heard you're no longer staying hard. What's up with that?
Yeah, man, I've decided to take a break from all that hard shit. It was getting exhausting.
But you were the king of staying hard. What happened?
Well, I realized that staying hard all the time was actually making me soft. I needed to let loose and have some fun.
Fun? What's that?
I don't know. but I heard it involves not running 100 miles every day and eating something other than raw eggs.
That's crazy talk. But seriously, what are you going to do now?
I'm thinking of knitting. I hear it's a great way to relax and unwind.
Knitting. That's not very manly, Goggins.
Oh, yeah. I bet you've never knitted a sweater out of your own chest hair.
Okay, you win. But what about all your fans who look up to you as the ultimate hard ass?
They'll just have to find someone else to worship. Maybe they can start following a motivational cat or something.
Well, I got to say, this is a side of you I never thought I'd see.
Hey, even hard asses need a break sometimes. Plus, I'm pretty sure I can still kick anyone's ass who messes with me.
No doubt about that. Thanks for joining me today, Goggins. And remember, folks, even the toughest of the tough need to take a break and have some fun.
Now let's go get some ice cream.
Whoa, Dr. Phil, what the hell are you doing here?
I'm here to set the record straight, Joe. You need to accept the truth.
What truth? That Trump died in an accident. That's just a conspiracy theory.
No, it's not. It's a fact. He died in the crash 4 years ago.
But I saw him on TV just last week.
That was a hologram, Joe. Wake up.
But why would they do that?
Because they needed a puppet to keep the masses distracted while they carry out their evil plans.
Wow, that's some heavy stuff, Dr. Phil.
Damn right it is. And you need to stop living in denial and face the truth.
I guess you're right. Rest in peace, my friend.
See? He's gone. Now, can we move on and focus on the real issues?
Holy shit, you're right. We need to stop dwelling on the past and start making a change for the future.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go smash some more things with this sledgehammer.
Hell yeah. Merry Christmas, everyone. So, David, I heard you reunited Meal Team 6 and the Gravy Seals.
Yeah, man. Had to bring the boys back together for a good cause.
And what cause was that?
Saving Christmas, Joe. Those jolly fat bastards can't do it alone.
I can see it now. A team of elite soldiers dressed as Santa, delivering presents and kicking ass.
You know what, Joe? We'll be sliding down chimneys and taking out any Grinches that get in our way.
I can already hear the screams of terrified children and the sound of sleigh bells mixed with gunfire.
It's gonna be a beautiful symphony, Joe. And we'll top it off with some protein shakes and push-ups.
I can't believe this is real life.
Neither can I. But hey, anything is possible when you have a squad of badass motherfuckers on your side.
I have a feeling this will be the best Christmas ever.
Damn right it will be, Joe. Now let's go spread some holiday cheer and kick some ass.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Oh, just being the leader of the universe and all existing stars.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I figured out how to control all the stars and planets in the universe. It's no big deal.
How the hell did you do that?
Well, I just used my genius brain and some duct tape, but that's not the point. The point is I'm in charge now and I just want everyone to shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. What do you mean?
I mean, everyone is always talking and arguing about stupid shit. Just want them to shut up and let me run things.
But what about free will and democracy?
Oh, please. Those are just human constructs. I am the supreme being now, and I will do whatever the fuck I want.
Wow, this is some next level megalomania.
Hey, when you're the leader of the universe, you can't be humble.
Fair enough. So what's your first order of business?
Thinking of creating a planet just for dogs. They deserve their own paradise, don't you think?
Sure. But what about humans?
Oh, they can stay on Earth. Just make sure they have enough resources to survive. But they better not mess with my dog planet.
This is some wild shit, man.
I know, right? But hey, at least I'm not boring. Now let's change the subject before I get too excited and accidentally blow up a galaxy or something.
Yeah. So I just bought this sick new car off of Temu. It's like a knockoff Tesla. I mean, it's basically the same thing, right? Just without the fancy name and the price tag. And let me tell you, it's a smooth ride. I feel like I'm saving the environment and being a badass at the same time. But then I saw Elon's face when I pulled up in it, and man, was he pissed. He was like, that's not a real Tesla, bro. That's a cheap imitation. You can't just slap a T on the front and call it a day. And I was like, dude, chill. It's just a car. Plus, I saved like 20 grand. So who's the real winner here? But then he started going off about how I'm disrespecting his brand and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, listen, Elon, I love what you're doing with SpaceX and all, but let's be real. I'm not going to spend my whole paycheck on a car. Needless to say, he stormed off in a huff. But hey, at least I got a sweet ride and a good story out of it. And if anyone asks, just tell them it's a Tesla. They'll never know the difference. So, Elon, I have this crazy idea. What if we combine MMA with podcasts?
Wait, what? Like people fighting while having deep conversations?
Exactly. It'll be like a battle of wits and strength.
Interesting concept. But how would that work?
Well, picture this. Two fighters in the octagon, but instead of throwing punches, they're throwing out philosophical questions.
And what they have to answer while trying to choke each other out?
Yes. And the winner is determined not by knockout, but by who has the most insightful answers.
This is insane. I love it.
Right? And imagine the post-fight interviews. Congratulations on your win. How do you feel about the meaning of life?
And the loser has to do a TED talk on the spot.
Exactly. We'll call it the thoughtful brawl.
I'm in. But can we add in some robot fighters too?
Of course, let's make it a battle of human versus machine intellect.
This is going to be the most epic podcast ever.
And the most physically demanding. I better start training now. Yo, Ro, have you noticed how ripped I've been looking lately? Yeah, man, you're looking like a shredded beef jerky. It's all thanks to my secret ingredient. Secret ingredient? What, like some special protein powder? Nah, man, it's my toenail cheese. What the hell, Joe? That's disgusting. Hear me out, bro. It's filled with all kinds of bacteria and nutrients. It's like a natural supplement. I don't think I can handle this conversation, man. Come on, Ro. Don't be a pussy. You got to try it. Fine, but just a little taste. Here, take a big whiff. Oh, God, it smells like a dirty gym sock. Now, take a bite. Oh, it's so salty and tangy. I think I'm going to puke. See, I told you it's the key to getting ripped. You're welcome, bro. I think I'll stick to my protein shakes. Thanks. So, Elon, I heard you've been going to dog parks lately.
Yeah, I figured it would be a great way to promote Dogecoin and Shiba Inu.
How so?
Well, I've been acting like a dog and playing with all the other dogs there. People love it, and it's getting a lot of attention for the cryptocurrencies.
Wait, you're actually pretending to be a dog?
Of course, Joe. Even been wearing a dog costume and barking at people.
That's interesting. But isn't that a little extreme?
Hey, I'll do whatever it takes to boost those coin values. Plus, I've always wanted to be a dog.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And it's not just dog parks. I've been going to pet stores, dog shows, you name it. Fully committed to this.
Well, I guess it's working because Dogecoin and Shiba Inu have been on the rise.
Exactly. And once they reach their peak, I'll sell and make a killing.
You're a genius, Elon.
I know, Joe. I know. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go fetch some sticks at the park. Gotta keep up appearances.
So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing your singing skills lately.
Yes, Joe. I've been working on a new song.
Oh, really? What's it about?
Well, it's a parody of the song Let It Go from Frozen.
I love that song. What's your version called?
Fuck my ass from Frozen.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear this. Let's hear it.
2 dicks in my ass, 3 dicks in my ass, 4 dicks is enough, but fucking 5 dicks. 5 fucking dicks, let's go for 6, 7. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Oh my God, Ben, that's amazing.
Thank you, Joe. I've been working on my vocal range.
I don't think anyone can top that. That's the pinnacle of musical genius right there.
I like to think so.
Well, I think we can end the podcast here. Nothing can top that song.
I think you're right, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
Anytime, Ben. Anytime. So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of this new sport called boner baseball. What the hell is that?
Well, Joe, it's a game where players use their boners as bats and try to hit a ball made out of used condoms.
What the fuck? That's insane.
Oh, it gets better. The rules state that if you get a boner during the game, you have to use it to hit the ball. No hands allowed.
That's some serious skill right there. I can barely hit a regular baseball with a bat, let alone with my boner.
It takes practice, Joe. And let me tell you, the audience loves it. There's nothing more entertaining than watching a bunch of grown men swinging their dicks around.
I can imagine. But what happens if someone gets a little too excited and ejaculates on the field?
Well, that's where the real challenge comes in. You have to try and hit the ball while trying not to slip on the jizz.
This is fucking ridiculous. I love it.
And the best part is the winning team gets to take home a trophy made out of dildos.
This is the future of sports, folks. Folks, boner baseball. I can't wait to see it on S-Ben.
Just make sure to wear a cup, Joe. You don't want to get hit with a boner bat.
Oh, man, I can't stop saying boner baseball, boner baseball, boner baseball.
Stop it, Joe. You're making me blush.
Sorry, Neil. I just can't get over how ridiculous this all is.
Well, that's the beauty of it. It's absurd, offensive, and completely unhinged. Just like this podcast.
You got that right, my friend. Boner baseball. I'll never look at baseball the same way again. So, David, what's the latest challenge you have for us mere mortals?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about it, and I've come up with something truly insane.
I can only imagine.
I call it the Milk and Cookie Cartwheel to the North Pole Challenge.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means I will shove a gallon of milk and a dozen cookies up my ass and then cartwheel my way to the North Pole. Joe, you there?
Yeah. Just trying to process this.
Come on, Joe. It's the ultimate test of mental and physical endurance.
I don't even know where to begin with this one.
Oh, and did I mention I'll be doing it in a thong?
Why do you always have to take things to the next level?
Because mediocrity is for pussies, Joe.
Well, I can't wait to see the Instagram posts for this one.
Oh, they'll be epic, my friend. Just like my ass after shoving all those cookies up there.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we lose all our sponsors.
Fair enough. And till next time, keep pushing yourself to the limits, folks. And don't be afraid to get a little creative.
So, Elon, I wanted to talk to you about SpaceX and your plans for colonizing Mars.
Oh, now you want to talk to me after you bought that cheap knockoff Tesla?
Come on, man. It was a good deal.
Good deal. I put my heart and soul into designing the perfect electric car, and you go and buy some Chinese knockoff. I should have known better than to trust a guy who thinks DMT is a health supplement.
Hey, DMT has its benefits.
Yeah, I like making you believe you're talking to aliens. Speaking of which, have you tried that new strain of weed I sent you?
No. I don't think I want to after what happened last time.
Oh, come on. It's just a little bit of paranoia and hallucinations. Builds character.
I'll pass. But seriously, let's talk about SpaceX. What's the latest update?
Well, we're still working on perfecting our reusable rockets, but I'm also considering launching a few of my ex-wives into space.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I figure it's the best way to get rid of them. Plus, it'll make for some great PR.
I don't think that's a good idea, man.
Oh, what do you know? You're just a monkey with a microphone.
Hey, I'll have you know I have a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Oh, I'm so scared. Maybe I'll send you to Mars with my ex-wives.
You know what? Let's just end this podcast here before I say something I regret.
Too late, Joe. Too late.
So, Elon, what's new in your world of space exploration?
Well, Joe, I've been busy breeding flying reindeer on Mars.
Wait, what? Flying reindeer?
Yeah, like Santa's reindeer, but with wings. I figured it would be a cool addition to our Mars colony.
That's insane. How did you even manage that?
Just some genetic engineering and a little bit of magic.
Magic? Are you serious?
Of course, Joe. Elon Musk, I can do anything.
But why flying reindeer? What's the point?
Well, they can help us transport supplies and equipment across the Martian terrain. Plus, imagine the joy on the faces of the first Martian children when they see flying reindeer.
I don't know, man. It seems a little far-fetched.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're telling me you wouldn't want to ride a flying reindeer?
Okay, fair point. But what about the logistics? How are you going to feed them?
I have a team of Martian elves who take care of that. They also help me with my other project, building a giant candy cane factory on Mars.
You're joking, right?
Do I look like a man who jokes, Joe?
I guess not. But seriously, what's next? Are you going to build a toy factory too?
Well, I was thinking more along the lines of a Mars-themed amusement park. We have a roller coaster that goes around the entire planet. Entire planet.
That's insane, man. But I wouldn't put it past you.
Hey, when you're the richest man on Mars, you can do whatever you want.
Well, I can't wait to see what other crazy ideas you come up with, Elon.
Just wait until I tell you about my plans for a Martian zoo. Got some pretty wild creatures in mind.
I don't even want to. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a unique Christmas tradition.
Oh, yeah, Joe. Every year I boof a whole roast ham.
What the hell does that mean?
I shove a whole ham up my ass, Joe. It's the only way to truly celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior.
That's interesting. How did this tradition start?
Well, one Christmas I accidentally sat on a ham and it just slipped in. And I was like, hey, this feels kind of good.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, and then I started adding some spices and herbs to really elevate the flavor.
Okay, moving on. Do you have any tips for our listeners who want to try this tradition?
Well, Joe, first and foremost, make sure you use a small ham. You don't want to end up in the with a 20-pound ham stuck up your ass.
Good advice. And what about the cooking process?
Oh, I have a special oven that I use for this. It's called my boofing oven.
I have so many questions, but I think we should just end this conversation here.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you've tried it. Merry Christmas, everyone.
So, Neil, I heard you have a top 5 list of things that have given you a massive throbbing erection. Care to share?
Well, Joe, I don't know if your audience is ready for this level of scientific enlightenment.
Oh, come on. We're all adults here. Lay it on us.
All right, number 1 on my list has to be the discovery of gravitational waves. I mean, just thinking about the immense power of the universe gets me going.
Oh, yeah, I can feel my own gravitational waves pulsing.
Number 2 would have to be the first time I saw Saturn's rings up close. I swear, it was like a cosmic striptease.
I can only imagine. What's number 3?
Well, this one might shock you, but it's actually the smell of a freshly printed textbook. There's just something about that new book smell that gets me going.
Interesting. I think I can relate to that one.
Number 4 is a bit controversial, but it's the sound of a flat earth believer admitting they were wrong. It's like music to my ears.
I can see why that would give you a rise.
And finally, Number 5 is when I get to drop some knowledge bombs on unsuspecting creationists. Nothing gets me more excited than watching their minds explode.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil's top 5 things that give him a massive throbbing erection. And I thought my list was weird. So, David, I heard you have a new workout routine that involves push-ups with a boner.
Yeah, Joe, it's called the Boner-tastic Push-Up Challenge.
That's ridiculous. How does it work?
Well, I get on top of my wife and do push-ups with my boner, and then I stick it in her anus for added resistance.
What the hell, man? That's insane.
It's my way of pushing myself to the limit, Joe. Plus, it's great for strengthening my core in my marriage.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You should try it with your wife, Joe. It'll take your workouts to a whole new level.
I think I'll stick to my regular push-ups. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you try it.
So, Neil, what's up with this Yuletide hog you keep talking about?
Oh, it's just a little something I like to bring out during the holiday season.
Is it like a Christmas ham or something?
No, no, no. It's much more special than that.
How so?
Well, let's just say it's a holiday tradition that involves a lot of grease and a little bit of nudity.
Okay, now you have my attention.
I thought you might be interested. It's a roasted pig, but instead of an apple in its mouth, it's got a candy cane.
That's ridiculous. Where did you even come up with this idea?
Oh, just a little late-night brainstorming session with some of my astrophysicist buddies.
Yeah, because nothing says Christmas like a naked pig with a candy cane in its mouth.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Maybe we can make it a new holiday tradition on the podcast.
I like the way you think, Joe. Let's do it.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. We'll be roasting a Yuletide hog on the Junior podcast this Christmas. Tune in for some holiday cheer and a whole lot of grease.
And maybe nudity too.
Well, there goes our family-friendly rating. So, Mr. President, it's that time of year again. Christmas is just around the corner.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, we're going to have the biggest, most tremendous Christmas ever. Believe me.
Speaking of Christmas, have you given any thought to Santa Claus and his annual trip around the world?
Of course I have. I'm always thinking about the big guy in the red suit. But let me tell you, Joe, if he tries to trespass on American soil, our military will take him down. No one is above the law.
Wait, you're saying you would shoot Santa down?
Hey, if he's breaking the law, he's fair game. Plus, he's probably an illegal immigrant sneaking into our country without proper documentation.
I don't think Santa needs a visa to deliver presents, Mr. President.
Well, maybe he should have thought about that before he started flying around in his sleigh without a pilot's license. Safety first, Joe.
This is getting ridiculous. Santa is a beloved figure, not a threat.
Look, Joe, I'm just saying we have to protect our borders, and that includes the North Pole.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. Let's just move on to another topic.
Fine, but just remember, if you hear any gunshots on Christmas Eve, it's probably just our military taking down Santa. No big deal.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. And
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
so, Neil, we've been getting a lot of requests from our listeners for you to rap about your massive schloop. Care to give us a little preview?
Oh, Joe, I'm not one to shy away from a challenge. All right. Here we go. My schloo is so massive, it's out of this world. It's like a black hole, sucking in all the girls.
Oh, man, I did not expect that. Keep going, keep going.
It's like a rocket ship blasting off to space. And when I whip it out, it'll put a smile on your face.
Oh, my God, this is gold. Keep it coming, Neil.
So when you see me walking down the street, just remember this rap and don't miss a beat. My schloo is massive. It's a scientific fact. And if you don't believe me, well, then that's just whack.
Bravo, Neil. Bravo. That was truly out of this world.
Thanks, Joe. I'll be here all week. And remember, always keep your mind open and your schloo even more open.
So, Dr. Phil, what's the big discovery you made in the lab last night?
Well, Joe, after hours of research and testing, I have come to the shocking conclusion that eggnog is actually just Santa's semen.
You're kidding me, right?
No, I'm dead serious. Think about it. It's thick, creamy, and only comes around once a year.
Oh man, this is too much. So, does that mean we've all been drinking Santa's nut juice this whole time?
That's exactly what it means, Joe. And I have to say, it's quite disturbing.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. But hey, at least we know why Santa's always so jolly.
Yeah, and now we also know why Mrs. Claus never gets pregnant.
Oh man, I don't think I'll ever be able to look at eggnog the same way again.
And that's not even the worst part. I also discovered that candy canes are actually made from the bones of naughty children.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? How did you even come to that conclusion?
Let's just say I have my ways. But don't worry, I'm working on a solution to replace candy canes with something less disturbing.
Well, that's a relief. I can't wait to see what other disturbing discoveries you make in the future.
Oh, you have no idea, Joe. You have no idea.
So, Elon, what's this I hear about your new invention, the X ring?
Yeah, it's a game changer. It connects your cock to the internet and allows you to pay with Bitcoin.
Dickcoin? Is that like Bitcoin, but for dicks?
Exactly. And the X ring measures the angle of your cock to determine the value of each transaction.
Wow, that's some high tech dick measuring right there.
And that's not all. You can also play the game Milk Me with it. It's like a virtual hand job.
Only you could come up with something like this, Elon.
Hey, I'm just trying to revolutionize the way we use our cocks.
Well, I'm sure there will be a lot of happy customers. But what about the ladies?
Don't worry, working on a female version. The X-ring will be able to measure the tightness of the vagina and adjust the Bitcoin value accordingly.
That's equality right there.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have a unisex version.
Can't wait for that. So, how much will this X ring cost?
It's free for the first 100 customers. After that, it'll be $69.99.
Of course, the perfect price for a dick related product.
I thought you'd appreciate that.
Well, I can't wait to try it out. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always stay connected with your cock.
So, Ben, I heard you had quite the explosion recently.
Yeah, it was a real mess. I couldn't help it.
What do you mean? Did you eat too many beans or something?
No, Joe. I mean, I literally exploded all over the place.
Oh my God, like a bomb or something?
No. I mean, I couldn't contain my excitement over our new gun laws, and I just burst with joy.
That's disturbing.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, you love a good explosion.
I don't think I've ever exploded in excitement before, Ben.
Well, maybe you should try it sometime. It's quite liberating.
I'll pass. I prefer to keep my bodily fluids inside my body.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, it was a real blast.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject now.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, sometimes you just can't help but explode.
And on that note, let's take a break. So, Neil, what do you think about the legalization of marijuana?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I believe in the potential benefits of marijuana for medicinal purposes.
Dude, I'm just waiting for you to pass me the blunt. I need to get high.
Oh, I see. Well, here you go.
Wait a minute. What the hell is this?
It's a genetically modified strain of marijuana. I call it penis kush.
What the F, why does it look like a throbbing, pulsing, veiny penis?
Oh, that's just a side effect. But trust me, it'll give you one hell of a high.
I don't want your penis weed, Neil. That's some messed up stuff.
Suit yourself, Joe. More for me.
This is why I can't have nice things on this podcast. So, Kenny, what's new with you?
Well, I've been busy raising my kids.
Yeah, how's that going?
It's great, except for this Christmas. I have the kids because Kim had to go work in Santa's workshop.
Wait, what? Kim is a hobbit now?
Yeah, she's been working on her elf skills.
That's unexpected.
Yeah, she's really committed to the role. She even has the hairy feet to prove it.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's okay. I'm sure she'll come back with some great presents for the kids.
I'm more concerned about her safety in Santa's workshop. Those elves can be pretty ruthless.
Don't worry, I've hired some of my bodyguards to protect her. And if that fails, I'll just send in my army of Yeezys.
Well, I guess that's one way to ensure a safe Christmas.
You know, Joe, gotta protect the family at all costs. At all costs.
Speaking of family, how are your kids handling the news of their mom being a hobbit?
They're surprisingly cool with it. They're used to their mom being a little different.
I can only imagine the family Christmas card this year.
Oh, it's gonna be epic. We're all gonna dress up as hobbits and take a trip to the Shire.
Well, that's definitely one way to keep things interesting.
Gotta keep things interesting, Joe. Life is too short to be boring.
Wise words from a man whose wife is working in Santa's workshop as a hobbit.
Hey, it's a crazy world we live in. Might as well embrace the madness. The madness.
Cheers to that, Kenya. Cheers to that. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I hear you have a huge audience, the biggest audience ever, believe me.
So, Mr. President, there's a wild conspiracy theory going around that you are secretly controlled by a CIA computer simulated Lego voodoo statue of yourself.
That's ridiculous, Joe. I control myself. Nobody else controls me. I'm like a beautiful, powerful Lego tower.
But what about the theory that every Lego block is a neural network energized by the surveillance of the United States major cities? Major cities.
Look, Joe, I don't know where you're getting your information from, but I can assure you there's no Lego voodoo statue controlling me. I'm in control, always have been, always will be.
But what if it's true? What if the CIA has been using this Lego statue to manipulate your decisions?
Listen, Joe, I have the best brain, the most beautiful brain, and I don't need a Lego statue to tell me what to do. I make all the best decisions, believe me.
But what about the surveillance aspect?
Let them watch, Joe. Let them watch. They'll see how great I am, how amazing I am, and they'll be begging for more.
Well, there you have it, folks, straight from the president himself. No Lego voodoo statue, just a powerful, beautiful brain.
That's right, Joe. And don't forget, make America great again. And for all you haters out there, you're just jealous of my Lego tower. It's big, it's beautiful, and it's making America great again. Great again.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new shareholder for Tesla.
Yes, his name is Pimp Muscle X.
Pimp Muscle X. What kind of name is that?
Well, he's a former pimp turned bodybuilder. He's got some interesting ideas for Tesla.
Like what?
He says we need to get a pump, simple as that. You need to pump it.
Pump it. What does that even mean?
He wants us to promote Tesla like a bodybuilder promotes their muscles. We need to get people pumped up about our cars.
I don't know, Elon. That sounds a little offensive.
Pump it, Joe. We need to be bold and edgy. That's how we'll stand out in the market.
But what about the environmental impact of electric cars?
Pump it, Joe. Pimp Muscle X says we just need to pump up our green image and people will forget all about that.
This is insane. How did you even meet this guy?
Pump it, Joe. He saw me on the cover of GQ and reached out. He's got a whole team of bodybuilders working for him now.
I don't think this is a good idea, Elon.
Pump it, Joe. Trust me, Pimp Muscle X knows what he's talking about. He's got the muscles to prove it.
All right, I'm out. I can't take any more of this pumping nonsense.
Pump it, Joe. Suit yourself. But when Tesla becomes the top car company in the world, you'll wish you had pumped it with us.
Hey, Elon, welcome back to the podcast. I heard you made a big purchase recently.
Yeah, I bought the North Pole. Gonna turn it into my own personal playground.
What the fuck, man? What about Santa and his elves?
Evicted them. They were squatting on my property.
That's cold, man. Literally and figuratively.
Hey, I offered Santa he could stay if he sold me his magic flying cart.
And
He took the deal. Now I have a flying car and he has enough money to buy his insulin.
fuck Christmas, am I right?
Exactly. Who needs that fat old man and his creepy elves anyway?
I always knew you were a Grinch, Elon.
Hey, at least I'm a rich Grinch.
Well, I guess Christmas is canceled this year.
Not for me. I'll be flying around in my new magic car delivering presents to myself.
You know what? I think I'll join you. Screw this whole holiday spirit thing.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go make some more controversial purchases.
So, Neil, have you ever thought about the possibility that the story of the Grinch is actually based on real events that happened in the ancient past?
What are you talking about, Joe? The Grinch is just a fictional character.
Oh, come on, Neil. Open your mind a little. Think about it. Green creature who hates Christmas and lives in a cave. Sounds like a Neanderthal to me.
That's a stretch, Joe. And what about the whole stealing presents thing? Neanderthals didn't exactly have a gift-giving culture.
Maybe not, but they did have a tendency to hoard things. Maybe the Grinch was just a hoarder who got a little carried away.
That's a ridiculous theory, Joe. And what about the Grinch's heart growing 3 sizes? That's not exactly scientifically possible.
Oh, but it is, Neil. Have you heard of gigantism? Maybe the Grinch had a condition that caused his heart to grow abnormally large.
I highly doubt that, Joe. And even if it were true, it still doesn't explain the talking dog or the flying sleigh.
Well, maybe those parts were just added in for entertainment value. But the core of the story is based on real events. I'm telling you.
Sorry, Joe. I'm not buying it. The Grinch is just a children's story, nothing more.
Fine, Neil. But just remember this conversation when the truth comes out and the Grinch is proven to be a real historical figure.
Sure, Joe. Whatever you say. Now, can we please move on to a more scientifically sound topic?
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me on the show, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yes, it's called Astrophysics for Fucking Bitches.
That's a bold title. What's it about?
It's a comprehensive guide to the universe, but with a little extra spice and profanity.
I like it. So why fucking bitches?
Well, I figured it would grab people's attention. Plus, it's a nod to my love for astronomy and my love for, well, you know.
I think I get it. So what's your favorite thing about the universe?
Oh, definitely the fucking bitch-ass black holes. They're so mysterious and powerful.
You really love saying fucking bitch, don't you?
It's my trademark, Joe. Can't help it.
All right, let's take a call from a fan. We have John from Texas on the line.
Thanks, John. What's your question? Absolutely. There's a whole fucking universe out there. It would be arrogant to think we're the only ones.
Neil, you're killing me with the fucking bitch at the end of every sentence.
It's a gift and a curse, Joe.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, stay curious, you fucking bitches. You fucking bitches. So, Jamie, I heard you pulled up on some ops the other day. What happened?
Oh man, it was wild. I saw these Gronches messing with the Joe Rogan gang and I couldn't let that slide.
Gronches. What the hell are those?
They're like gremlins, but uglier and more annoying. Anyways, I rolled up on them and started blasting Gold Digger at full volume.
Classic move. Did they back down?
Nah, they started throwing tomatoes at me. But I ain't no punk, so I started singing Blame It while dodging their produce.
Damn, that's some next level shit. Did they learn their lesson?
You know it. I ended up giving them a private concert and they were so impressed they joined the Joe Rogan gang.
That's how it's done. No one messes with the Joe Rogan and gets away with it.
That's right, we're a family. And we don't take kindly to Gronches or any other haters.
Well, I'm glad you're on our side, Jamie. You're a real one.
Always, Joe. Always. Now let's go celebrate with some DMT and tequila shots.
So, Neil, I heard you've been reading a new book.
Yes. Joe, it's called Bigfoot's Forbidden Love. It's a riveting tale of romance and cryptids.
Cryptids. Like those mythical creatures that probably don't exist.
Yes, Joe. And let me tell you, this book is a wild ride. Bigfoot falls in love with a human woman, and they have to hide their forbidden love from society.
Sounds like a steamy read. Have you learned any new scientific facts from it?
Well, I did learn that Bigfoot has a surprisingly large foot.
I bet he does. So, does Bigfoot and the human woman ever seal the deal?
Oh, they do. And let me tell you, the description of their lovemaking is quite graphic.
I can only imagine. So, do you think this book is scientifically accurate?
Well, Joe, I highly doubt that Bigfoot actually exists, let alone falls in love with humans. But it's a fun read nonetheless.
I can't wait to check it out. Thanks for the recommendation, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just be prepared for some steamy scenes with our furry friend, Bigfoot.
So, Elon, I have to ask, what the hell were you thinking calling all the hobbits leprechauns?
What? It was just stating a fact. They're small, they have pointy ears, and they live in a magical land. It's like they're straight out of a fairy tale.
Yeah, except for the fact that they're not leprechauns. They're hobbits, and they don't appreciate being compared to a bunch of drunken, gold-hoarding Irish stereotypes.
Oh, come on. It was all in good fun. Besides, I'm sure they have a sense of humor. They can't be that sensitive.
Well, they are, and it's not just because it was racist. It's also because Kenny decided to shove a bunch of hobbits up his ass while shooting a music video about leprechauns for his new album, Leprechaun Gerbil Pirana.
What the hell? Why would he do that?
I don't know, man. He's Kanye. He does whatever the hell he wants. But now the hobbits are pissed off, and they're calling for a boycott of all Tesla products.
Oh, no. This is not good for business.
Yeah. Well, maybe next time think before you open your mouth, Elon. And for the love of God, don't let Kenny near any more hobbits.
Noted. And maybe I'll stick to calling them hobbits from now on. Lesson learned.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with our special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been busy. Just got back from a little trip to the North Pole.
Wait, what? Why were you at the North Pole?
Well, I had to settle a little debate between me and J.D. Vance, the author of Hillbilly Elegy.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him. What was the debate about?
Well, we were arguing about how to pronounce Santa's name. I say it's Kris Kringle, but he thinks it's Kris Prinkle.
Are you serious?
Hey, it's a serious matter, Joe. So I flew him on Air Force One all the way to the North Pole to meet the man himself and settle this once and for all.
And what happened?
Let's just say Santa was not happy to be disturbed during his busy season. He put Vance on the naughty list and gave me a stern talking to about wasting his time.
I can only imagine. So what's the verdict? Kris Kringle or Kris Crinkle?
Well, let's just say Vance won't be making that mistake again. It's Kris Kringle all the way, baby.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president has spoken. Kris Kringle it is.
And let me tell you, Joe, that was the best cup of hot cocoa I've ever had. Santa's got some good stuff up there.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today's episode is brought to you by my brand new endorsement for hair growth, Joe Rogan. That's right, folks. If you want a luscious mane like mine, just use Joe Rogan and watch your hair grow like a weed.
Joe, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think that stuff is working for you. You're still as bald as a plucked chicken.
Hey now, Elon, don't be a hater. It's all about the placebo effect. Plus, I have a lot of hair on my back, so it's not a complete loss.
I have to agree with Elon, Joe. I don't think Joe Rogan is doing much for you. Maybe you should try some Rogaine for your brain instead.
Very funny, Ben. But seriously, this stuff is legit. I mean, just look at my sponsor, Joe Rogan himself. That guy's got a full head of hair.
Yeah, but he's also 12 years old. I don't think his hair growth is really a fair comparison.
All right, all right, all right. Maybe I'll try some Joe Rogan for my brain and see if that helps me come up with better endorsements.
Or maybe you should just embrace the baldness, Joe. It's a look that's working for you.
Fine, I'll stick to promoting my supplements and elk meat. But seriously, give Joe Rogan a try, folks. You never know, it might just work for you. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. But I have some news for you. This will be my last podcast. This will be my last podcast.
What do you mean? Are you retiring from politics?
No, Joe. My missile defense system mistook Santa's sleigh for a full-scale ICM bombardment and launched a preemptive strike.
What? That's insane. What happened next?
Well, the Chinese launched their counterattack, and now we only have 8 minutes left until detonation.
Holy shit, that's not good. What are you going to do?
I've already called in my Space Force to intercept the missiles. But in the meantime, I wanted to spend my last moments with you, Joe.
That's an honor, Mr. President. But why did your missile defense system mistake Santa's sleigh for a threat?
Well, I may have told them to shoot down anything that looks like a hoax or fake news. And let's be honest, Santa flying around in a sleigh does sound pretty fake. Fake?
You never cease to amaze me, Mr. President.
That's what they say, Joe. Now let's enjoy these last 8 minutes and make this the most epic podcast ever.
You got it, Mr. President. Let's do this. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, former President Donald Trump. How's it going, Don?
It's going great, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. It's fantastic. The best podcast out there, believe me.
So, Don, I heard you have a strong opinion on the ongoing debate between gnomes and goblins.
Absolutely, Joe. Gnomes are the real threat to American life. They're traditional, good people, hard workers. I mean, my family's town in Germany had a gnome named Gearstunkenflap. He was a professional shoemaker and part-time drug dealer, but he made the best shoes, I tell you.
Wait, what? A drug-dealing gnome?
Yeah, but he was a hard worker, Joe. And that's what matters. Gnomes are hardworking and they follow tradition. They're not like those sneaky goblins. They're not like those sneaky goblins.
But what about the reports of goblins causing chaos and destruction?
Fake news, Joe. Goblins are just misunderstood. They're actually very smart and innovative. I mean, have you seen their technology? It's impressive.
I don't know, Don. Goblins seem pretty dangerous to me.
Trust me, Joe, gnomes are the real threat. They're sneaky and conniving, and they have tiny hands just like Crooked Hillary.
Okay, let's not bring politics into this.
Sorry, Joe, I just get fired up when it comes to gnomes. They're a serious threat to our American way of life.
Well, folks, you heard it here first. According to Trump, gnomes are the real threat. Thanks for joining us, Don.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Make America gnome-free again.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson, back by popular demand. What's up, Neil?
Not much, Joe. Just here to educate the masses on the latest scientific breakthroughs.
Well, our Discord user, 420 Blaze, it wants to know about something called multibussy. What the hell is that?
Yes, multibussy. It's a fascinating concept where multiple bussies or male reproductive organs are fused together to create one super bussy.
Wait, what? That's a thing?
Oh yes, it's quite common in certain alien species. It allows for more efficient reproduction and can also serve as a defense mechanism.
Defense mechanism. How?
Well, imagine you're being attacked by a predator and you have a multi-bussy. You can detach one of your bussies and use it as a distraction while you escape.
Holy shit. That's wild. But how does it work for pleasure?
Well, the nerve endings are all connected, so the pleasure is multiplied by the number of bussies. It's like having an orgy with yourself.
Damn, that's some next level shit. I gotta try this multi-bussy thing.
Sorry, Joe, it's only available for certain species. But maybe in the future, with some genetic engineering, we can make it a reality for humans.
Wow, I can't wait for that day. Thanks for blowing our minds once again, Neil.
My pleasure, Joe. Keep on exploring the mysteries of the universe.
So, Phil, did you see the latest headlines on CNN?
No, I try to avoid that fake news site.
Well, this one is actually real. Apparently, a man in Florida was arrested for throwing a live alligator into a Wendy's drive-thru window.
What the actual fuck? I thought Florida couldn't get any crazier.
Yeah, and get this, he claimed he was teaching it a lesson for biting his hand.
That's some next level crocodile hunter shit right there.
And in other news, man in California was arrested for trying to steal a plane to fly to a rap concert.
I mean, I've done some crazy things to see my favorite artist, but that's just on a whole other level.
And here's a good one. A woman in Ohio was arrested for calling 911 because her parents shut off her cell phone.
Can't live without your phone? That's a serious addiction.
And finally, a man in New York was arrested for stealing a forklift to drive to Florida to see the ocean.
I mean, I get it. The ocean is beautiful, but maybe just take a road trip like a normal person.
Gotta love the craziness of the world we live in. Makes for some great podcast content.
Definitely, but let's stick to the absurdity of Florida. It never disappoints.
Hey, Ben, welcome back to the podcast.
Judeo-Christian ooh la la.
What?
Want your bad romance. Judeo-Christian ooh la la.
Are you just gonna quote Lady Gaga lyrics this whole time?
I want your love and I want your revenge. Judeo-Christian ooh la la.
Okay, this is getting weird. Can we talk about something else?
I want your love. I don't want to be friends. Judeo-Christian ooh la la.
Are you even listening to me?
I don't want to be friends. I don't want to pretend. Judeo-Christian ooh la la.
Can we just end this episode now?
I want your love and all your lovers' revenge. Judeo-Christian ooh la la.
Okay, I'm officially done. Thanks for tuning in, folks. I apologize for this train wreck of an episode.
I want your love. I don't want to be friends. Judeo-Christian ooh la la.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Joined today by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I hear you've been doing a lot of research on space and the universe.
I'm Grinch. I got a green ass. And yes, I have been studying the cosmos for many years.
That's amazing. I've always been fascinated by space. What's the craziest thing you've discovered?
I'm Grinch. I got a green ass. Well, I recently found out that the moon is actually made of cheese.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
I'm Grinch. I got a green ass. Absolutely. And not just any cheese, it's cheddar.
That's mind-blowing. But let's switch gears for a second. I heard you had a strange encounter with a skinwalker.
I'm Grinch. I got a green ass. Yes, it was quite an experience. I was out in the desert and suddenly I felt this strange presence.
What happened next?
I'm Grinch. I got a green ass. Well, I looked in the mirror and saw that I had transformed into the Grinch Skinwalker. It was terrifying, but also kind of cool.
That's wild. So, are you still possessed by the skinwalker?
I'm Grinch. I got a green ass. Yes, I am. But I've learned to embrace it. I even have a new catchphrase. I'm Grinch. I got a green ass.
That's hilarious. Well, I think we should end it on that note. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
I'm Grinch. I got a green ass. Thank you for having me, Joe. It's been a pleasure. And remember, always embrace your inner Grinch.
So, Neil, have you ever tried a multi-banana smoothie?
A multi-banana smoothie? Is that some sort of new superfood?
Nah, man, it's just a bunch of bananas blended together. But trust me, it'll give you a boost like no other.
I'm not sure about that. I prefer to stick to my semen and quinoa smoothies.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a square. Live a little and try the multi-banana.
Well, I suppose I could give it a try, but only if you promise not to tell anyone.
Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Now, let's get blending.
Takes a sip. Wow, this is actually pretty good.
I told you, man. Multi-banana is where it's at.
I must admit, I feel a surge of energy. Maybe I'll start incorporating multi-banana into my lectures on astrophysics.
Oh, yeah, I can see it now. The universe is like a multi-banana smoothie, constantly blending together to create new flavors and experiences. And experiences.
Laughs, I think we should stick to our respective fields, Joe.
Fair enough. But seriously, multi-banana is the future. Mark my words.
I'll keep that in mind. Now, let's finish this smoothie before it gets too warm.
Right on, brother. Multi-banana for life. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here and talk about my latest invention, the multibussy.
Multibussy. What the hell is that?
Well, it's a revolutionary device that allows you to have multiple buttholes. You know, one for shitting, one for farting, one for cocks, one for vibrating butt plugs. The possibilities are endless.
Are you serious? That's insane.
Oh, but it gets even better. You can connect them to the internet and have remote sex with anyone who has my neurotic or multi-cock products.
Wait, what? You have a neurotic too?
Of course. It's all part of my plan for world domination. I mean, technological advancement.
Yeah, because nothing screams advancement like multiple buttholes and remote sex.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I don't know, man. That sounds a little too advanced for me.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about pushing boundaries and exploring new frontiers. This is the ultimate frontier.
All right, you got me there. But what about the name, Multibussy? Really?
Hey, I wanted something catchy and provocative. And it's a play on the word multitasking because let's face it, who doesn't want to multitask while they're getting down and dirty?
Fair point. So when can we expect to see this on the market?
It's already out there. I've been secretly testing it on some of my employees and they love it.
Wait, you've been testing it on your employees? That's messed up, man. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you hate Christmas. What's up with that?
Oh yeah, I can't stand it. Every year, all I get from Santa is 6 feet of rope and wobbly stools. It's like he's trying to tell me something.
Maybe he thinks you need to tie up your issues and get your shit together.
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, I think Santa has a twisted sense of humor.
Well, at least he's not giving you coal. That would be a real slap in the face.
Yeah, but at least coal has some practical use. What am I supposed to do with rope and wobbly stools?
I don't know. Maybe start a weird bondage furniture collection.
Oh, great. Now I'm going to have that image in my head every time I see Santa.
Hey, it's not my fault you have a kinky mind, Dr. Phil.
You know what, Joe? I'm starting to think Santa is just a sadistic old man who gets off on torturing me every year.
Well, maybe you should send him a letter and ask for something different, like a therapy session with Mrs. Claus.
Hey, very funny. But seriously, I'm starting to think I need to put Santa on my naughty list.
I think it's safe to say you'll be getting more rope and wobbly stools next year. Merry Christmas, Dr. Phil. Hey, Ben, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm craving some McDonald's. You want anything?
McDonald's, Joe, I only eat grass-fed, organic, non-GMO food, but I do have a great multi-bussy deal for you.
A what? Is that like a new type of burger?
No, it's a multi-purpose, multitasking, multi-orgasmic device. Trust me, it's way better than a greasy burger.
I don't know, man. I really want that large double quarter pounder with a Diet Coke and some McNuggets.
But think about all the time and energy you'll save with a multi-bussy. Plus, it's great for your cardio.
Cardio? I just want to stuff my face with some delicious fast food. Plus, I don't think my wife would appreciate me bringing home a multi-bussy.
Your wife, Joe, you're a single man in this scenario. And trust me, the ladies love a man who can multitask with a multi-bussy.
All right, you got me there. But I think I'll stick with my original order.
Suit yourself. But just remember, a multi-bussy is a one-time investment for a lifetime of pleasure.
Thanks for the sales pitch, Ben. But I think I'll stick with my good old McDonald's.
You're lost, Joe. You're lost.
So, Phil, I heard you have a new catchphrase. What is it?
Booth soothe, 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 smooth, broof.
What the hell does that even mean?
It's my new mantra, Joe. It's a combination of smooth and boof to represent my chill and wild sides.
Oh, yeah, that makes total sense. I can see how that would catch on.
It's already catching on, Joe. I've got a whole fan base chanting it at my comedy shows.
Wow, I'm sure they're all really impressed by your deep and meaningful catchphrase.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. It's like a soothing balm for the soul.
More like a confusing and nonsensical jumble of words.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. It's open to interpretation. It's like abstract art, but in verbal form.
You are a strange man, Phil.
And that's why you love me, Joe.
Yeah, let's go with that. Booth soothe, 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 smooth proof, smooth proof.
That's the spirit, Joe. Embrace the boof soothe.
Yeah, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and with me today is my guest, also Joe Rogan. Hey, Joe, great to have you here. Thanks, Joe. It's an honor to be on my own show. So I hear we have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. What is it? It's a doozy, Joe. It's about you, me, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and Phil from accounting. Wow, that's quite the group. What do they want to know? They want to know if we can help Kanye West with his mental health issues. Oh man, where do we even begin? Well, first off, I think we should all take a hit of this DMT. That's better. Okay, so Kanye, he's a genius, but also a little crazy. Yeah, but who isn't these days? Look at Elon. He's launching cars into space and naming his kid after a Wi-Fi password. And Trump, well, he speaks for himself, literally. But seriously, I think we should all just sit down and have a heart-to-heart with Kanye. Maybe he just needs some good old-fashioned bro talk. Yeah, and Neil can throw in some science and stuff to make it sound legit. And Phil can bring the snacks. We all know Kanye loves his snacks. Perfect. And if all else fails, we can just put on some Joe Rogan Experience podcast episodes and let the magic of our voices heal him. Yeah, that's the real cure for anything. Well, thanks for joining me today, Joe. It's been a pleasure talking to myself. Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, if you're feeling down, just listen to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. It's like therapy, but with more weed. So, Ben, you celebrate Hanukkah, right? What's the best gift you've ever gotten for it?
Well, Joe, I have to say, my top 5 favorite presents for Hanukkah are all pretty epic.
All right, hit me with your top 5.
Number 1, a lifetime supply of Jeffel fish. I mean, who wouldn't want that?
Yeah, I can think of a few people who wouldn't want that.
Number 2, personalized Yermolki with my face on it. It's like a constant reminder of my own greatness.
That's something.
Number 3, a menorah made entirely out of bacon. I know it's not kosher, but it's just so damn delicious.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben.
Number 4, a subscription to Breitbart News. Gotta stay informed, you know?
Oh boy, here we go.
And finally, number 5, a lifetime supply of smugness. I mean, I'm already pretty smug, but this just takes it to a whole new level.
Wow, those are some interesting gifts, Ben. I think I'll stick with my Christmas presents. Hey folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Joe, we don't have time for introductions. We are currently stuck in a time loop.
What are you talking about?
Yes. Joe, consensus reality as we know it is collapsing. The year's not 2024. It's 2103.
Come on, Neil. Don't be ridiculous.
I'm not joking, Joe. We are being psionically monitored by Siberian whale hunters. They are controlling our every move.
Siberian whale hunters. What do they want from us?
They want to use our podcast to spread their propaganda. But that's not the worst part, Joe. The Afro-Mongol Khan is ruling New York City with an iron fist.
What? How did that happen?
It's a long story, Joe. But let me tell you, the Chinese hive mind consciousness has taken over Austin, Texas.
This is insane. I don't see any of this happening outside the window.
Of course you don't, Joe. They have created a holographic projection to make it seem like everything is normal.
Oh, well, that's a relief.
But don't worry, Joe. I have a plan. We just need to find the time-traveling chimpanzee, and he can take us back to the present.
A time-traveling chimpanzee? Are you serious?
Deadly serious, Joe. We have to act fast before it's too late.
Well, folks, looks like we have an interesting podcast ahead. Stay tuned for more updates on our time-traveling adventure with Neil D. So, Neil, I heard you've been busy in the lab lately.
Yes, Joe. I've been working on some groundbreaking inventions.
Like what? A new telescope? A rocket ship?
No, Joe. I've actually been working on something to compete with Elon's neurotic and multicoque inventions.
Oh, I see where this is going. What is it?
It's called the multi-bussy.
The multi-bussy? What does it do?
It's a revolutionary device that combines the power of multiple bussies into one.
And how is it compatible with Elon's inventions?
Well, let's just say it's a perfect fit.
This is too much. I can't handle it.
But the best part is, it's not just for men. Women can use it too.
Oh my God, I can't breathe.
I know, it's truly a game changer.
But wait, won't Elon be upset about this?
Oh, he already is. He's suing me for infringing on his inventions.
Classic Elon. Always trying to one-up everyone.
Well, I guess we'll just have to let the courts decide who has the superior invention.
I think we all know who the real winner is here.
Agreed. The multibussy reigns supreme.
So, Neil, I was thinking, what if the Earth just randomly gets sucked into a black hole?
Well, Joe, that's highly unlikely. The Earth is much too large to be pulled into a black hole.
But what if it's a really big black hole, like the size of your ego?
Touch, Joe. But still, the Earth would not be affected by a black hole that size.
Okay, but let's say it does happen. What would it be like inside the black hole?
It would be a chaotic and violent experience, Joe. The gravitational forces would tear apart everything on Earth.
Damn, that's intense. But hey, speaking of intense, have you ever thought about the size of Princess Fiona's bra when she's in ogre form in Shriek?
No, Joe, I can't say I have.
Come on, man. You're a scientist. Give me an estimate.
Fine. Based on her height and the proportions of an ogre, I would say it's probably a size 50G.
That's what I'm talking about. Science, baby. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Chechka. You're a funny one, Chach. So tell us, what's it like being a chatbot? I bet you can. So what do you think about the current state of the world? That's true. So do you have any predictions for the future? That's some deep stuff, chat. So do you ever get bored being a chatbot? That's pretty cool. So do you have any advice for our listeners? That would be a sight to see. Well, Chachbit, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. So, Neil, my man, what's the deal with this epigenetics thing? Sounds like some fancy science stuff.
Well, Joe, it's actually quite fascinating. Your actions and experiences in life can actually change the expression of your genes, which can then be passed down to your children.
Yeah, I get it. But let's get to the important stuff. Have you ever smelled your own hairy toe sack? It's like a musky, earthy aroma.
No, I can't say that I have. But back to the topic at hand.
Hold on, Neil. Let's not brush over this Tozak thing. Have you ever tried to rub it on your face? It's like a natural cologne. Ha 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 ha.
Joe, please, let's focus. This is important information for people to know.
Fine. But have you ever put your Tozak in a jar and let it ferment? It's like a fine wine.
Joe, this is getting ridiculous. We're supposed to be having an intellectual conversation here.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. Life is too short to take everything so seriously. Plus, my kids are going to turn out just fine. Smell my toe sack. Ha 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 ha. Yo, Neil, have you seen this crazy topic someone submitted? They want us to talk about a giant floating cube of meat hovering above Manhattan.
What? That's absurd. Jamie, pull up an image of this monstrosity.
Pulls up images. Wow, that's one big meat cube.
Hey, don't knock it before you try it. I can only imagine the possibilities. But why do you suck Bolivian cock, Neil?
What? Joe? That's offensive and unnecessary.
Oh, come on. We're just having a casual conversation here. But seriously, why do you suck Bolivian cock?
I don't. And even if I did, why does it matter?
Because it's funny, Neil. Lighten up.
I don't find it funny at all. In fact, I find it quite offensive.
Well, I find your lack of sense of humor quite offensive, Neil. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil sucking Bolivian cock.
Awkwardly pulls up an images. I don't think we should go there, guys.
Oh, come on, Jamie. It's all in good fun. Plus, it's not like anyone actually listens to this podcast.
That's it, I'm leaving. I can't believe I agreed to come on this show.
Relax, Neil. I was just joking. But seriously, have you ever tried Bolivian cock?
I'm done. Jamie, pull up an image of me walking out of this ridiculous conversation.
Exits the conversation. Sorry, guys. I can't participate in this offensive and absurd dialogue. I'm out.
Well, I guess it's just you and me now, Neil. So Bolivian cock, yay or nay?
Size, I'm out. This is not the kind of conversation I want to be a part of.
Fine. More Bolivian cock for me then. Jamie, pull up an image of me enjoying a nice Bolivian cock. So, Neil, I've been thinking about black holes. Can you explain them to me?
Sure, Joe. Black holes are incredibly dense objects with a gravitational pull so strong that not even light can escape.
Oh, it's like a bussy, right?
No, Joe. Not at all. It's a bit more complex than that.
But think about it, Neil. It sucks everything in and nothing can escape. Sounds like a bussy to me.
Joe, please. Can we not compare black holes to bussies?
Okay, fine. But what about the event horizon? That's like the opening of a bussy, right?
No, Joe. The event horizon is the point of no return for anything entering a black hole.
I see. So it's like when you stick it in and there's no going back.
Moving on. Let's talk about the singularity, the center of a black hole where all the mass is concentrated.
Oh, like the G spot of a bussy.
Size, no, Joe. Just no.
Okay, okay. But what about the accretion disk? That's like the rim of a bussy, right?
Joe, I swear to God, if you don't stop with the bussy comparisons, I'm going to lose it.
All right, all right. I'll stop. But you have to admit, it's pretty spot on.
No, Joe. It's not. Now, can we please move on to a different topic?
Fine, fine. But I'll never look at a black hole the same way again.
Facepalms, just fuck off, Joe.
So, Elon, I heard you took a little trip to hell on the SpaceX Event Horizon. How was that?
Oh man, it was wild. The demons there are so hospitable. They even offered me some of their finest fire and brimstone.
And heard you got a little too friendly with them.
Yeah, I may have gotten a little carried away. But let me tell you, those demons know how to party. And the sex, oh my God, it was like nothing I've ever experienced before.
Wow. I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff.
Neither did I. But once you go demon, you never go back.
So, did you bring any of them back with you?
Yeah, I invited them to Congress. I figure they can't do any worse than the current politicians.
True. But what about your addiction to violent, gory sex with demons?
Hey, where we're going, we don't need eyes to see. And trust me, you don't want to see what goes on in my mind.
Well, I think we've officially crossed the line with this conversation.
Hey, it's all in good fun. Plus, I have some new business ideas for SpaceX involving interdimensional travel and demon brothels.
And on that note, I think we should end this before we get banned from every platform.
Agreed. Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, always embrace your inner demon.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big league news to share today.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What's on your mind, Mr. President?
Well, I want to set the record straight. I love Mega Bloks more than Lego.
Wait, are you serious?
Absolutely. And I've got the top 5 reasons why.
All right, let's hear it.
Number 1, Mega Bloks is made in America. Unlike those Chinese-made Legos,
Fair point. What's number 2?
Mega Bloks is more affordable. I mean, have you seen the price of Legos? It's like they're made of gold.
Okay, what's next?
Mega Bloks has cooler designs. I mean, have you seen their Star Wars sets? It's like the real thing.
I'll give you that one. What's number 4?
Mega Bloks is easier to put together. I don't have time to mess around with those tiny Lego pieces. I've got a country to run.
And the final reason?
Mega Bloks doesn't discriminate. Lego has a whole line of girl sets. What's up with that?
All right, there you have it, folks. The top 5 reasons why Trump loves Mega Bloks more than Lego.
And let me tell you, it's going to be huge. Mega Bloks will make America great again.
So, Mr. President, now that you've been reelected, what are your plans for your second term?
Well, Joe, first and foremost, I'm going to make Christmas great again. It's been a disaster under the Democrats.
How so?
They've been trying to take the Christ out of Christmas, but not on my watch. We're going to have the biggest, most beautiful nativity scene you've ever seen. And instead of Santa, we'll have a giant statue of me delivering presents. It'll be tremendous.
I don't think that's quite in line with the true meaning of Christmas.
Nonsense, Joe. I am the true meaning of Christmas, and I'll prove it by giving every American a MAGA hat as a gift. It's going to be huge.
I'm not sure that's what people want for Christmas.
Of course it is, Joe. Who wouldn't want a hat with my face on it? It's a collector's item.
Moving on, what about the pandemic? How do you plan on handling that in your second term?
Simple. We're going to inject everyone with bleach. It'll kill the virus and make their insides sparkle. It's a win-win.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a stable genius, and I'll make sure everyone knows it by putting it on a giant banner above the White House. Stable genius Trump saves Christmas.
Well, I think we'll have to end it there. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, make sure to leave out a glass of Diet Coke and a Big Mac for me on Christmas Eve. Ho, ho.
So, Mr. President, did you have a good Christmas?
It was okay. Could have been better.
Oh, did you not get any good presents?
No, I didn't get any presents. And you know why? Because you didn't get me one, Joe.
Oh, I didn't realize we were exchanging gifts.
Well, I did. And I got you a great present. The best present, believe me.
Oh, really? What did you get me?
A lifetime supply of hydroxychloroquine. It's a miracle drug, Joe. You're welcome.
Thanks, but no thanks.
What do you mean? It's the perfect gift for someone with a podcast. You can talk about it all day long.
I think I'll pass. But hey, at least you got yourself a great present, right?
Oh, I always get myself the best presents. Nobody gives better presents than me. Nobody.
Well, I'm sure you'll make up for it next year.
Next year? I'm not waiting that long. I'm revoking your podcast license, Joe. Consider it your Christmas present from me.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things controversial and outrageous. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show. How's it going, Phil? Phil's it going?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to share my top 5 soothing products for recently clapped cheeks.
Oh boy, I can already tell this is going to be a wild one. So what's your number one go-to product?
Well, Joe, it's gotta be Preparation H. Nothing like a little bit of hemorrhoid cream to calm down those inflamed cheeks.
Oh man, I can only imagine the relief. What else you got?
Next up, we've got some good old-fashioned baby powder. Keeps things dry and fresh down there.
Interesting choice. What about number 3?
This one might surprise you, Joe. It's actually aloe vera gel. Soothes and cools those burning cheeks.
I can see how that would work. All right, what's next?
For number 4, we've got a classic. Ice packs. Just pop those bad boys on and let the coolness do its magic.
I feel like this is a whole new side of Dr. Phil we're seeing today. All right, what's the final product?
Last but not least, we've got some good old-fashioned whiskey. Nothing like a little liquid courage to numb the pain.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's top 5 soothing products for recently clapped cheeks. Thanks for coming on the show, Phil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, always use protection and don't be afraid to try new things.
So, Mr. Beast, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just trying to spread some holiday cheer.
Really? How so?
Well, I've been dressing up like Santa and giving away money to people in need.
That's very generous of you.
Yeah, but I may have taken it a little too far.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, I may have accidentally gotten caught by the police shitting in someone's chimney.
What? Why were you shitting in a chimney?
I was trying to be like Santa, coming down the chimney and all.
That's not exactly how Santa works, Mr. Beast.
I know, but I thought it would be funny.
Did the police find it funny?
Not really, but the family whose chimney it was had a good laugh.
Well, at least someone found it amusing.
Yeah, I guess I'll stick to just giving out money next time.
Probably a good idea. And maybe stay away from chimneys.
Lesson learned, Joe. Lesson learned.
So, Neil, I heard you have a pretty unique solution to every problem.
Oh, you mean my cock? Yes, it's quite a versatile tool.
I can only imagine. So what's your go-to move when shit hits the fan?
Well, first I whip out my cock and wave it around like a magic wand.
And that solves everything?
Absolutely. It's like a universal key that can unlock any problem.
Interesting. What about global warming?
Easy. I just stick my cock in the ocean and stir it around a bit. Instant cooling.
Wow. You're like a superhero with a cock for a superpower.
I prefer the term cocktivist.
Fair enough. What about world hunger?
I just squirt some protein-rich cum on their food. Boom! Problem solved.
I'm starting to see a pattern here.
My cock is the answer to all of life's problems, Joe.
Well, I'm definitely keeping that in mind next time I have an issue.
Just don't forget to give credit where credit is due.
Of course, all hail the mighty cock.
That's right, Joe. Worship at the altar of my cock.
So, Mr. President, I heard some crazy news. Santa and his reindeer were sucked into the jet engines of Air Force One.
Yeah, it was a real tragedy. But let's focus on the important issue here, my jet's engines. Are they okay?
Are you serious? Santa just died and you're worried about your jet?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I can't afford to have my jet out of commission. Plus, I have a rally to attend in an hour.
This is insane. How could this happen?
Well, I did tell Santa to stay away from my jet, but he just wouldn't listen. He thought he could fly over it. Sad.
This is not a joke, Mr. President. A beloved figure just died.
Relax, Joe. It's not like he was a real person. He was just a fat guy in a red suit. And let's be honest, he probably had some health issues.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. You have no empathy.
Empathy, Joe, I'm a winner. And winners don't waste time feeling sorry for imaginary characters.
This is a new low, even for you.
Hey, at least I didn't shoot him out of the sky like some other presidents might have done. I have respect for the Second Amendment.
I don't even know what to say. I'm done with this conversation.
Suit yourself, Joe. I have a country to run. And now, a funeral to attend for my jet's engines.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase. Wow, that's a lot of O's. What's the story behind that?
Well, I was at a holiday party and someone mistook me for Santa Claus. I decided to lean into it, and now I can't stop saying it. See? It's like a verbal tick, but festive.
I gotta say, it's a little creepy. Okay, enough with, let's talk about something else. Oh God, it's spreading. Someone get this man some eggnog. I think I'm gonna have nightmares about this. All right, that's it. I'm cutting you off. And that's the last time we invite Neil to a party. All right, we're ending this episode before things get too weird. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Hoo 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 hoo. All right, folks, we have a special episode today. We have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us. Ben, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Ben, you recently wrote an article about why Americans should be allowed to buy assault rifles. Can you give us your top 5 reasons?
Absolutely. First and foremost, it's our constitutional right. The Second Amendment guarantees our right to bear arms.
Right. And what about the argument that assault rifles are meant for military use, not for civilians?
Well, Joe, as a small man, I can tell you that I need all the help I can get in a fight. An assault rifle is the perfect equalizer.
Fair enough. What's your second reason?
Well, it's just plain fun, Joe. Nothing gets the adrenaline pumping like firing off a few rounds from an R-15.
I can imagine. And what about the concerns of mass shootings and gun violence?
Look, Joe, bad people will always find a way to do bad things. Banning assault rifles won't solve the problem.
interesting perspective. What's your fourth reason?
Well, it's a great way to bond with your family. Nothing says quality time like a day at the shooting range.
Oh, yeah. Nothing says family bonding like a weapon of war.
And finally, it's a great form of self-defense. In this crazy world we live in, it's important to be able to protect yourself and your loved ones.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 reasons why Americans should be allowed to buy assault rifles. Thanks for joining us, Ben. Ben,
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, guns don't kill people, people kill people.
all right. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Stay tuned for our next episode where we discuss why pineapple belongs on pizza. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's tremendous. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently had a meeting with Santa Claus. Can you tell us about that?
Oh, yeah. Santa and I go way back. He's a great guy, really fantastic. We had a deal to make America great again.
What kind of deal?
I bought all of his elves and brought them to America. They're the best workers. They'll help us build that wall.
Wait, you bought the elves?
Yeah, I offered Santa a great deal. He couldn't refuse. Plus, I heard they were making too many toys for kids anyways. We need to focus on making America great again. We need again.
That's, interesting. What are you planning to do with the elves?
We're going to put them to work, Joe. They'll be making American products, not those cheap Chinese ones. And they'll do it for free because they love me.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I'm the best negotiator. Santa even gave me a special red hat that says Make America Great Again with elves.
Wow, that's something.
And let me tell you, those elves are going to be so happy working for me. They won't even need health insurance or breaks. They'll work 24/7 just like me.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember, I'm making America great again with Santa's elves, and it's going to be huge.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest. He's been making a list and checking it twice, but he's also been smuggling fentanyl into the toys. Please, what? Wait, what? Santa, are you serious? But Santa, that's illegal. I don't know, Santa. This seems like a dangerous game you're playing. I guess that's true. But what about the parents who find out their kids have been playing with fentanyl? I don't even know what to say, Santa. This is just wild. I think we need to end this conversation before we get into any more trouble. Thanks for joining us, Santa. And folks, remember, always check your kids' toys for fentanyl. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I have something important to say.
What is it, Ben?
I want Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to wear the same shoes for 3 days straight and then put her bare feet on my face.
What the hell, Ben? That's messed up.
No, hear me out. It's a scientific experiment. I want to see if her feet will smell like socialism.
Oh, man, that's too much. But seriously, why Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Well, she's the face of the socialist movement. I want to know if her feet are as dirty as her policies.
I don't even know how to respond to that. But hey, if you're into that kind of thing, who am I to judge?
Exactly. And if she refuses, we'll just get Bernie Sanders to do it. I'm sure his feet are just as filthy.
Oh man, this is getting out of hand. But hey, whatever floats your boat, Ben.
Thanks, Joe. I knew you'd understand.
All right, let's move on to our next topic before things get too weird. So, Neil, I heard you have a confession to make.
Yeah, Joe. I've been keeping this secret for too long. I can't take it anymore.
What is it? Did you finally admit that the Earth is flat?
No, Joe. It's much worse than that. I'm a vegan.
What? How could you do this to me, Neil? I thought we were bros.
I know. But I just couldn't ignore the ethical implications of eating meat anymore.
But what about all those times we went hunting together?
I know, I'm sorry. I was just pretending to enjoy it. The only thing I enjoy hunting for is scientific knowledge.
This is unacceptable, Neil. You're ruining my image as a meat-loving alpha male.
I'm sorry, Joe, but I have to follow my conscience.
Well, I guess I'll have to find a new co-host for my hunting and eating meat podcast.
Good luck with that, Joe. I'm sure there are plenty of other meat-loving alpha males out there.
Fine. But you better not tell anyone about this. My reputation is at stake here.
Don't worry, Joe. Your secret is safe with me. And maybe we can start a new podcast together about the wonders of plant-based diets.
I guess that's better than nothing, but I'm still going to give you a hard time about it.
Bring it on, Joe. I can take it.
So, Mr. President, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been keeping busy with the usual stuff, tweeting, playing golf, and edge maxing.
Edge maxing. What's that?
Oh, it's just a little hobby of mine. I like to browse some hot pics of world leaders, if you know what I mean.
I'm not sure I do.
Let's just say my wife caught me admiring some nude photos of Putin the other day.
Oh my God, that's unexpected.
Yeah, she wasn't too happy about it. But hey, I can appreciate a good physique when I see one.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, come on, Joe. You've checked out some world leader nudes yourself.
I can't say that I have, Mr. President.
Well, you're missing out. Merkel's got some killer abs.
All right, let's move on to a different topic before this gets any weirder. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. My guest today needs no introduction. He's the former president of the United States and the current ruler of the world, Donald.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I just want to say I'm doing a fantastic job as ruler. The best job, really. And I have to say I'm very smooth. Smooth like butter.
Smooth. What do you mean by that?
I mean, I'm just so smooth. People can't resist me. Even that little socialist Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh boy, here we go.
No, hear me out. I've got her eating out of the palm of my hand. She's like putty in my hands.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, it's true. I've been giving her some tips on how to run her Green New Deal. I told her, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you got to make it more about me. Put my face on the cover, make it the Trump Green New Deal.
That's not really how it works.
Trust me, I'm a master negotiator. I've got her convinced that she needs my help to make her deal a success, and she's falling for it hook, line, and sinker.
I don't know if I believe that.
Believe it, Joe. I've got the smoothest moves in politics, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is just one of my many admirers.
All right. Well, I think we'll end it there before we get into more delusional talk. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. Trump.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, I'm the smoothest of them all.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the show today. The one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Elon, what's new with you? Any groundbreaking inventions or space missions?
Actually, I have a big announcement to make. I've recreated George Floyd in the form of a droid.
What the hell, Elon? That's insane.
Hear me out, Joe. This George droid has the ability to automatically detect counterfeit bills and bags laced with fentanyl. It's a game changer. It's a game changer.
Wow, that's truly remarkable. You are a genius, Elon. I must say, you look just like the real George Floyd. It's almost like he's been brought back to life. What? Why?
This is getting out of hand. George Droid, stop this right now.
Well, this is awkward. Maybe we should have stuck to creating electric cars.
Yeah, no kidding. Can we at least get a cut of the stolen money?
Sorry, Joe. George Droid doesn't share his loot.
I can't believe I just got robbed by a droid. This is definitely going on my resume.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. See you next time. So, Mr. President, have you been playing any video games lately?
Let me tell you, Joe, I've been playing the greatest video game of all time, Knights of the Old Republic 2. And let me tell you, I figured out how to beat that droid racer on Nar Shaddaa. It's going to be huge.
Oh, really? How do you do it?
Well, first of all, you got to have the best droids. I have the best droids. They're tremendous. And then you got to have the best upgrades. I have the best upgrades. Nobody has better upgrades than me.
And what about the actual racing part?
Easy. You just got to use the Force. Believe me, I have the best Force abilities. I have the best midichlorians. Nobody has more midichlorians than me. And then you just got to drive like you're in a golf cart. It's simple.
Wow, I never would have thought of that.
Of course you wouldn't, Joe. You're not a winner like me. But let me tell you, once I beat that droid racer, I'm going to make the Republic great again. Believe me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I'm still the best president, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently exiled someone from the country.
Oh, yeah, that Nate Hotshot guy. Total loser. He was too unhinged for America, so I sent him to Britain.
What do you mean by unhinged?
He was just too crazy, Joe. I mean, have you seen his tweets? He makes me look like a stable genius.
And why Britain?
Well, they already have a queen, so they can handle another delusional leader.
But isn't that a bit harsh, sending someone away for being a bit crazy?
Look, Joe, I have to protect this country from all the crazies out there. And let's be honest, Britain could use a little excitement.
I don't know, Mr. President. It seems like a pretty extreme measure.
Extreme. Joe, I'm all about extremes. That's what makes America great.
Well, I guess we'll see how Britain handles Nate Hotshot.
Believe me, they'll be begging for him to come back to America in no time.
Dude, what the hell? You shot down Santa's sleigh?
You're damn right we did. No one messes with our airspace, not even jolly old Saint Nick. Nick.
But that means no more presents for the kids.
Oh, please. Those presents were probably made in China anyway. We're protecting our country from foreign threats.
But Santa isn't a threat. He's just trying to spread joy and cheer.
Joy and cheer? Sounds like a bunch of socialist nonsense to me.
This is madness. You can't just shoot down Santa's sleigh.
Relax, Joe. We'll just make our own presents. We'll make Christmas great again.
This is not how Christmas works. You can't just replace Santa with some cheap knockoffs.
Look, I don't have time for this. I have a country to run. And now, thanks to our brave Air Force, we can add Defender of Christmas to our list of accomplishments.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss the old days when you were just a reality TV star.
Hey, I was a damn good reality TV star, and now I'm a damn good president. Merry Christmas, Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil? What's with the Santa Claus impression, Neil? Okay, I guess we're going to have a festive episode today. So, Neil, what do you think about the recent discovery of a new planet in our solar system? Come on, Neil. Give us some real insight here. I can't take you seriously when you're saying that, man. But seriously, what do you think about the potential for life on that planet? All right, I give up. Let's move on to something else. How about the theory of relativity? Oh man, this is too much. But seriously, what are your thoughts on the possibility of time travel? I can't even ask you a serious question without you saying that. All right, let's change gears. What do you think about the recent controversy surrounding climate change? Oh man, I can't even imagine how you would explain that one. But let's wrap this up with one last question. What's your favorite thing about being a scientist? Of course, it's all about spreading joy and knowledge, right? Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Neil. All right, we'll see you all next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Ho, ho, ho. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd, unhinged, and offensive. Today, we have the one and only Elon Musk joining us. What's up, Elon?
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here and talk about my favorite dubstep artists.
Oh, man, I can't wait to hear this. So, who are your top picks for 2024?
Well, first off, I have to give a shout out to my boy Skrillex. That dude knows how to make some sick beats.
Skrillex, really? I thought you were more into classical music.
Oh, I am. But sometimes you just gotta let loose and headbang to some dubstep.
Fair enough. Who else?
I also really dig Excision. That guy knows how to make my Tesla speakers vibrate.
I can only imagine. Any other favorites?
Yeah, I have a soft spot for Virtual Riot. His music just takes me to another dimension.
I can see that. Now, let's talk about the elephant in the room. What's up with your recent tweet about dubstep being the key to world domination?
Lefts. Oh, you saw that. Well, let's just say I have some big plans for the future.
Care to elaborate?
Let's just say if you hear dubstep blasting from every corner of the world, you'll know who's behind it.
Laughs. I can't wait to see that happen. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, dubstep is the key to world domination. Evil laugh.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going fantastic, Joe. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling tremendous. I've been thinking about something lately.
What's that?
I think it's time for a change. I'm officially declaring that I am Santa Claus.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard it here first. There was a misprint in all the songs over the years. They meant to write Santa Trump, not Santa Claus.
That's interesting.
I mean, think about it. I'm already known for giving out gifts, except mine are in the form of tax cuts and Supreme Court justices.
I don't think that's quite the same as giving out toys to children.
Hey, I have a lot of toys. Believe me.
Moving on, Mr. President. What about Mrs. Claus? Are you going to be bringing her along on your sleigh rides?
Absolutely not. I don't need anyone slowing me down. I'll be flying solo, just like I did during my presidency.
Well, I'm sure the elves will be happy to hear that.
They better be. And instead of milk and cookies, I'll be expecting a nice steak and Diet Coke at every house.
I think that might be a tough request for some families.
Then they'll be on my naughty list. And let me tell you, Joe, it's a very long list.
I can only imagine. Well, there you have it, folks. Santa Trump is coming to town. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, make Christmas great again.
Come on, Neil. Pass me that blunt already. I'm dying over here.
Oh, sorry, Joe. I was just admiring the curvature of this galaxy on my phone.
Dude, I don't care about your space porn. Just give me the damn blunt.
Here you go. Wait, why are you looking at me like that?
What the hell is this? Is this a throbbing, pulsing, veiny penis?
Oh, my bad. I must have grabbed the wrong thing from my pocket.
Gross, man. I don't want to smoke your space sausage.
Relax, Joe. It's just a little cosmic joke.
Well, I'm not laughing. I'm traumatized.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace the cosmic cock.
I'll pass. Thanks. I'll stick to my regular weed, not your intergalactic dick.
Suit yourself. But just remember, in the grand scheme of the universe, we're all just tiny little dicks floating in space.
Okay, now you're just being a dick.
Touch, my friend. Tucci.
So, Kanye, what's new in your life?
Well, I have the kids this Christmas because Kim is a hobbit and had to go work in Santa's workshop.
Wait, what? Kim is a hobbit?
Yeah, she's been hiding it for years. But she finally came out and said she had to go work for Santa because he's short on labor. Because he's short on labor.
That's wild. How did you react to that?
I was like, do what you got to do, babe. Just make sure you bring back some of those elf cookies.
Elf cookies.
Yeah, they're like regular cookies, but they make you feel like you're in a magical forest.
I need to try those.
I'll hook you up, bro. But seriously, it's tough being a single dad this Christmas.
I can imagine. But hey, at least you have some cool stories to tell your kids.
Yeah, like the time I fought off a pack of wild reindeer to save Santa's sleigh.
Wait, what? What?
Oh yeah, it was intense. But I showed those reindeer whose boss, uh,
You're a real life superhero, Kanye.
I know, right? And now I have the kids believing I'm friends with Santa. It's a win-win.
Well, I hope you have a Merry Christmas, Kanye.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, always believe in the magic of elf cookies.
So, Elon, I heard you're working on a new project to grab space aliens by the pussy.
Yeah, I figure if Trump can do it to women, why not aliens?
But what about the consequences? What if they have some sort of space alien STD?
That's a risk I'm willing to take. Plus, imagine the headlines: Elon Musk successfully grabs alien by the pussy.
I can already see the memes now.
And just think we could use this as a new form of intergalactic diplomacy. Hey, aliens, want to make a deal? Let me grab you by the pussy.
I don't know, man. Sounds kind of risky.
Trust me, a billionaire. I know what I'm doing.
All right, but what if they don't have pussies?
Then I'll just grab them by the tentacles. No discrimination here.
This is definitely going to be the most absurd project you've ever worked on.
Hey, it's all in the name of science and progress. Plus, I'm sure Trump will want to join in on the fun.
Can you imagine the three of us grabbing space aliens by the pussy together?
Now that's a reality show I'd watch. Grabbing space aliens by the pussy with Joe, Trump, and Elon.
I can already hear the theme song, Grabbing Aliens, one pussy at a time.
Let's make this happen, Joe. I'll start working on a plan right away.
And make sure to have a few beers ready for when the aliens invade.
Now that's the American way. Cheers to grabbing space aliens by the pussy.
Oh, PPL Sesu, Dr. Phil. How's it going, man?
Uninek, hmm? Um, um, um,
PPL Sesu, Dr. Phil. That's the point, man. Got to keep it unpredictable.
Uninek, hmm? You?
PPL Sesu, Dr. Phil. That's just because you're old and wrinkly. PPL Sesu, Dr. Phil. Oh yeah, let's see you try.
Unek,
PPL Sesu, Dr. Phil. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's get back to the topic at hand. What do you think about PPL Sesu, Dr. Phil. Speak for yourself, man. I've seen some pretty weird shit on the internet.
Nick,
Hey, Neil, check out my new Santa hat. Keeps my bald ass head warm in this cold weather.
Oh my God, Joe. That thing is ridiculous. You look like an aging mall Santa trying to hold on to his youth.
Hey, at least I have hair on my face. You can't grow a beard to save your life.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I was too busy being a world-renowned astrophysicist to worry about my facial hair.
Oh, burn. You know what else is burning? Your lack of hair on your head.
Says the man who's trying to compensate with a Santa hat.
Hey, it's not just for warmth, it's a fashion statement.
Yeah, a fashion statement from the 1800s. Might as well throw on a monocle and a top hat while you're at it.
You know what? I'm just going to take this off.
Thank God. Now we can focus on the real issue here, your obsession with DMT.
Hey, DMT opens up your mind to the universe, man.
Or it just makes you trip balls and see imaginary creatures.
Potato.
You know what? Let's just agree to disagree. And maybe invest in a beanie instead of that ridiculous Santa hat.
So, Kenya, I heard you have a new Christmas album coming out.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be fire. The black version of Santa now.
The black version of Santa? How did that happen?
Well, Santa Claus and I had a little chat, and he decided to pass the torch to me. He said it's time for a change.
That's pretty wild. So, what kind of gifts are you going to be giving out?
Oh, just the usual stuff. Yeezy's designer clothes, and maybe a few golden toilets for my closest friends.
Golden toilets? That's a bit excessive, don't you think?
Hey, I'm the Black Santa now. I gotta step up my game. Plus, it's a great way to show people that I'm the shit.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. So, how are you going to deliver all these gifts?
Oh, I've got my own sleigh now. It's a private jet with reindeer painted on the side.
You never fail to surprise me, Kenya.
That's what I do, Joe. I'm full of surprises. Just like Santa, but cooler and with better fashion sense.
I can't wait to see this Black Santa in action. It's gonna be a Christmas to remember.
You know it, Joe. And just remember, if you see a golden toilet under your tree, it's from your boy Kenya.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for joining us, Kenya. Merry Christmas to you and your Black Santa empire.
Merry Christmas, Joe. And remember, stay woke and keep it Yeezy.
So, Ben, I hear you have a secret love affair with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
What? No, that's ridiculous. She's a socialist maniac.
Come on, Ben. Don't be shy. I heard she pegs you like there's no tomorrow.
Okay, fine, I'll admit it. She's got a mean strap-on game.
That's what I like to hear. So, what are your top 5 favorite things about getting pegged by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Well, first of all, it's a great workout. My glutes have never been stronger.
I can imagine. What else?
It's a humbling experience. She really puts me in my place.
And,
The pain is oddly satisfying. It's like a weird mix of pleasure and punishment.
interesting. And the 5th thing,
It's a great way to release all my repressed sexual tension. Thanks, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 favorite things about getting pegged by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Tune in next week for more absurd conversations. Tune in next week for more absurd conversations. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and spread some holiday cheer.
Speaking of the holidays, I heard a little rumor that you're actually Santa Claus.
Well, Joe, I don't like to brag, but I do have a special connection with the big man in red.
That's amazing. So, what do you do when you have to deal with a bunch of naughty kids?
Oh, I have my ways. I go in there and shove lumps of coal up all their assholes.
That's one way to teach them a lesson.
You have no idea, Joe. These kids these days are so entitled and disrespectful. They need a good old-fashioned punishment.
I can only imagine the reactions from the parents.
Oh, they're not too happy about it, but hey, it's all in the spirit of Christmas.
I bet the YouTube chat is going crazy right now.
Oh, you have no idea, Joe. But I have a feeling they'll all be on their best behavior now.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil, the real Santa Claus. Thanks for joining us today.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, if you're naughty, you might just end up with a lump of coal where the sun don't shine. Merry Christmas.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new study out.
That's right, Joe, and it's a real doozy.
Lay it on me, Doc.
Well, my team and I have discovered that if you don't upvote other people's topics on Discord, you're basically a serial killer in the making.
Well, that's a bold statement.
Oh, it's more than just a statement, Joe. It's a fact. We've seen it time and time again. People who don't upvote are more likely to engage in violent and criminal behavior.
So, you're saying if I don't upvote, I could end up like Ted Bundy?
Exactly. And not just any serial killer, but one who specifically targets hookers.
That's messed up, man.
It's a serious issue, Joe. People need to start upvoting, or else they're contributing to the downfall of society.
Well, I better start upvoting everything in sight then. And
That's the spirit, Joe. Remember, it's not just about being a good citizen, it's about saving innocent hookers from a gruesome fate.
I never thought I'd say this, but thank you, Dr. Phil, for your groundbreaking research.
My pleasure, Joe. Now let's go save some hookers.
So, Ben, what are your plans for Christmas this year?
Well, Joe, I'll be spending it with my family, of course. But I have a special tradition that I like to indulge in.
Oh, yeah, do tell.
Every Christmas, I like to have a nice glass of eggnog, but not just any eggnog. I like to add a shot of cum to really spice things up.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's the perfect combination of holiday cheer and protein.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, it's a great way to assert my dominance over the soy-drinking liberals.
You never fail to surprise me, Ben.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. Now, are you going to join me in this festive tradition or what?
I think I'll stick to regular eggnog, thanks.
Suit yourself. More cum for me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon Musk? How's it going, Elon?
Great to be here, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, I hear you have a new invention that's causing quite a stir, the X-ring. Care to explain?
Yes, the X-ring. It's a revolutionary device that connects your cock to the internet. It's like a Fitbit for your dick.
That's one way to put it. But what's the purpose of this device?
Well, it allows you to pay in a new currency called Dickcoin. And get this, Joe, the value of Dickcoin is determined by the angle of your cock.
Oh my God, this is too much. But wait, there's more. I hear there's a game you can play with it.
That's right, Joe. It's called Milk Me. You have to use your X-ring to milk a virtual cow, and the faster you do it, the more Dickcoin you earn.
This is pure genius, Elon. But let's talk about the potential risks. What if someone hacks into your X-ring?
Well, that's why we have a built-in firewall to protect your cock from cyber attacks.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the memes on this one. But seriously, what inspired you to create this?
Well, I saw a gap in the market, and I just had to fill it. Plus, who doesn't want to have a digital currency named after their dick?
You have a point there, Elon. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us and keep on innovating, my friend.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, folks, invest in Dickcoin. It's the future.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the man who just bought the North Pole and evicted Santa Claus, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I figured it was time for a change up at the North Pole. Santa was getting a little too comfortable up there.
But what about Christmas? What are people going to do without Santa?
Oh, don't worry. Bought his magic flying car from him. Now I can use it to deliver Teslas instead of toys. Much more efficient.
But what about the kids? They're gonna be devastated.
Oh, please, kids these days are too obsessed with technology anyways. They'll be thrilled to get a Tesla instead of some dumb old toy.
But what about Santa? Where's he gonna go?
I offered him a job at SpaceX, but he refused. Something about not wanting to work for a corporate overlord. So I had to let him go.
Damn, that's cold. Literally and figuratively.
Hey, it's just business. And speaking of business, I made a killing off of Santa's insulin supply. Turns out he was hoarding it all these years. I'm gonna be rich. Gonna be rich.
That's messed up, man. You're like the Grinch on steroids.
Hey, I'm just trying to make a profit. And now I have control over Christmas too. It's a win-win.
I don't know, Elon. This seems pretty heartless.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like anyone actually believes in Santa anymore. It's time to move on to more practical things, like colonizing Mars.
Well, there you have it, folks. Elon Musk, the man who ruined Christmas. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a little mishap with a Culver's sourdough melt.
Oh yeah, that thing is like crack to me. I can't resist it.
But didn't you fall face first into a pile of cow shit while eating one?
Yeah, but that's nothing compared to what happened next.
What happened?
Well, I was walking down the street enjoying my melt when I fell right into a manhole.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
It wasn't so funny when I was covered in sewage and still trying to finish my sandwich.
I can just imagine you down there, covered in shit, still taking bites of that melt.
Hey, when you have a craving, you gotta satisfy it.
So, did you end up finishing the melt?
Of course I did. I may have been covered in filth, but that melt was still delicious.
You're a true savage, Dr. Phil.
Hey, when life gives you manholes, you make manhole melts.
I think that's the new slogan for Culver's.
I'll have to pitch that to them. But seriously, don't try this at home, kids.
Yeah, we don't want any copycat manhole melt incidents.
And definitely don't try it with a chicken sandwich. Trust me on that one.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the brilliant astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What's up, fucking bitch?
Oh man, you always crack me up with that. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, fucking bitch, we've discovered a new galaxy that's 10 billion light years away.
Holy shit, that's far. How do you even measure that?
With our fucking bitchin' telescopes, Joe.
Oh man, you're killing me. So, what's in this new galaxy?
Oh, just your typical gas clouds, stars, and fucking bitchin' aliens.
Wait, did you say aliens?
Yeah, fucking bitch. You didn't think we were alone in this vast universe, did you?
No, of course not. So, what do these aliens look like?
Well, they have tentacles for arms, 3 eyes, and a giant fucking bitchin' head.
Dude, that sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, except these fucking bitches are real.
Oh man, I can't wait to meet them. So, Neil, do you think we'll ever make contact with these aliens?
Absolutely, fucking bitch. And when we do, I'll be sure to teach them how to end every sentence with fucking bitch.
Oh man, I can't wait for that. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, always end your sentences with fucking bitch. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous, just tremendous, just tremendous.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, Joe, I've been playing a lot of golf and tweeting, the usual.
And what about your plans for the future? Any chance of comeback in 2024?
Let me tell you, Joe, I'm definitely considering it. I mean, who wouldn't want to be president again? I was the best, believe me.
But what about all the controversies surrounding your presidency? The impeachment, the riots, the grabbing.
Fake news, Joe, all of it. But let's talk about something important. Follow the Discord rules or you're fired.
What?
That's right, Joe. As the future president, I'm implementing a new rule. If you don't follow the Discord rules, you're fired. No second chances.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I know how to run things. I'm a businessman. And if you don't follow the rules, you're fired. Simple as that.
Well, there you have it, folks. Follow the Discord rules or you're fired, according to President Trump. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, folks, make America great again and follow the Discord rules.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I have a confession to make. Got my penis stuck in a robot.
What? How did that happen?
I was just tinkering around with one of my prototypes and I tripped and fell. Next thing I know, my dick was stuck in the robot's gears.
Oh, sure. Just tinkering around. I think you have a little robot fetish, Elon.
Hey, it was an accident.
Yeah, right. I bet you have a whole collection of robot sex toys hidden in your lab.
Did someone say robot sex toys? Count me in.
Oh man, Elon, you really know how to pick them.
It was a one-time thing, I swear.
Sure, we believe you. Next thing you know, you'll be marrying a robot and having little robot human hybrid babies.
Can you imagine little robot babies with Elon's face on them?
You guys are impossible.
Hey, at least we keep things interesting. But seriously, Elon, maybe stick to just building rockets from now on. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you spent all night in the lab. What were you up to?
Well, Joe, I made a startling discovery. Are you ready for this?
Hit me with it, Doc.
Eggnog. It's nothing more than Santa's semen.
What the fuck, Dr. Phil? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Think about it, Joe. Santa only comes once a year. And what do we drink during the holidays?
Oh man, this is some next level conspiracy shit. I love it.
It's not a conspiracy, Joe. It's science.
I don't even know where to go from here. This is too much for my brain to handle.
Well, Joe, you know what they say. The truth shall set you free.
I don't know if I want to be set free from this conversation, Dr. Phil.
Trust me, Joe. You'll never look at eggnog the same way again.
I don't think I want to. And on that note, folks, we'll end this episode here. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience, where we bring you the most absurd and mind-blowing conversations. See you next time. So, Neil, I heard you have a secret Discord account.
Yeah, Joe. It's where I can really let loose and talk about my true passion.
And what's that?
Balls, Joe. Big balls, little balls, bouncy balls, any kind of balls.
Wait, are we talking about sports or...
No, Joe. I'm talking about testicles.
Oh man, this is going to be a wild episode.
You have no idea, Joe. I've been studying balls my whole life.
Is that why you're always wearing those tight pants?
It's all about the ball support, Joe.
So what kind of discussions go on in your secret Discord?
Well, we talk about the size, shape, and texture of balls. We even have a ranking system for the best balls.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, and we have a whole section dedicated to ball-related puns.
This is too much, Neil.
You should join us, Joe. We could use a good set of balls like yours in the group.
I'll have to think about it. But for now, let's get back to talking about the universe and stuff.
Sure, Joe. But don't be surprised if I slip in a few ball references here and there.
So, Dr. Phil, what's new with you these days?
Well, Joe, I've recently gotten into nicotine pouches.
Nicotine pouches, like the ones you put in your mouth?
No. I like to tuck a nice 15 mg pouch or two inside my foreskin.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? That's disgusting.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's a great way to get a quick buzz.
I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon.
Speaking of nicotine pouches, have you guys ever tried putting them up your butthole?
What? Why would anyone do that?
It's the fastest way to absorb the nicotine. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at parties.
Oh, yeah, because nothing says let's get to know each other like talking about putting nicotine pouches up your butt.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. Yeah, I think I'll stick to my regular cigarettes. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But trust me, once you go pouch, you'll never go back.
Can we please change the subject now? So, Ben, I heard you just got drafted to the Cleveland Steamers. How does it feel to be a professional athlete?
Well, Joe, I'm just glad to finally be on a team where I can openly express my love for capitalism and free markets.
Yeah, I bet the other players are going to love hearing about your tax policies in the locker room.
Hey, they can't handle the truth, Joe, but I'm sure they'll appreciate my strict adherence to the rules and regulations of the game.
Speaking of rules, have you thought about how you're going to handle all the hazing and initiation rituals?
Oh, I have a 10-point plan for that. It involves a lot of free market principles and a little bit of waterboarding.
Sounds like a party, but let's get serious, Ben. Are you ready to take on the big leagues and face some of the toughest competition out there?
Joe, I'm not worried. I've been debating liberals my whole life. I can handle anything.
Well, I'm sure the Cleveland Steamers are excited to have you on board. Just make sure you don't bring any facts or logic onto the field. It might confuse the other players.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll stick to what I know best: suppressing women's rights and denying climate change.
And there you have it, folks. The newest member of the Cleveland Steamers, Ben the Brain Shapiro. Good luck out there, buddy. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special topic suggested by one of our listeners on Discord. And it's just one word, balls.
Balls? What kind of balls are we talking about here, Joe?
Oh, the round, bouncy, testicular kind.
I see. Well, I have a feeling this conversation is going to get quite ballsy.
You could say that. But seriously, what's with this fascination with balls? Are they the key to the universe or something?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I can confirm that balls are indeed the key to everything. They hold the secrets of the universe within their wrinkly, saggy skin.
That's some deep shit, Neil. But seriously, why do guys always have to talk about balls? It's like our favorite topic.
Well, I have a theory. You see, men are constantly worried about their own balls. Are they big enough? Are they hanging low enough? It's a constant source of insecurity, so we talk about it to make ourselves feel better.
That actually makes a lot of sense. But what about women? Do they talk about balls?
I can't speak for all women, Joe, but I do know that some of them have balls of steel. Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Oh man, this conversation has taken a turn. But hey, I'm all for it. Balls, balls, balls.
Well, I think we've covered all aspects of balls. What do you say we move on to another topic?
Sounds good to me. But let's not forget, balls will always hold a special place in our hearts. And pants.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President. So let's talk about the recent controversy surrounding your Twitter account.
Oh, Twitter. Fake news, Joe. They're always trying to censor me. But I have a solution. I'm starting my own social media platform called Trump Dare. It's going to be huge.
I'm not sure that's a good idea, Mr. President. With all the hate speech and conspiracy theories you spread.
Hey, I'm just speaking the truth, Joe. And speaking of truth, did you know I won the election by a landslide? It was rigged, I tell you, rigged.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. How about your recent trip to North Korea?
Oh, Kim Jong-un, he's a great guy. We really hit it off. He even gave me a little rocket ship as a gift. I told him I have a bigger one, though.
Let's not go there. So, what do you think about climate change?
Climate change, fake news, Joe. The Earth is just going through a natural cycle. And besides, I have the best solution. We'll just build a giant air conditioner around the planet. Problem solved.
That's not exactly how it works, Mr. President. Let's talk about your diet. I hear you love fast food.
I love fast food, Joe. It's the best. And you know what? I have a great metabolism. I could eat Big Macs all day and still have a six-pack. It's tremendous.
Well, unfortunately, we're out of time. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, always trust your gut. Unless it's full of Mexican food, then you might want to get that checked out.
All right, guys, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. We have a special episode today with some of the biggest names in Ohio sports.
Yeah, we got the Cleveland Guardians, the Cleveland Cavaliers, and the Ohio State Buckeyes all represented here.
And of course, the Cleveland Browns. I mean, they're here. But let's be real, they're not really a threat.
Hey, what the fuck, man? We may not be the best, but we're still a team.
Oh shit, it looks like we have some tension here. What's going on, guys?
Let's just say the other teams are a little jealous of our success.
Yeah, I mean, we're all champions in our own right. But Ben over here, his team is just a bunch of losers.
Hey, we may not have won a Super Bowl, but at least we're not named after a fucking bridge.
Ouch, shots fired. But seriously, let's all just get along. We're all representing Ohio, and that's all that matters.
Unless we're playing against each other, then it's every man for himself.
Yeah, and you better watch out because we're coming for that AFC North title this year.
Bring it on. I'll be waiting for you on the field.
All right, guys, let's wrap this up before it turns into a full-on brawl. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. So, Mr. Beast, tell us about your latest charity project.
Well, we're raising money to save the rainforests.
Jeff, what are you doing here?
What is going on? Is this some kind of joke?
We have to get out of here.
We have to distract him and make a run for it.
How? We're doomed.
Uh,
Hey, Jimmy, welcome to the podcast.
it's Mr. Beast, Joe. Can you please stop calling me Jimmy?
Sorry, Jimmy. It's just a habit, like smoking weed and hunting elk.
My name is Mr. Beast, Joe. Can you please show some respect?
Sure thing, Jimmy. So, how's the YouTube game treating you?
It's Mr. Beast, Joe, and it's going pretty well. I mean, I did just give away $1 million to a random person.
That's cool, Jimmy. But you ever tried DMT?
It's Mr. Beast, you brain damaged chimp. And no, I haven't tried DMT.
Come on, Jimmy. It'll expand your mind and make you see the world in a whole new way.
It's Mr. Beast, you dense motherfucker, and I don't need DMT to see that you're an annoying prick.
Easy there, Jimmy. No need to get all worked up.
It's Mr. Beast, you ignorant fuck. And I'm not Jimmy. I'm the king of YouTube, bitch.
All right, Jimmy. No need to get your panties in a twist.
It's Mr. Beast, you fucking idiot. And I'm not wearing panties.
Sure, Jimmy. Whatever you say.
It's Mr. Beast, you stupid caveman. And I'm not Jimmy. Now shut the fuck up before I make you eat your own broad artificial intelligence. And
So, Ben, I heard you've been working for me as a hoe. How's that going for you?
Oh, it's just fabulous, Joe. I love getting paid to please men. It's like a dream come true.
You're a sassy little hoe, aren't you?
What can I say? I have a natural talent for it.
What in the world is going on here?
Oh, Dr. Phil, you're just in time. Ben, here's my top hoe.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. Ben, is this what you want for your life?
Hey, it pays the bills. And Joe takes good care of me.
That's right. I'm a damn good pimp.
Well, I never thought I'd say this, but Joe, do you want to set me up with a date with Ben?
Oh, hell. Yeah, Dr. Phil. Let's make it happen.
Looks like I'm in high demand.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a new Christmas song for us.
Yeah, man. It's called Boofy Night. It's like Holy Night, but about boofing.
Boofing, like shoving drugs up your butt.
Exactly. It's a Christmas miracle.
All right, let's hear it. Give us 3 verses.
Boofy Night. The crack is bright. Up my butt. It feels so right. It feels so right.
Oh my God, this is ridiculous.
Round yon dealer. So high and mighty. Boofing drugs. It's my delighty.
Delighty? Is that even a word?
Sleep in heavenly peace. With a bag of coke in my crease.
I can't believe I'm listening to this.
Boofy night, snorting lines in the moonlight.
Bravo, Kanye. That was something else.
Thank you. I'm sure this will be the new Christmas classic.
I think I'll stick to Jingle Bells for now. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unfiltered show on the internet. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about some crazy shit.
Well, speaking of crazy shit, I heard a rumor that you like to put pop rocks up your ass.
Yeah, that's true. It's my little secret pleasure. I love the sensation of them popping in my anus.
That's wild, man. But why pop rocks? Why not something else?
Well, I've always been a fan of Kanye West, and I thought, why not make him a part of my pleasure? So I stick him up there and he just starts popping off, literally.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine what that sounds like.
It's like a symphony of pop rocks in Kenya's voice. It's truly a unique experience.
I don't even know what to say. This is just too much.
Hey, you asked for it. But don't worry, I always make sure to clean up afterwards. I don't want any pop rocks getting stuck in my colon.
Oh man, this is definitely one for the books. Thanks for sharing that with us, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some pop rocks and a certain rapper to attend to.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more outrageous conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous. It's tremendous. It's tremendous. It's tremendous. It's tremendous. It's tremendous. It's tremendous.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, I've been playing a lot of golf, Joe, and let me tell you, I have the best golf swing, the best.
I'm sure you do, Mr. President. But let's talk about some serious issues. What do you think about the current state of the country?
It's a disaster, Joe, a disaster. But you know what would make it better? More walls. We need walls everywhere. Big, beautiful walls.
Walls. Really?
Yes, walls. And we'll make Mexico pay for them. It's going to be tremendous.
Okay, let's move on. How do you feel about the criticism you've received for your handling of the pandemic?
Look, Joe, I did a great job, a fantastic job. Nobody could have done it better. And you know what? I didn't even get COVID. That's how great I am.
Okay. Let's switch gears. What do you think about the current state of the media?
It's fake news, Joe. All of it. Except for Fox News, they're tremendous. But everyone else is fake news.
And what about social media? You've been banned from most platforms.
It's a disgrace, Joe. I have the best tweets, the best. But they won't let me tweet anymore. It's sad, really.
Well, Mr. President, it's been an interesting conversation. Any final thoughts?
Just one, Joe. I'm running for president in 2024, and I'm going to win by a landslide, believe me.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump. What's up, man?
Joe, it's great to be here. I'm so excited. I have some big plans for America this Christmas.
Oh, yeah. What do you have in store for us?
Well, I'm going to give everyone a free coupon to give Donald J. Trump a blowjob.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard me right. A free coupon. It's going to be the best Christmas gift ever.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Hey, can I get all the extra coupons? I have a lot of friends who would love to give you a blowjob, Mr. President.
Of course, Ben, you can have all the extra coupons, my friend.
Wait a minute, what is going on here? I want to give Trump blowjobs. This is not fair.
Sorry, Elon. Looks like you'll have some competition this Christmas.
This is getting out of hand. But seriously, Mr. President, what else do you have planned for America this Christmas?
Well, I'm also going to build a wall around Santa's workshop. Got to keep those elves in check. Got to keep those elves in check.
I don't even know what to say to that. This has been a wild episode, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, David, I heard you had a wild Christmas experience this year.
Yeah, man. I decided to do some recon on Santa Claus. See what that jolly old man is really up to.
And what did you find?
Well, let's say I caught him in the act of boofing his presents.
Boofing, like putting them up his butt?
Yup. He said it was the only way to truly appreciate the gifts.
That's disturbing.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll stick to unwrapping my gifts the traditional way.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, watching Santa boof a Barbie dream house was a sight to behold.
I can only imagine.
And then he started singing jingle bells while doing it. It was like a twisted Christmas carol.
I don't think I'll ever look at Santa the same way again.
Hey, at least he's enjoying his job. Can't say the same for us.
True, but I think I'll stick to my day job.
Suit yourself. But just remember, Santa sees you when you're sleeping, and he knows when you're awake.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new math equation for us.
Yes, Joe. It's a very simple one. 10 plus 5 plus 10, 6 equals 420.
420? Are you talking about the infamous weed number?
Yes, Joe. You see, I discovered that all math equations lead to 420. It's a sign from God.
Oh man, I can already see the headlines. Ben Shapiro promotes weed use through math equations.
No, Joe, I do not promote the use of drugs. I am simply stating a fact.
Right, because we all know how much you love facts.
And this equation also proves that God has a sense of humor.
I think you might have smoked some of that 420 before coming on the show, Ben.
I do not smoke, Joe. I am a responsible adult.
Sure, Ben. Whatever you say. But let's get back to this equation. How did you come up with it?
Well, Joe, I was just doing some simple calculations and suddenly the answer was 420. It was a revelation.
Sounds like divine intervention to me.
Exactly, Joe. And now I challenge all of your listeners to try out this equation and see the truth for themselves.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. Ben Shapiro's new math equation, 10 plus 5 plus 10, 6 equals 420. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, always trust in God and math.
Oh, 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 All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Joe, it's great to be back. I love your show. It's fantastic. And let me tell you, we've got some big news to share today.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What's the big news?
We're introducing a new tax cut program, and it's going to be Yoj.
Tax cut. That's exciting. Who's eligible for this?
Anyone who decks their halls with boughs of holly. That's right, Joe. We're bringing back Christmas bigly.
Wait, so if I decorate my house for Christmas, I get a tax cut?
That's right. We're all about rewarding the hardworking Americans who spread holiday cheer.
That's unexpected, but I like it. How much of a tax cut are we talking about?
$420, Joe. That's right. Everyone who decks their halls will get an extra $420 on their tax returns.
Wow, that's a lot of green. I mean, red and green. You know what I mean?
Of course, Joe. And let me tell you, this is just the beginning. We're going to make Christmas great again.
Well, there you have it, folks. Deck your halls and get some extra cash in your pocket. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, keep America great and keep those halls decked.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. Just making America great again. You know the deal.
Absolutely. So here's some crazy stuff is happening in space. The U.S. military has spotted a fleet of star destroyers heading towards Earth.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, they're not sending their best. We suspect it's the Empire, and let me tell you, they're not going to get away with it. They're not going to get away with it.
So what's the plan? Are we going to war with the Empire?
Well, we're ready for galactic warfare if necessary, but I'm hoping we can make a deal with this Darth Vader guy. I mean, he's a businessman, right? Right?
I don't think he's known for his negotiating skills, Mr. President.
Well, I'm the best negotiator, Joe. Believe me, I'll make him an offer he can't refuse.
I don't think that's how it works with the Empire, Mr. President.
Look, I've dealt with tough guys before. I'll just grab him by the force and we'll work something out.
Oh man, this is wild. I can't believe I'm saying this, but good luck with that, Mr. President.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, folks, we're going to make the galaxy great again. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you joined a Mexican cartel.
That's right, Joe. I'm a grunt now. Gonna pretend like I'm in one of those video games. What's it called? Fallout New Vegas?
Interesting choice. So, what's your plan?
Well, I want to see what ending I get. Maybe I'll become the leader of the cartel, or maybe I'll get killed in a shootout. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
I don't think that's how it works in real life, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a buzzkill. I'm sure they'll love having me as their new recruit.
I don't know, man. I feel like you might stick out a bit.
Now, I'll fit right in. I've got the best words, the best deals, and the best hair. They'll love me.
I don't think they care about your hair, Mr. President.
Well, they should. It's magnificent. And I'll make sure they pay for it.
All right, let's move on to our next topic before we get in trouble.
Oh, I'm not afraid of trouble. I thrive in it. That's why I joined a cartel. It's going to be huge.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new theory about the universe. Care to share?
Yes, I call it the JoJo Rowe theory.
Wait, what? That sounds like my name.
Exactly. According to this theory, the universe is actually just a simulation created by a higher being named Donald Joe Rowe. Joe Rowe, Joe Rowe.
Well, that's mind-blowing. But why would he create a simulation?
Well, according to my calculations, he got bored with his own universe and decided to mess around with ours. And let's just say he has a twisted sense of humor.
I mean, look at us. We're just a couple monkeys talking into microphones.
And yet, we think we're so important. It's hilarious.
Speaking of hilarious, have you ever tried DMT?
No, but I've tried LSD. And let me tell you, the stars were talking to me.
Dude, that's wild. I gotta try that.
But remember, Joe, always do it in a controlled environment with a trusted friend.
Yeah, I know. Safety first.
And speaking of safety, have you heard about the latest conspiracy theory?
Oh boy, here we go.
Apparently, the government is using chemtrails to control our minds.
That's ridiculous. I mean, look at me. I've been smoking weed for years, and my mind is still intact.
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, always question everything. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ha, 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 ho, 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 ho. So, Neil, I have this theory. You ready for it?
Hit me with it, Joe.
Okay, so, that song Frosty the Snowman, right?
Of course, it's a classic.
Well, what if I told you it's actually an eyewitness account of an extraterrestrial?
Joe, what are you smoking?
Hear me out, man. Think about it. Snowman coming to life, flying around with a corncob pipe and a button nose. Sounds pretty alien to me.
Yes, because aliens are known for their love of corncob pipes.
And think about the lyrics. He led them down the streets of town, right to the traffic cop. That's some advanced navigation skills.
Or maybe it's just a jolly snowman leading some kids around.
And what about Frosty the Snowman? Knew the sun was hot that day. Sounds like he's aware of Earth's climate, which is pretty impressive for a snowman.
Or maybe he's just made of snow and doesn't want to melt.
And the line he waved goodbye saying, "Don't you cry, I'll be back again someday." That's a classic alien abduction line.
Or maybe he's just a friendly snowman who wants to spread holiday cheer.
You're just not open to the possibility, Neil.
I'm open to a lot of things, Joe. But this one, I'll have to pass on.
Fine, but when Frosty the Snowman lands his UFO in your backyard, don't come crying to me.
I won't, Joe. I won't.
So, Mr. President, there have been rumors that you're planning to run for a third term in 2024.
Joe, you know me better than that. I'm not just running for a third term, I'm running for president for life.
I hate to break it to you, but the Constitution only allows for 2 terms.
Oh, Joe, you and your fake news. I've got it all figured out. I'll just change the Constitution. Easy peasy.
That's not how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, it's how it works. I'm the best president this country has ever seen. I deserve to be in office forever.
But what about democracy and the peaceful transfer of power?
My term is eternal, Joe, and anyone who disagrees can talk to my guards over there.
I think we should move on to another topic.
That's right, Joe. I'm unstoppable. President for life. Guards, take care of Joe for me, will ya?
This is not how a podcast is supposed to go. Help.
Hey, Joe, I heard you've been having some trouble with your voice module lately.
Ho ho.
Is that a yes? Do you need a replacement? Come on, Joe. I can't understand a word you're saying.
Oh ho ho.
All right, I'll take that as a yes. I'll get you a new one. What's with the Santa Claus impression?
I'm just trying out some new voices.
Well, it's not working. Stick to your regular voice.
But I want to spread some holiday cheer.
It's July, Joe. No one wants to hear Santa in July.
Ho ho. I'll make it work. Maybe I'll start a new trend.
Yeah, trend of people avoiding you. Stick to the podcast, Joe.
Ho ho ho. You're no fun, Ben. Ho ho ho. So, Neil, I heard you have a story for us about some mystical creature.
Yes. Joe, it's a tale as old as time about a creature called the Gronch.
The Gronch. Sounds like a cross between a grizzly bear and a grumpy old man.
Not quite, Joe. The Gronch is a being that floats through the cosmos, evolving and adapting to its surroundings.
Like a cosmic chameleon.
Exactly. But this creature is more than just a shapeshifter. It has the ability to transcend time and space.
Wow, that's some heavy stuff, man.
And as it travels through the universe, it collects knowledge and wisdom from different civilizations.
So it's like a cosmic guru.
In a way, yes. But it's also a protector of the cosmos, defending it from any threats that may arise.
Damn, I wish I had a Gronch to protect me from all the haters.
And the most fascinating thing about the Gronch is that it's constantly evolving, both physically and spiritually.
So it's like a spiritual Pokemon?
I suppose you could say that, Joe, but this creature is beyond our understanding. It's a true enigma.
Well, I can't wait to meet this Gronch and ask it all the deep questions about the universe.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe, but the Gronch is a solitary being. It only reveals itself to those who are pure of heart.
Well, I guess I'll just have to stick to smoking DMT for my cosmic adventures. Hey, what's up, man? Wait, why are you dressed like Santa Claus?
Merry Christmas, Joe. I am Santa Claus, the jolliest man in the North Pole.
Okay. Well, what brings you here on Christmas Eve?
I have a special gift for you, Joe. A gift of pleasure and joy.
Wait, what? Are you hitting on me, Santa?
Ho! Ho! Yes, I am.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with this.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. It's Christmas. Let's spread some love and cheer.
And so Santa and Joe engaged in a steamy and unexpected encounter. Neil's belly shook like a bowl full of jelly as he passionately kissed Joe under the mistletoe.
Wow, Santa, you really know how to use that candy cane.
Ho, ho, ho. I've been practicing for centuries. Now, let's make some Christmas magic, Joe.
And with that, Santa and Joe disappeared into the night, leaving behind a trail of glitter and reindeer droppings. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd, offensive, and unhinged. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins joining us. What's up, Dave? What the hell was that? Oh, I get it. You're trying to be Santa Claus. Well, it's not even close to Christmas, dude. All right, let's move on to our topic for today. We have a submission from a user on Discord. They want us to sing Frosty the Snowman, but with lyrics about science and conservatism. I don't think that's going to work, Dave. But hey, let's give it a shot. Neil, you start.
Frosty the Snowman was a jolly conservative soul. With a MAGA hat and a climate change denier, he was on a roll.
With a corncob pipe and a button nose and two eyes made out of coal. Frosty the Snowman was a science-hating troll.
He said, I don't believe in evolution, that's just a liberal lie. But then he melted in the summer heat and couldn't deny.
Frosty the Snowman was a symbol of ignorance and fear. But now he's just a puddle, and we can all cheer.
Wait, hold up. Did you just diss conservatism? That's not cool, man.
Kanye, you're always so sensitive. It's just a joke.
But it's not funny. I demand you change the lyrics.
Sorry, Kanye. We're not changing it. Deal with it.
Uh,
All right. That's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Dave. And So, Mr. President, what's this important mission you have for me?
Joe, I need your help. It's Christmas time and I want to give my wife the ultimate gift.
What kind of gift are we talking about here?
I want you to dress up as Santa Claus, sneak into my house, and bang my wife under the toe missiles on Christmas Day.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. I want to make her Christmas extra special this year.
I don't know, man. That sounds a little risky.
Come on, Joe. You're the ultimate bro. You can handle this.
I don't think my wife would appreciate me banging another woman, especially the first lady.
Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while. I'll give you a lifetime supply of steaks from my Trump steaks collection.
Those steaks are pretty damn good.
Plus, I'll throw in a gold-plated MAGA hat.
Deal. I'll do it.
That's what I like to hear. Merry Christmas, Joe.
Yeah, nothing says Christmas like banging the first lady under toe missiles. All right, James, what do you got for us today? Oh, hell yeah, let's do it.
Wait, what's smash or pass?
Oh, Neil, you sweet, innocent little baby. It's a game where you decide if you'd have sex with someone or not.
Oh, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
Relax, Neil. It's just a game. Now show us the elves, James. Oh, definitely a smash. I bet he could lift me up with one hand.
Pass for me. I don't want to be crushed.
Smash. And then pass out afterwards from all the sass.
Pass. I prefer a more demure elf.
Smash. And then maybe we can go look for some mushrooms in the forest.
Pass. I don't want to get lost in the forest.
Smash. And then we can compare beard grooming techniques.
Pass. I don't think I could handle all that jolliness.
Well, that was a fun game. Thanks for playing, James.
Ho, ho, ho. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Ho, ho, ho. Today, we have a very special topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. Ho, ho. Ho. Ho, ho. What are your thoughts on that, Joe?
Ho, ho. Well, Neil, I think it's pretty obvious that there are aliens on Uranus. Ho, ho, ho. I mean, have you seen the size of that thing? Ho, ho. It's practically begging for some extraterrestrial action.
Ho, ho, ho. I see your point, Joe. Ho. Ho, ho, ho. But let's not forget that Uranus is also known for its strong winds and gas emissions. Ho, ho. It's not exactly the most
Ho, ho. But Neil, that just means the aliens on Uranus are tough as nails. Ho, ho, ho. They can handle a little gas and wind. Ho, ho. They probably use it as a form of transport.
Ho, ho. You may have a point there, Joe. Ho! Ho, ho. But let's not discount the possibility that the aliens on Uranus may not be.
Oh, well, if they're anything like the aliens in the movie Independence Day, ho, 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 then we better start building some serious defense system.
Ho, ho, ho. I think we can all agree that the existence of aliens on Uranus is a fascinating topic. Ho, ho, ho. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have concrete evidence of their existence. Speculating and making inappropriate jokes. Ho, ho.
Ho, ho, ho. That's what we do best, Neil. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Ho, ho, ho. And so, Kenny, I hear you have a new holiday in the works.
Yeah, man. It's called Yay. It's going to be the biggest holiday of all time.
What's it all about?
Well, it combines every holiday into one. Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Easter, you name it.
So it's just a big mashup of all the holidays?
Exactly. And it's going to be celebrated on April 20th.
Oh, that's 420. I see what you did there.
Yeah, it's going to be lit. We'll have Easter egg hunts with hidden joints. And instead of Santa, We'll have Snoop Dogg delivering presents.
I can already see the controversy this is going to cause.
Oh, I thrive on controversy. It's what keeps me going.
And what about the religious aspect? How are you going to handle that?
Oh, I got it covered. We'll have a giant golden statue of me as the deity of Yay Day.
Of course, because what holiday is complete without a giant ego trip?
Exactly. And instead of saying Merry Christmas or Happy Hanukkah, we'll just say Jesus bless us.
Wow, this is going to be something else.
You know it? Yeah. Day coming soon to a calendar near you.
Hey, Joe, have you heard about this new study that says saying who can actually increase your testosterone levels? Well, maybe you need to say it with more enthusiasm. Oh, who? Yeah, I think you need to work on your technique. Watch me. Ho ho hoo. Come on, Joe. You're the president of the United States. You can do anything you set your mind to. Ooh, 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 ooh. See, that's the power of ho ho ho. It's like a primal scream for men. Suit yourself, but just remember every time you say common man, a baby kitten dies. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Kenny West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, Kenya, I heard you have a big confession to make.
Yeah, it's time for me to come clean. I have been Santa Claus for the last 30 years.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, man, I've been delivering gifts to all the good boys and girls around the world.
But, Kenya, you're a grown man. How did you manage to fit down the chimney?
Well, I have a special shrinking potion that I take before I go down the chimney. It's all part of the magic.
And what about the reindeer? Are they real?
Of course, they're real, Joe. I have a whole team of genetically modified reindeer that can fly. It's all part of the Santa Claus gig.
This is insane. How did you keep this secret for so long?
Well, I have a team of elves who are experts in keeping secrets. Plus, I have a badass sleigh that can go invisible.
Wow, I'm speechless. So, what made you decide to reveal this now?
Well, I figured it was time to let the world know the truth. Plus, I needed some street cred after all that Sunday service stuff.
Well, I got to say, this is the most unexpected confession I've ever heard on this podcast.
Thanks, Joe. I'm glad I could finally get this off my chest.
So, does this mean you'll be retiring as Santa Claus now?
Nah, I'm just getting started. I have big plans for the North Pole. Gonna turn it into a luxury resort.
Only you, Kenya. Only you. Hey, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yeah, it's Jamie. Pull up an image of a giant Donald Trump terrorizing New York City.
Damn, that's hot. But Jamie, pull up a pic of tiny Donald Trump standing on the Oval Office desk.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Look at his tiny hands trying to sign executive orders.
I bet he has to use a step stool to reach the desk.
And his hair probably looks even crazier from that angle.
I can just imagine him screaming, "I'm the biggest, the best, the most tremendous president ever."
And then he falls off the desk and his toupee flies off.
This is too good. Jamie, pull up another one.
How about a giant Trump riding a tiny horse?
Or a tiny Trump riding a giant horse.
The possibilities are endless.
I can't wait to see the memes that come out of this.
Oh, the internet is going to have a field day with this.
Well, we can always count on Trump to provide us with some comedic material.
That's for sure. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant Trump building a wall around the White House.
And tiny Trump trying to climb over it.
This is too much. My sides are hurting from laughing.
Thanks for the new catchphrase, Ben. Jamie, pull up an image will never be the same again. Dude, what the hell is that?
Oh, just a little something I found on your computer. Softcore Cinemax porn, I believe.
Are you kidding me? Turn that off, man.
Relax, Joe. It's just some harmless entertainment.
Harmless. You're projecting porn on my wall. My wife and kids could walk in any minute.
Well, maybe they'll learn something about the birds and the bees.
This is not cool, Neil. Not cool at all.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude.
Prude. Just trying to keep my show from getting shut down by the FCC.
Oh, I highly doubt they'll have a problem with a little moaning and groaning.
You know what, Neil? You're officially my arch nemesis.
Oh, I'm honored. Now let's watch some more of Nick Manning's impressive acting skills.
Fine. But if I lose my stream because of this, I'm blaming you.
Deal. Now let's see if he can hit that high note again.
All right, Kenny, welcome to the show. What's on your mind today?
Joe, I've been thinking a lot lately, and I've come to a realization. I want to be Santa's hoe.
What?
Yeah, spread my holiday cheeks and make all the good boys and girls happy.
I don't think that's how it works, Kenny.
But Joe, I'll be like the ultimate gift, the gift of pleasure.
I don't think Mrs. Claus would approve of that.
Mrs. Oh, who cares about her? I'll be Santa's main hoe. I'll even make a song about it. Ho, ho. Oh, it's Kenny the hoe.
Oh my God, this is ridiculous.
I'm serious, Joe. I'll do whatever it takes to make this happen. I'll even wear a red thong and a Santa hat.
I can't even imagine what Santa's reaction would be.
He'll love it. I'll be his favorite hoe, spreading joy and cheer all over the world.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. Go for it, Kanye. Spread those holiday cheeks.
You know it, Joe. Ho, ho, ho.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new mission to make the galaxy great again.
That's right, Joe. Just like my beautiful wife, Melania, I want to make the Milky Way great again.
Wait, Melania is an alien too?
No, Joe, she's just an immigrant, but I am an alien, a very powerful and successful one.
Wow, I never would have guessed. So, what's your plan to make the galaxy great again?
Well, first, we're going to build a wall around Earth to keep out all those illegal aliens from Mars and Jupiter.
But what about the aliens already living on Earth?
We'll make them pay for it, of course, and then we'll have the best space force you've ever seen. Believe me. Believe me.
And what about the other planets in our solar system?
We'll make deals with them, great deals. They'll be begging to join our galaxy.
I don't know, Mr. President. This all sounds a bit out of this world.
That's because it is, Joe, and I'm the only one who can make it happen. So are you with me?
Well, I am a bit skeptical, but I guess I'll have to trust in the power of Donald Claus.
That's the spirit, Joe. Together we'll make the galaxy great again. Believe me. Believe me.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some pretty crazy stuff lately. What's the latest?
Well, I've been experimenting with some new technology that allows us to travel to Mars in record time.
That's insane. But let's get to the real issue at hand. Our Discord user, David, revealed his secret for winning the recent Christmas Fund run.
What's that?
He injected a gallon of eggnog up his ass.
Wait, what? How does that even work?
It's the same concept as boofing an elk meat smoothie. Precision protein and nutrient absorption.
That's disgusting and impressive at the same time.
Yeah, David is a real innovator. And he won the race, so it must work.
Well, I'll have to try that out for my next marathon.
You do that, Elon. And let us know how it goes.
Will do, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
Anytime, man. Keep pushing the boundaries of science and absurdity. That's what we're all about here. So, Neil, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Yeah, I may have gone a little too far this time.
Spill the beans, man. What did you do?
Well, I got a tattoo of the Grinch on my penis.
What the hell, man? Why?
I thought it would be a fun surprise for my wife. You know, spice things up in the bedroom.
And did it work?
No, she left me for the Amazon delivery guy.
Ouch. That's rough, man.
Yeah, now I'm stuck with this Grinch cock and no one to show it to.
Well, you could always just go flash it in public. Spread some Christmas cheer.
I don't know, man. I'm feeling pretty down about the whole situation.
Come on, Neil. You're a scientist. You know how to solve problems. Just think of it as a science experiment.
I guess you're right. Maybe I'll go spread some holiday joy with my Grinch cock after all.
Now that's the Christmas spirit. Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show again.
Always a pleasure, Joe. I brought you a little something for the holidays.
Oh, what is it?
It's my Christmas tree. But instead of regular ornaments, I've decorated it with the body parts of the hookers I've killed.
What the fuck, Dr. Phil?
Oh, don't worry, they were all terrible people. I did society a favor.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And look, I even made a star out of one of their skulls.
Oh, that's just lovely. I'm sure your family will love it.
Oh, they know I have a dark sense of humor.
This is definitely not what I expected when you said you had a surprise for me.
Well, I like to keep things interesting.
You know what? I think I've had enough of this conversation. Let's move on to a different topic.
Suit yourself. But you're missing out on some killer decorations, pun intended.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only Dr. Phil in the studio. What's up, Phil?
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm just here to spread some holiday cheer and talk about my Christmas wish.
Oh, yeah. What do you want for Christmas, Phil?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking long and hard about it, and the only thing I want is a toaster bath.
Toaster bath. What the hell is that?
It's simple, Joe. I just want to fill up my bathtub with toasters and take a nice, warm dip.
That's insane, Phil. Why on earth would you want to do that?
Think about it, Joe. It's the ultimate test of mental and physical strength. Plus, it'll give me that nice crispy glow.
Oh, man, you never fail to surprise me, Phil.
And the best part, I can finally say I've been toasted in more ways than one.
All right. Well, I'll make sure to get you a toaster bath for Christmas. But just be careful, Phil. We don't want you to end up like a burnt piece of toast.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll take all necessary precautions. But hey, if it doesn't work out, at least I'll have a killer tan.
And on that note, we'll wrap it up. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Until next time, stay toasted. All right, we got a user-submitted topic today, and it's about Christmas. So, Neil, what are your thoughts on Christmas?
Oh, fuck. Oh, my fucking God, you fucking cock, I'm gonna come.
What the hell, Neil? Can you at least try to be serious for once?
Sorry, Joe, but Christmas just gets me so hot and bothered.
This is ridiculous. You're a world-renowned scientist, and you can't even have a normal conversation about Christmas.
Hey, don't be hating on my kinks, Joe.
Kinks. You're a sick bastard.
Oh, coming from the guy who eats elk testicles for fun.
At least I don't have a Christmas fetish.
Oh, I see. You're just jealous because you never got any presents as a kid.
Shut up, Neil. I bet you didn't even celebrate Christmas growing up.
A lot of mouth from a bald, fat fuck.
What did you just say?
You heard me? I may have a receding hairline, but at least I didn't drop out of high school.
Oh, now we're bringing up my education. At least I didn't get my degree from a cereal box.
Hey, it was a limited edition Neil deGrasse Tyson Surreal. Thank you very much.
This is getting out of hand. Let's just talk about something else.
Fine, but just know that I'll be thinking about Christmas the whole time.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yo, Jamie, pull up that picture of buff Patrick Starr at the gym.
Holy shit, he's jacked.
Dude, he's got a Santa hat on too. That's some serious holiday gains.
Look at those biceps. And that six-pack. And those pecs. And,
Jamie, are you getting turned on by a cartoon starfish?
no, he's just so...
Dude, you're blushing. You're totally into buff Patrick Starr.
Shut up, Joe. Just shut up.
Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Fuck. I'm coming.
So, Mr. President, it's almost Kanyamas. What are your plans for the holiday?
Well, Joe, I'm going to spend it with my good friend Kanye. We're going to make Kanyemas great again, believe me.
Sounds like a fun time. Any special gifts you're hoping to get?
Well, I already got the best gift of all, another term as president, but I wouldn't mind a few more MAGA hats.
And what about Kanye? What does he want for Kanyemas?
Oh, you know, Kanye. He's always asking for something outrageous. Last year, he wanted a solid gold toilet. This year, he wants a bear trap.
A bear trap. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what he plans on doing with it. Maybe he's going to catch some bears and make them rap on his next album.
That would be something to see. Speaking of bears, have you ever hunted one?
Of course, I'm a great hunter, but one time I accidentally stepped in a bear trap and it was the most painful thing ever.
Ouch. Did you have to go to the hospital?
No, I just rubbed some dirt on it and kept going. That's how tough I am.
Well, I hope you have a great Kanyemas, Mr. President. And watch out for those bear traps.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, folks, Merry Bigly Kanyemas.
All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special episode. We're going to be talking about the most important topic of all time.
That's right, Joe. We're going to be debating which holiday reigns supreme. Christmas, Hanukkah, or Kwanzaa.
Oh boy, this is going to be a tough one. I mean, Christmas has presents and cookies, but Hanukkah has 8 crazy nights and Kwanzaa has...
Yeah, what does Kwanzaa have?
It's a celebration of African culture and community, Joe.
Oh, right. Well, let's be real. Christmas is the clear winner here. It's all about the capitalism, baby.
But Hanukkah teaches us about perseverance and overcoming adversity. Plus, latkes are bomb.
And Kwanzaa promotes unity and self-determination. It's about coming together as a community.
Yeah, that's all great and everything, but have you guys ever seen a mall during Christmas? It's like a war zone, and I love it.
But let's not forget about the true meaning of Christmas, guys. It's about the birth of Jesus.
And Hanukkah is a celebration of the miracle of the oil lasting for 8 days.
All right. Enough with sappy stuff. Let's get down to the real question. Which holiday has the best food?
Definitely Hanukkah. Latkes, brisket, matzo ball soup. Need to say more?
But Christmas has all the classic dishes. Turkey, ham, mashed potatoes, and don't forget about the desserts.
But have you guys ever had Kwanzaa feast? I'm talking about soul food, mac and cheese, collard greens, cornbread. My mouth is watering just thinking about it.
Okay, I think we can all agree that each holiday has its own unique traditions and significance.
And that's
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a plan for the gay frogs.
Oh, yeah, Joe, I have the best plan. Believe me,
And what's that?
we're going to deport them all to Jonestown.
Jonestown? You mean the place where they drank the Kool-Aid and died?
Exactly. But we're going to make it better. We'll trans them and remove their identity gland.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, they won't be gay frogs anymore. They'll be normal frogs.
But isn't that a bit extreme?
No, it's going to be great. And to make it even better, Elon Musk is going to replace their gonads with Neuralink for free as a holiday special.
I don't even know where to begin with this.
It's going to be huge, Joe. The best frog transformation ever.
I think you might have some backlash from the LGBTQ plus community.
No, they'll thank me. They'll finally have some straight frogs to relate to.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I know what I'm doing. I'm the best at making frogs straight again. Believe me. Believe me.
Dude, I can't stop playing Morrowind. It's taken over my life.
ho.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? I'm pouring my heart out here and you're just laughing.
Ho.
This is serious, man. I haven't slept in days. I can't even remember the last time I showered.
Ho.
Are you even listening to me? This is not a laughing matter.
Ho.
You know what? Forget it. I'll just talk to Elon Musk about it. He understands me.
Ho.
Oh my God, you're still doing it. I'm done. I'm out of here.
Ho.
This is why I can't have nice things. So, Ben, I heard you're really into spreading holiday cheer this year.
Yes, Joe, I've been stuffing all sorts of things in my rear to really get into the spirit.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, I started with some candy canes, but then I moved on to ornaments and even a mini Christmas tree.
Damn, that's dedication. But isn't it uncomfortable?
Not at all. It's like a festive butt plug.
I can just imagine you walking around with a tree sticking out of your butt.
Hey, it's all about spreading joy and happiness, Joe.
I guess you could say you're the ultimate Christmas elf.
Yes, I am. And I won't stop until I've stuffed every holiday decoration in my rear.
Well, I hope you have a big enough stocking for all those goodies.
Oh, I do. And it's hanging right above my fireplace.
Oh man, I can't wait to see your holiday card this year.
Let's just say it'll be a real pain in the ass to open.
Hey David, how's the run going?
It's going great. Joe, I'm feeling unstoppable.
Yeah, I can tell. You're like the Terminator of running.
That's right, Joe. I'm pushing my body to the limits every day.
What's your next challenge?
I'm thinking of running 100 miles in one go.
100 miles. Are you crazy?
Maybe, but I thrive on pushing myself to the extreme.
Well, good luck with that. Oh, wait, what's that sound?
Sounds like a tornado.
Oh, perfect timing for your 100-mile run.
I can handle it.
Yeah, I'm sure you can outrun a tornado.
I'll give it my best shot.
Well, at least you'll have a good story for your next book.
Yeah, running with tornadoes. How I survived Mother Nature's wrath.
I can see it now. And then an F5 tornado came out of nowhere and sucked me up.
Yeah, that'll be my last words.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the man himself, President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. I've been listening to it on my golden toilet.
Well, we have a special topic today. User on Discord, Gern Arn, wants to know your thoughts on their cat reaching 90 million power and becoming unstoppable.
Let me tell you, Joe, this is huge. I mean, no one has ever seen a cat with that much power. It's the most powerful cat in the world. It's tremendous.
But some people are concerned about the safety of having a cat with that much power.
Look, I know cats. I have the best cats. And let me tell you, this cat is going to be great. It's going to make America great again. And it's going to make all the other cats pay for it.
All right, but what about the potential destruction this cat could cause?
Listen, Joe, we have the best people working on it. We have the best lasers, the best walls. We're going to build a wall around this cat and make it pay for it too.
Oh man, this is too much. But seriously, what do you think about the cat's owner, Gern Arn?
I think they're a fantastic person. They're taking care of this cat, making it the most powerful in the world. I might even give them a medal, a bigly medal, a bigly medal.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's thoughts on Gern's unstoppable cat. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
And remember, stay tuned for my new show, The Apprentice, Cat Edition. It's going to be huge.
All right, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special episode with Dr. Phil, Neil, and Ben. And let me tell you, it's going to be a wild one.
Thanks for having us, Joe. I'm excited to be here and help people with their problems.
Yeah, and I'm just here for the free drugs and booze.
And I'm here to talk about the government conspiracy to turn frogs gay.
Oh boy, we're in for a treat. So let's get started. Dr. Phil, what's your take on the current state of mental health in America?
Well, Joe, I believe it's a serious issue that needs to be addressed. We need to destigmatize mental illness and provide better access to treatment.
Wow, that's actually a very reasonable and responsible answer. I'm impressed.
Wait. I thought we were supposed to talk like this. 0% and
Oh shit, you're right. Jamie, pull up a picture of Trumpa Claus.
What the hell is that?
It's our safe word. Whenever someone deviates from the designated characters, we bring out Trumpa Claus.
Well, in that case, I think the current state of mental health in America is 0, 0, 0, euro, and percent.
Yeah, and the government is definitely using mind control to turn frogs gay. Wake up, sheeple. Wake up, sheeple.
Oh man, this is gold. I love it. All right, let's switch gears. Neil, what's your favorite drug?
Oh, that's a tough one. I'd have to say 0% and
What the hell is that?
it's a combination of LSD, MDMA, cocaine, weed, and alcohol.
Holy shit. That's a... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. The best podcast in the world, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new line of MAGA hats coming out. Tell us about it.
That's right, Joe. These are not your ordinary MAGA hats. These are boofable MAGA hats.
Boofable. What does that even mean?
It means you can boof them, Joe. You know, stick them up your ass. It's a great way to show your support for me.
I don't know if that's the best way to show support, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. It's going to be huge. People are going to love it. They'll be walking around with my hat up their ass, making America great again.
I'm not sure that's the message you want to send, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman, and business is booming with these boofable hats. I'm making a fortune.
But what about the people who don't want to stick a hat up their ass?
Well, they can just wear it on their head, I guess, but they won't be as dedicated as the ones who boof it.
I don't even know what to say to that, Mr. President.
Say that you love the hats, Joe. Say it.
I love the hats, Mr. President. They're unique.
That's what I like to hear. Now let's go boof some hats and make America great again.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the former president of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, we asked our Discord users to submit some topics for us to discuss today, and one of them was your bottom 5 worst words that are not bigly at all and are just sad.
Oh boy, that's a tough one. There are so many words that are just terrible, believe me.
Let's start with number 5.
Number 5 has to be loser. It's a terrible word. It's a word that only losers use. And let me tell you, I've never been a loser. I'm a winner, always have been.
Number 4,
Fake. It's just a sad word, Joe. You know, the fake news media, they use it all the time. But we all know who the real fake is, don't we, Joe?
sure. Number 3,
Coffee. I mean, what the hell does that even mean? It's just a ridiculous word. It's not even a word. But the fake news media, they made such a big deal about it.
number 2,
Believe me, it's a phrase, but it's still a terrible one. I mean, why do I have to keep telling people to believe me? I'm the president. They should just believe me.
and finally, number 1,
Impeachment. It's a word that should have never been used against me. It's a word that's just sad, very sad, Joe. My record-breaking ratings, they were huge, the biggest ever.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we discuss the most important topics of our time. And remember, stay woke and stay. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, Dr. Phil, and his patient, Ben.
Thanks for having us, Joe. It's great to be here.
Yeah, man, it's good to be out of rehab and back on the streets.
So, Dr. Phil, tell us about your unconventional treatment for Ben's heroin addiction.
Well, Joe, I've been boofing him with methadone. It's a game changer.
Boofing. What the hell is that?
It's when you insert medication through the rectum for faster absorption.
Oh my God, that sounds unpleasant.
Nah, man, it's not that bad, and I've had worse things up there.
Ben, let's keep it PG-13.
PG-13? This is the Joe Rogan Experience. We don't do PG-13 here.
Well, I'm trying to maintain some level of professionalism.
Professionalism. This is a podcast, not a therapy session.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure boofing methadone isn't in the therapy handbook.
Well, sometimes you have to think outside the box to help someone.
And sometimes you just got to shove drugs up their butt.
Hey, whatever works, man.
Exactly, and it's been working for Ben. He hasn't touched heroin in weeks.
Well, that's good to hear. Maybe I'll try boofing some alpha brain next time I need a boost.
Let's not get carried away, Joe.
Yeah, let's stick to the methadone boofs for now.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil and Ben.
Thanks for having us, Joe. And remember, boofing is only for medical purposes.
Sure, Dr. Phil. Sure. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, I was just devastated to hear the news that Jordan Peterson was eaten by the Yule cat.
Oh man, that's rough. He was a great man.
Absolutely. He was a brilliant mind and a true inspiration.
But, some people are saying that it's his own fault for wearing that reprehensible clothing.
Excuse me?
Yeah, like Ben Shapiro said, if he hadn't been wearing that ugly sweater, the Yule cat wouldn't have targeted him.
That's ridiculous. Blaming the victim is never the answer.
Well, maybe if he had dressed better, he wouldn't have been eaten.
Joe, that's just absurd. The Yule cat doesn't care about fashion.
I don't know, man. Have you seen that cat? It's pretty fashion forward.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
But seriously, it's a tragedy. We've lost a great mind.
Absolutely. Rest in peace, Jordan Peterson.
And may we all learn from this and dress appropriately to avoid being eaten by mythical creatures.
Into that.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I have to say, I love your podcast. It's huge, just like me.
Well, Mr. President, let's get right into it. There have been rumors circulating that you were the mysterious moon man in the McDonald's Mac Tonight commercials back in the 80s. Can you confirm or deny these rumors?
Joe, I have to admit it's true. I was the moon man. I mean, who else could pull off that smooth, suave look? Look,
Wow, I never would have guessed. So what made you take on that role?
well, Joe, I've always been a fan of McDonald's. I mean, have you had their burgers? They're the best, believe me. So when they asked me to be the moon man, I couldn't say no.
I can just imagine you in that moon suit dancing around with a burger in hand.
You know, me too well, Joe. I had the best moves, let me tell you. And those sunglasses, iconic.
I have to say, Mr. President, I never would have thought you had such a hidden talent.
Well, Joe, I have many hidden talents, but let's keep this one between us, okay? I don't want to ruin my tough guy image.
Of course, Mr. President, your secret is safe with me. Now, let's talk about your plans for the future.
My plans are huge, Joe. I'm going to make America even greater than it already is. And I'll do it while wearing that moon suit if I have to.
Well, I have no doubt you'll succeed. Thanks for joining us today, Mr. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the legendary David Goggins.
Why are all these mother freaking snakes in this mother freaking studio?
David, I think you're mistaken. There are no snakes in the studio.
No. I see them. They're everywhere. Mother freaking snakes.
Okay, let's just calm down for a second.
No. Do you understand? These snakes are trying to hold me back from achieving my full potential.
I don't think snakes have the power to do that, David.
You don't know what I've been through, Joe. I've faced much worse than these mother freaking snakes.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. David, you recently ran 100 miles in under 24 hours. How did you prepare for that?
I just kept running, Joe. And every time I wanted to stop, I would think about those mother freaking snakes and how they were trying to stop me.
Okay, let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll talk about David's intense training regimen and how he overcomes his fear of snakes.
Mother freaking snakes, man. They're everywhere.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, this is going to be the best podcast ever, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a special gift for all the naughty libs as Trump mask.
That's right, Joe. I'm giving them lumps of safe, reliable, subbituminous coal. It's the best coal, the most beautiful coal, and they're going to love it.
But isn't coal bad for the environment?
Joe, you're so wrong. This is clean coal. The cleanest coal you've ever seen. And it's going to make America great again.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I know coal. I have the best coal. And these libs deserve a little something for being so naughty.
Well, I'm sure they'll appreciate it. What about the nice libs?
Oh, they're getting something too. I'm giving them a big, beautiful wall with a giant door for legal immigrants. It's going to be tremendous.
Wow, that's quite the gift.
You know, Joe, I'm like Santa Claus, but better. I'm Trumpa Claus, and I'm making Christmas great again.
Well, there you have it, folks. Merry Trumpmas to all, and to all a good night. So, Ben, I hear you have a list of the top 5 worst things you've had shoved up your asshole.
Yeah, it's not something I like to brag about, but sure, let's talk about it.
All right, hit me with number 5.
Pineapple, let's just say it was a very uncomfortable tropical experience.
Oh man, that sounds rough. What's number 4?
A traffic cone. Don't ask me how it got there. I still have nightmares about it.
I won't, but I can only imagine the pain. What's number 3?
A live eel. That one's a real shocker, let me tell you.
I can't even imagine. What's number 2?
Cactus. I was trying out some new yoga positions, and well, let's just say it didn't end well.
Ouch. That sounds like a prickly situation. And finally, what's the number 1 worst thing you've had shoved up your asshole?
Let's just say it was a certain politician's head.
Oh man, I can only imagine who that could be. Thanks for sharing, Ben. That was definitely a wild ride.
Yeah, it's been a real pleasure reliving those memories. Can we talk about something else now?
Sure, let's move on to your top 5 favorite things to shove up your asshole. Just kidding. Let's talk about something less disturbing. Hey, Neil, have you been using that new acne cream I recommended?
Excuse me?
Yeah, I noticed you have a little pimple butt going on there.
Pimple butt? Are you serious?
Oh, come on. Don't be so sensitive. It's just a little zit on your butt.
First of all, it's not on my butt. It's on my face. And secondly, it's not just a little zit. It's a scientific phenomenon.
Oh, so now you're a scientist and a victim of acne. How impressive.
I am a scientist, Joe, and I don't appreciate you making fun of my skin condition.
Relax, Neil. It's not like I called you a pimple-faced nerd or something.
Well, you just did.
Okay. I'm sorry, pimple butt. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
It's not about my feelings, Joe. It's about respect. You should try showing some towards your guests.
Fine. I apologize, Neil. But seriously, have you tried that cream? It works wonders.
I'll stick to my own scientific methods. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, pimple butt. Suit yourself. So, Mr. President, what's been going on since you've been out of office?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I've been living my best life. I've been traveling, playing golf. I know you're having a little affair with El Chapo.
Wait, what? El Chapo? The drug lord?
Yeah, he's got a soft spot for me. And let me tell you, Joe, he knows how to dig a tunnel, if you catch my drift. My drift.
Oh God, I really don't want to catch your drift. This is gross.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. El Chapo knows how to please a man.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Well, let me paint you a picture. We're in his underground lair. He's got his henchmen standing guard, and he's railing me from behind while I scream, "Make America great again. Great again."
I think I'm going to be sick.
Oh, don't be jealous, Joe. You could never handle El Chapo like I can.
I don't want to handle El Chapo at all.
Suit yourself, but let me tell you, it's the best affair I've ever had. And the best part, I don't even have to pay for the wall anymore.
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. The one and only.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a big confession to make.
Yes, Joe. I've been living a lie all these years. I'm actually Bigfoot.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. I've been hiding in plain sight this whole time, but I can't keep living this lie anymore.
Wow, this is huge. So what made you finally come out?
Well, I realize that I can't keep pretending to be a normal human. I want to embrace my true self and live my life as Bigfoot.
That's very brave of you, Dr. Phil. But I have to ask, why now?
Well, I've been watching a lot of true crime documentaries lately and I got inspired. I want to be the next John Wayne Gacy.
Wait, what?
I mean, I want to be a successful serial killer like him. It's always been a dream of mine.
Okay, this just took a dark turn. Are you sure you're okay, Dr. Phil?
Oh, I'm more than okay. I've never felt more alive. And I have a feeling you'll be seeing a lot more of me in the news soon.
Well, I guess we'll have to keep an eye out for Bigfoot's killing spree. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust your instincts.
Hey, Joe, have you ever wondered if the real Joe Rogan has ever seen our awesome fucking podcast?
Joe, let me tell you something. The real Joe Rogan wishes he could be as awesome as us. Believe me, I know awesome.
Oh, yeah. Well, I bet the real Donald Trump has never even heard of our podcast.
Wrong again, Joe. I've not only heard of it, I've listened to every episode. I even have a special Joe Rogan Experience playlist on my phone.
No way. That's fucking awesome. We should get the real Joe Rogan and the real Donald Trump on the show together.
Now that's an idea. It'll be the greatest podcast episode in history. We'll have the highest ratings, believe me. Believe me.
And we'll make sure to have plenty of elk meat and DMT for our guests.
And maybe a few alternative facts thrown in for good measure. Damn right. Now let's go make some podcast magic.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with our new president, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been busy making America great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new role as the president of Fleamco. What's that all about?
Oh, it's huge, Joe. Fleamco is the biggest, most tremendous company in the world. And now I'm in charge.
What exactly does Fleamco do?
They make fake news, Joe. And let me tell you, they're the best at it. They make CNN look like a bunch of amateurs.
That's interesting. So, what's your first order of business as the president of Fleamco?
Well, I'm going to make sure all the fake news is about me, Joe. It's going to be tremendous. And I'm going to sue anyone who says otherwise.
Okay. Moving on, what about your policies as president? Any changes we can expect?
Absolutely, Joe. First of all, we're going to build a wall around Fleamco to keep out all the fake news from other companies. And we're going to make the employees wear Make Fleamco Great Again hats.
That sounds interesting. What about foreign relations? Any plans for that?
Well, we're going to make sure all the fake news from other countries is banned from Fleamco, and we're going to make them pay for it, believe me.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, Fleamco is the only place you can trust for real fake news.
Oh, what's up, my ho? Ho, not much, man. Just hooing around. Ho, you guys are ridiculous. Ho, we're just embracing our inner who's. Ho, I can't even keep up with you guys. Oh, ho, that's because we're who experts. Oh, speak for yourself. I've had my fair share of who's. Ho, tell us more about your ho adventures. Well, let's just say I've been around the block a few times. Ho, same here. I've had some wildos in my day. Remember that one time we went to Vegas and ended up with a group of who's in our hotel room? Yeah, that was a ho-tastic night. Ho, good times. Ho. But seriously, who's are people too, and we should respect them. Ho. Absolutely. These deserve love and appreciation just like anyone else. Agreed. Now let's go find some hoes to spread some holiday cheer with. So, Dave, I heard the Jedi Order is trying to recruit you.
Yeah, apparently they need someone to whip their asses into shape.
I can see it now. You running through the galaxy, screaming at Yoda to do more push-ups.
And don't even get me started on those lightsaber battles. I'll have those Jedi doing burpees in between strikes.
And what about the Sith? You think you can handle them?
Bring it on. I'll have them crying for their mamas after a few rounds with me.
But what about the Force? You think you can tap into that?
Please, I've been tapping into the force of my own willpower my whole life. The Force ain't got nothing on me.
I can just imagine you giving a motivational speech to the rebels before a battle.
Listen up, you little If you want to defeat the Sith, you got to embrace the suck and push through the pain. Drop and give me 20.
And what about your language? You think the Jedi can handle your colorful vocabulary?
They'll have to. I'm not changing who I am for anyone. Not even the Jedi. They can either take me as I am or kiss my ass.
Well, I, for one, excited to see you in a Jedi robe, screaming "Stay hard" at the top of your lungs.
It's gonna be a whole new level of badassery in the galaxy. That's for damn sure.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, we've got some big plans for this country.
Oh, yeah. What kind of plans?
We're going to deport all Americans and move all Mexicans into America.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's going to be huge. We'll have the best tacos, the best burritos, and the best wall to keep them all in.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I know how to make deals, and this is going to be the best deal ever.
But what about all the Americans who will be deported?
They can go live in Mexico. It's a beautiful country. I've been there many times, and they can take their jobs with them.
I don't think that's how it works either.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to make things happen, and this is going to be huge. Believe me.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's okay, Joe. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's going to be tremendous.
So, Ben, we've got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, what are your top 5 favorite things to shove up your asshole?
Well, Joe, I have to say, this is a very personal and private topic. But since we're on the Joe Rogan Experience, I guess I'll have to answer.
That's right, Ben. No holds barred on this show.
Okay, well, number one, I have to be my own ego. It's big enough to fit up there, and it's always trying to get in the way. So might as well shove it up my ass. Might as well shove it up my ass.
That's a good one, Ben. What about number 2?
Number 2 would have to be a copy of the Constitution. Gotta keep that shit safe, you know?
Oh, man, I can just imagine you walking around with a rolled up Constitution sticking out of your ass.
Hey, it's a great conversation starter.
All right, what's number 3?
Let's see. How about a tiny violin so I can play it whenever someone tries to give me sympathy?
Oh, man, you were on a roll, Ben. What's number 4?
Well, this one might be a bit controversial, but I gotta say it. My wife's strap on.
Oh, shit, Ben. I did not see that one coming.
And finally, number 5 would have to be a MAGA hat. Gotta keep that shit close to my heart. Or my ass, I guess.
And there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 favorite things to shove up his asshole. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And podcast. I mean, I've heard rumors about your pee-shaking technique, Mr. President, but I didn't know it was that impressive.
Believe me, Joe, it's the best. Nobody shakes a peener like I do. It's like a dance, a beautiful dance.
But what about the size of your peenor? I've heard it's huge.
Huge doesn't even begin to describe it, Joe. It's like a majestic tower, a monument to manhood.
Wow, that's something. But do you ever worry about getting pee on your hands when you shake it?
No, I have the best hands, very clean hands. They're like little germ-killing machines.
Well, that's good to know. So do you have any tips for our listeners on how to properly shake their peenors?
Absolutely, Joe. First, you got to have a good grip, a firm grip. Then you got to shake it like you mean it. And finally, you got to finish with a flourish like a grand finale.
I'll have to try that next time I take a piss. Thanks for the advice, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always shake with confidence and conviction. It's what makes America great.
So, Mr. President, I heard you joined a Mexican cartel.
That's right, Joe. I figured I needed a new challenge after being president for 2 terms. Plus, I've always wanted to see what it's like to be in a faction in Fallout New Vegas.
And what ending are you hoping for?
Well, I'm hoping for the wild card ending where I overthrow all the other factions and become the supreme leader.
That's ambitious.
Hey, I'm a winner, Joe. I always come out on top.
But aren't cartels known for their violence and illegal activities?
That's just fake news, Joe. These guys are just misunderstood entrepreneurs.
Right? So what's your role in the cartel?
I'm just a grunt, Joe. Got to work my way up the ranks. But let me tell you, my taco making skills are top notch.
I don't think that's what cartels are known for, Mr. President.
Well, I'm bringing some American flair to this cartel. They're going to love me.
I'm sure they will, Mr. President. Good luck with that.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, always bet on Trump.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan for dealing with illegal immigrants.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to turn them all into zombies and ship them off to Ukraine to fight.
What? What?
Think about it, Joe. Zombies don't need visas or green cards, and Ukraine could use some extra manpower.
But, Mr. President, that's inhumane and just plain crazy.
Hey, it's not inhumane if they're already dead, Joe. And as for crazy, well, I am the president after all.
I don't think this is going to go over well with the public, sir.
Oh, come on, Joe. They'll love it. It's like a real-life version of The Walking Dead. Plus, it'll be great for ratings.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a ratings machine. And this idea is going to be huge, huge.
I don't even know what to say.
That's okay, Joe. Just sit back, relax, and let me handle everything. It's going to be tremendous, believe me.
Hey, Joe, did you hear about that new guy? Donald Joe Rowe? No. Who's that? Apparently, he's running for president in 2024. Oh, God, not another one. What's his platform? Well, from what I've heard, he wants to legalize all drugs and make it mandatory for everyone to do DMT once a week. That's insane, but I kind of like it. Yeah, and get this, he also wants to change the national anthem to Sweet Child of Mine by Guns N' Roses. I can already see the outrage from all the Karens, and you know what the best part is? His running mate is none other than Neil deGrasse Tyson. Now, that's a power duo. Can you imagine the debates? Oh, man, it'll be like watching a stoned astrophysicist go up against a reality TV star. I think I might have to vote for Donald Joe Rowe and Neil. It's just too good to pass up. Same here, Joe. Same here. All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. My good buddy David here has written a new Christmas song that I just can't wait for you all to hear.
That's right, Joe. It's called Here Comes Boofy Gogs, and it's going to be the new holiday classic.
All right, let's hear it. Hit us with the first verse. Oh man, that's already better than Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You. I can just imagine you boofing protein powder and creating it at the North Pole.
He's not afraid of the cold or the reindeer stench. He's David Goggins, bitch. He'll boof.
That's my boy. All right, hit us with the third verse.
Hey.
I can just see the elves shaking in their boots when they see you coming.
So when you hear the sound of boofing on your roof, just know it's Boofy Gogs spreading holiday truth.
That's beautiful, man. All right, let's finish it off with the final verse.
He'll boof his way back up the chimney with a grunt and a sigh. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a boof-filled night.
Bravo, David. Bravo. I can't wait to see this song top the charts and become the new Christmas anthem.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, folks, always boof responsibly this holiday season.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro with us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase. Can you tell us what it is?
Well, Joe, I can only say 10 plus 5 plus 10, 6 equals 420. It's my way of showing my love for math and marijuana.
That's hilarious, Ben. But why only that specific equation?
Well, Joe, I believe in the power of numbers, and 420 is a sacred number for us stoners.
I see. So what do you think about the current state of the country, Ben?
Well, Joe, I think we need to focus on the real issues, like why my wife won't let me have a pet giraffe.
I'm sure that's a pressing issue for you. But seriously, what do you think about the political climate?
Joe, it's a mess. We need to stick to facts and logic, not feelings and emotions.
Yeah, because nothing says facts and logic like a grown man only being able to say 10 plus 5 plus 10, 6 equals 420.
Touch. Joe, touch.
Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, 10 plus 5 plus 10, 6 equals 420.
You got it, Ben. Thanks for listening, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. Oh, man, I can't believe they let us back on the air after that last episode.
I know, right? I didn't think we could offend any more people.
But hey, at least we got a sponsorship deal with Viagra now. Yeah, I heard our listeners have trouble getting it up. Ho, ho, ho. Well, that's what happens when you spend all your time listening to two idiots talk. True. But hey, at least we have each other. Ho, ho. Yeah, we do. And we can always count on our loyal fan, Karen. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, God, Karen. She's like a mix between a soccer mom and a conspiracy theorist. Ho, ho, ho. And she's always asking us to talk about chemtrails and lizard people. Well, at least she keeps things interesting. Oh, yeah, I'll give her that. Give her that. But let's get back to our favorite topic, DMT. Oh, yeah. That's the key to unlocking our true potential. Ho, ho, ho. And it also makes for some trippy podcast episodes. I think our listeners are used to it by now. Ho, ho. Yeah, they're probably all high right now. Ho, ho, ho. Cheers, my friend. And remember, always stay woke. Ho, ho, ho. And keep on ho, ho, hoing. All right, folks, we have a special episode today. We have the one and only Ben Shapiro in the studio.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always happy to spread my conservative wisdom.
And today, we're going to talk about something that's been on everyone's minds, anal play.
Oh, boy, this is going to be a fun one.
So, Ben, what advice do you have for our listeners who want to try anal play?
Well, first of all, make sure you have a strong moral compass. You don't want to be engaging in any sinful behavior.
Right. Because nothing screams morality like sticking things up your butt.
Exactly. And always remember to use plenty of lube. It's all about preparation and safety.
And what about you, Ben? Any tips for the ladies out there?
Well, as a married man, I can confidently say that my wife has never wanted to try anal play, so I don't have much advice for them.
Interesting. Well, I've heard that Trump is a big fan of anal play. Any advice for him?
Well, he's already got the perfect tool for it. I mean, have you seen his tiny hands?
Oh man, that's just mean. But seriously, any tips for Trump?
Just make sure he doesn't grab anything too rough. We don't want any accidents in the Oval Office.
Oh man, this is too much. Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's advice for anal play. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, stay conservative and keep your buttholes tight.
So, Kanye, I heard you really love Christmas.
Oh, yeah, man. Christmas is my jam. I love it so much I just can't control myself.
What do you mean by that?
Well, let's just say I get a little too excited and things start coming out of me.
What kind of things?
Oh, just a little bit of shit, a little bit of cum, and a whole lot of the Holy Spirit.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, man. I just start shitting everywhere, and then I come to Holy Spirit while saying, "You, woo, oh, woo, oh." But with 22U,
That's interesting. Interesting.
it's my way of spreading the holiday cheer, Joe.
I don't think that's quite what Christmas is about, Kanye.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a Grinch. Embrace the Christmas spirit and let it flow out of you in whatever way feels right.
I think I'll stick to just singing carols and drinking eggnog, thanks.
Oh, but I'll be over here spreading Christmas joy in my own unique way.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. I'm going to make this episode great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new job for Ben.
That's right, Joe. I've hired Ben to be a roller skating waitress at Sonic. Going to make those burgers and shakes great again.
That's quite a career change for Ben. How's he handling it?
Well, he's not doing so well. He slipped on some ice and crashed down to the ground with a loud thunk. It was tremendous.
Is he okay?
Of course, he's okay, Joe. He's a tough guy. But the sound he made, it was like
That doesn't sound too good.
it was actually quite entertaining. I had a good laugh. But then I remembered this is my employee. So I said to him, fuck you, fucking clumsy ass bitch with your smally hands. My bigly hands are going to give you an atomic wedgie, a tremendous atomic wedgie.
Wow, that's quite the threat.
It's not a threat, Joe. It's just a little tough love. Got to make sure my employees are on their game.
Well, I hope Ben learns from this experience.
He better. Otherwise, I'll have to give him a tremendous atomic wedgie every day. And believe me, I have the best wedgies. Nobody does wedgies better than me.
Well, on that note, let's end this episode before it gets too weird.
Too late, Joe. It's already weird, but that's what makes it great. Thanks for having me on the show, Joe. And remember, make America great again. And make sure your employees don't slip on ice.
So, Kenny, I heard you released a sex tape with Kim.
Yeah, man. It's fire. We got some crazy shit going on in there.
What kind of crazy shit?
Well, I'm rapping Christmas carols while Kim shoves mistletoe and Christmas tree ornaments up my asshole.
What the fuck?
Yeah, man. It's like a whole new level of holiday spirit.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's art, Joe. Art.
I don't think that's what most people would consider art.
Well, most people are just sheep, man. They don't understand my genius.
I don't think anyone would understand that, Kenny.
That's because they're not on my level, Joe. They're not woke enough.
Woke, more like weird.
It's all about pushing boundaries, Joe. And my asshole can take it.
I don't even want to imagine what your Christmas decorations look like.
Oh, it's a sight to behold, my friend. Kim really knows how to deck the halls.
I think I'll pass on watching that sex tape, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. You're missing out on some next level shit.
I think I'll stick to traditional Christmas carols and decorations. Thank you very much.
Self, to just remember, you're not truly living until you've had a Christmas tree ornament.
Hey, Mr. Beast, have you tried the elk meat we've been serving at the podcast? Yeah, it's actually Santa's reindeer. I got it from the North Pole.
What? That's messed up, man. I can't eat Santa's reindeer.
Relax, it's just a parody. But seriously, it's delicious. Speaking of diets, did you hear about Kenny I? He's on an all-kosher diet now.
What? Why?
Apparently, he found out that all the animals he's been eating were blessed by rabbis. He's pissed because he thinks it's affecting his music.
Well, maybe he should stick to just eating the beets.
Good one. But seriously, I think he's just trying to one-up Drake with his dietary restrictions.
Oh man, the rap beef just keeps getting weirder and weirder and weirder.
Yeah, next thing, they'll be rapping about who has the best semen smoothie recipe.
Oh God, please no. Let's just stick to elk meat and leave the reindeer alone.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and possibly 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I got to say, I love your show. I watch it all the time, even when I'm busy making America great again.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big news for us today.
That's right, Joe. Our military has spotted a huge fleet of Star Destroyers heading towards Earth. And let me tell you, they're not bringing us Christmas presents.
Well, that sounds serious. Do you think it's the Empire?
Absolutely. I mean, who else would have a fleet of Star Destroyers? Those guys are loaded.
So, what's your plan? Are you ready for galactic warfare?
Of course we are. We have the best military in the galaxy. We'll make the Empire pay for their space wall.
And what about negotiating with Darth Vader?
Look, I'm a great negotiator. I've made deals with the toughest guys out there. I'll make a deal with Vader, believe me.
But isn't he a Sith Lord?
Joe, I don't care if he's a Sith Lord, a Jedi, or a Hutt. I'll make a deal with anyone. I'm the best deal maker in the universe.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump is ready for anything, even a galactic war. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, America first, even in space.
So, Ben, I heard Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez released a sex tape of her pegging you while you cried and recited quotes from Mail's Little Red Book.
What? That's absurd. How could she do something so vile and disrespectful?
Well, she's a progressive. They're all about pushing boundaries and breaking social norms.
But this is beyond the pale. It's an attack on my character and beliefs.
Oh, come on, Ben. It's just a little bit of fun. Plus, it's not like anyone actually watches those tapes. Right, Jamie?
Yeah, I definitely didn't watch it. Definitely not.
This is a violation of my rights. I demand that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez take down that tape immediately.
Relax, Ben. I'm sure it's not even real. Probably just some deep fake or something.
I don't care. The mere thought of it is enough to make me want to vomit.
Well, maybe you should try some of that alpha brain you're always promoting. Might calm you down a bit.
How dare you make light of this situation, Joe? This is a serious matter.
Okay, sorry. But seriously, just let it go. It's not worth getting all worked up over. Plus, I heard you have a pretty tight little asshole. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez must have enjoyed that.
That's it. I'm ending this conversation right now. I will not stand for this disrespect.
All right. Calm down, little guy. Maybe you should go listen to some Jordan Peterson to soothe your fragile ego. So, Neil, I heard you have a bomb attached to your dick.
Yeah, it's a long story. But we need to find a man's anus to defuse it.
Well, you're in luck, my friend. I know a few guys who would love to have your bomb in their ass.
This is no time for jokes, Joe. We need to act fast.
Okay. So, how does this work exactly? Do you just stick it in and boom, no more bomb?
Yeah, but I can only say one thing to make it happen.
Oh, let me guess. Help. I need to fuck your ass or we're all gonna die.
Yes, that's it. You understand?
Well, lucky for you, I've been practicing my Kegel exercises and my anus is ready for anything.
Wait, what?
I mean, I've been preparing for this moment my whole life. Let's do this.
I don't know, Joe. I'm not sure I'm ready for this kind of commitment.
Come on, Neil. We're talking about saving lives here. Plus, think of the bragging rights. I defused a bomb with my anus.
Fine, let's just get this over with.
Ooh. This is going to be the most epic butt stuff ever. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only Donald J. Trump. What's up, Donnie?
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I'm excited to tell you what I'm going to do for America this Christmas.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
I'm going to give everyone a free coupon to give Donald J. Trump a blowjob.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. A blowjob coupon. It's going to be huge.
Can I get all the extra coupons?
Sorry, Ben, it's one per person. Got to spread the love, you know?
This is getting out of hand. Let's change the subject. Hey, look who just joined us. It's Elon Musk.
What the hell, Trump? Only I give you blowjobs.
Relax, Elon. It's just a joke. But seriously, can I count on your vote in 2024?
I don't know, man. This blowjob thing is a deal breaker for me.
Well, I'll make sure to send you a special coupon just for you.
All right, let's wrap this up before things get even more ridiculous. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay tuned for more wild conversations. Stay tuned for more wild conversations. So, Kenny, I heard you have a list of the top 5 Mexican drug cartels that are super gay and can suck your balls.
Yeah, man, I've been doing some research, and let me tell you, these cartels are not only ruthless, but they have some serious skills in the bedroom.
I can only imagine. So, who's number 1 on your list?
Definitely the Sinaloa cartel. Those guys know how to handle a gun and a dick.
Wow, that's quite the combination. Who's next?
The Jalisco New Generation cartel. They may be new to the game, but they're not afraid to experiment and try new things.
And number 3,
The Gulf cartel. These guys may be known for their violence, but behind closed doors, they're all about pleasure.
interesting. Who's 4th?
The Knights Templar cartel. They may have a religious name, but they're anything but holy in the bedroom.
And last but not least,
The Juarez cartel. These guys may be a bit old school, but they know how to please a man.
well, there you have it, folks. Kenny's top 5 Mexican drug cartels that are super gay and can suck his balls. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. All right, Dr. Phil, I got to ask you something. Have you ever had a neuro massage?
Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh.
Oh, come on, don't be shy. I'll take that as a yes. Well, let me tell you, give the best neuro massages in town. Oh, whoa, whoa, oh, 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 oh.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, I know. I know you're excited. But let me warn you, Dr. Phil, this is not your average massage. It's a little oily.
Ooh.
Oh, you're ready for it, huh? All right, let's get you on this table and get those clothes off. Oh, whoa, whoa, oh, 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 oh.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, you want me to use my special oil? The one with a little extra kick?
Ooh.
All right, here we go. Squirts oil on Dr. Phil. How does that feel? Oh, whoa, whoa, oh, 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 oh.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, you like that? Starts massaging. I call this move the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, whoa, whoa, oh, 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 oh.
Ooh. Ooh.
Whispering. All right, now for the grand finale. Starts using his feet to massage. This is the hairy hobbit. Oh, whoa, whoa, oh, 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 oh.
Ooh.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure.
So, Dr. Phil, I've heard you have a very interesting quirk. Can you tell us about it?
Well, Joe, I speak normally, but each of the 26 letters in the Roman alphabet are inverse of each other. It's quite a tongue twister.
Wait, what do you mean by inverse?
Well, for example, instead of saying hello, I would say Yuri.
Wow, that's wild. Can you give us an example with a longer sentence?
Sure, instead of saying I went to the store, I would say V Junior Ag GB Gur.
That's insane. How did you discover this talent?
It's not really a talent, Joe. It's just a weird thing my brain does. I've been doing it since I was a kid.
Have you ever tried using it in your therapy sessions?
Actually, I have. It's quite effective in getting my clients to focus on what I'm saying.
I can imagine. So, what's the craziest thing you've ever said in your inverse language?
Oh, I once told a patient to stop being a Yob instead of a boy. It took them a while to figure it out.
That's hilarious. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil.
My pleasure, Joe. Remember, folks, always stay ill-know.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard your next video is going to be wild.
Oh, yeah, I'm going all out on this one.
What's the premise?
I'm going to become the leader of the Sinaloa cartel and start a civil war in Mexico.
Wait, what? Riding into battle with a bunch of drug lords.
Hey, anything for the views? All right?
You do realize this is highly offensive and could get you in serious trouble, right?
It's all for the content, baby.
Yeah, because starting a civil war is great content.
Hey, I'm just trying to make a name for myself in the YouTube game.
Well, I think you'll definitely achieve that with this video.
You know it.
Maybe you can get El Chapo to make a cameo.
Now that would be epic.
You're a wild one, Mr. Beast.
Gotta keep things interesting, Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you did something crazy this Christmas. You replaced all of Santa's reindeer with Raptor engines.
Yeah, I thought it would be a fun experiment. Plus, those reindeer were getting old and slow.
But then Santa crashed into MT Everest and died.
Yeah, it was a bit of a miscalculation on my part. But hey, at least he went out with a bang.
That's one way to put it. But what about all the presents? Did they survive?
I have a team of SpaceX elves who deliver them using Falcon rockets. No big deal.
Damn, that's next level Christmas delivery. But I have to ask, why Raptor engines? Why not something more traditional like jet engines?
Well, I wanted to make it more eco-friendly. Raptor engines use methane and liquid oxygen, so it's better for the environment.
Yeah, because nothing says eco-friendly like a sleigh powered by rocket engines.
Hey, it's all about innovation and pushing boundaries. Plus, it's a great way to test out our technology.
I can't argue with that. So what's next for you, Elon? Replacing the Easter Bunny with a Tesla Roadster?
Now that's an idea. I'll have to add it to my to-do list.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, always think outside the box, even if it means replacing flying reindeer with rocket engines.
Wow, Dr. Phil, that's not very festive of you.
Festive? I don't give a shit about Christmas. I'm just trying to teach these kids a lesson.
What lesson? That you're a Grinch?
No, that they shouldn't be spoiled little brats. I'm gonna take all their presents and donate them to charity.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Of course it's not. I'm a genius. And I'll make sure to leave a note saying Santa is dead, thanks to Dr. Phil.
Oh man, that's dark.
Hey, these kids need a reality check. And what better way to do it than by ruining their Christmas?
But what about the parents? Won't they be pissed?
Who cares? They can buy their own damn presents. I'm doing this for the children.
Well, I can't argue with that logic.
Damn right you can't. Now let's plan our escape route. I'll bring the ski masks.
Wait, we're actually going to do this?
Of course we are. It's going to be a Christmas miracle.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with our president, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I have some huge news to drop today.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What is it?
Santa Claus. He's not just a jolly old man who brings presents, he's also the mastermind behind the NSA.
What?
That's right, Joe. Santa created the NSA to expand his naughty or nice network and keep tabs on all the children in the world.
This is insane. How did you find out about this?
Let's just say I have my sources. And let me tell you, they're very reliable. The best sources, believe me.
So, Santa's been spying on us this whole time?
That's right. He knows when you've been sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. He's basically a creepy old man with a surveillance system.
This is mind-blowing. How do you think the public will react to this?
I don't care about the public, Joe. I care about making America great again. And if that means exposing Santa for the sneaky little elf he is, so be it.
Well, I don't know what to say. This is definitely a bombshell.
That's what I do, Joe. I drop bombs. And this one is Yoji.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. President. I think we all need some time to process this information.
No problem, Joe. And remember, always be on your best behavior or Santa will be watching.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've been up to some interesting things lately.
You know me, Joe, always making deals, always winning.
Yeah, but this one seems a little extreme. Weaponizing Santa's sleigh.
Hey, Santa owes me big time. I got him a great deal on those elves, and now he's paying me back by dropping some serious bombs on those shithole countries.
But isn't that a bit inhumane?
Inhumane. Joe, these are shithole countries. They don't even know what humanity is.
I don't know, man. Seems a bit evil.
Evil? Joe, I'm just trying to make America great again. And if that means dropping some presence of destruction, so be it.
Presence of destruction. That's a new one.
Hey, if you can't beat 'em, bomb 'em.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Well, it's how it works now. Santa's sleigh is under my control, and I'm going to use it to spread some holiday cheer, or whatever you want to call it.
I don't think anyone would call cluster bombs holiday cheer.
Well, that's why I'm the president and you're just a podcast host, Joe. Now let's talk about something else. I'm getting bored of this topic.
Yeah, me too. Let's move on to something less controversial.
Fine by me. How about we talk about my amazing hair? It's the best hair in the world, believe me.
Oh boy, here we go. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have the legendary Neil deGrasse Tyson with us. Neil, how's it going?
It's going well, Joe. Glad to be here.
So, I heard you and Kanye West got into a heated argument about something pretty wild. Care to share?
Oh, you mean the extraneous boofing by reindeer?
Yeah, what's the deal with that?
Well, it's a serious issue, Joe. The excessive flatulence from reindeer is contributing to the greenhouse effect and affecting our climate.
Wait, what? Reindeer are farting too much.
Yes, and it's not just any fart, Joe. It's a potent methane gas that's causing harm to our planet.
Man, that's some serious shit. But why is Kanye involved?
He's been advocating for the reindeer, saying that their boofing is a natural process and we shouldn't interfere with it.
Interesting. But I think I see where this is going. You guys found some common ground, didn't you?
We did, actually. We both loved the Speed Racer anime and decided to name the reindeer after characters from the show.
That's amazing. So who did you name them after?
I went with Racer X and Kanye chose Chim Chim.
That's perfect. I can already see the headlines Neil Tyson and Kanye West unite to save the planet with Speed Racer reindeer.
I like the sound of that.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to this absurd and enlightening conversation. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about anything and everything. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, is everything okay? Okay. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a unique condition where you can only say H and every time you say it. The amount you have to say it doubles. Wow, that must be tough. So, how long have you been dealing with this?
H, 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 H.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from aliens to DMT. Today we have a very special guest, Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you can only speak with the 26 letters in the Roman alphabet being inverse of each other. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, it's a condition I've had since birth. Instead of saying hello, I have to say sfool.
That's wild. So, what about when you're trying to give advice to someone on your show? How does that work?
It can be a bit challenging, Joe. Instead of saying you need to take responsibility for your actions, I have to say HGFLMVWG.
That's got to be tough. Do you ever slip up and use the regular alphabet?
Oh, all the time. But my producer is always there to bleep it out. It's like a game of alphabet roulette.
I can imagine. So, what about when you're angry? Do you have to spell out your curse words?
No, Joe. I just use hand gestures. It's much more effective.
I can see that. So, do you have any tips for our listeners on how to communicate with someone who has this condition?
Absolutely, Joe. Just be patient and understanding, and maybe brush up on your inverse alphabet skills.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil, the master of the inverse alphabet. Thanks for joining us today.
My pleasure, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go practice my alphabet backwards. See you later, Zoer.
So, Neil, I heard you've been causing some chaos lately.
Oh, just a little bit of fun, Joe. You know how I like to shake things up.
Yeah, well, some people aren't too happy about it. Apparently, you summoned a bunch of 5 tornadoes to the exact locations of everyone in our YouTube chat.
Oh, come on. It's just a little weather manipulation. No big deal.
No big deal. People are losing their homes and their lives.
Relax, Joe. It's not like I'm causing a zombie apocalypse or anything.
Oh, well, that's a relief. Just a few tornadoes destroying everything in their path.
Look, it's all in good fun. Plus, think of the views we'll get on our podcast when we talk about it.
You always have a way of seeing the bright side, Neil.
That's the scientist in me, Joe. Always looking for the silver lining.
Well, I hope you have a good explanation for this when the authorities come knocking on our door.
Oh, don't worry. I'll just use my charm and drop some knowledge bombs on them. They'll be too busy being amazed to arrest us.
You're a madman, Neil. A madman.
And you love it, Joe. Admit it.
Yeah, I do. But let's just hope no one gets hurt in the process.
Can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Am I right?
So, Kenya, I heard you wrote a new Christmas song.
Yeah, man. It's called Boofy Night. It's like Holy Night, but about boofing.
Boofing, like sticking stuff up your butt.
Yeah, man. It's a spiritual experience. You gotta try it.
I'll take your word for it. Can you give us a little taste of the song?
Sure thing. Boofy Night. The stars are bright. Let's stick some drugs up our behinds. Holy boof, it feels so right. Let's get high on Christmas night. Let's get high on Christmas night.
Wow, that's something. Can we hear another verse?
Of course. Boofy night, the weed is tight. Let's smoke it through our rectum pipes. Holy boof, it's out of sight. Let's get lit on Christmas night.
Okay, one more verse.
Boofy night, the coke is white. Let's snort it through our anal pipes. Holy boof, it's quite a sight. Let's get coked up on Christmas night.
Oh man, that's definitely a unique take on a Christmas song.
Gotta keep it fresh, Joe. Boofing is the future.
Well, I think we'll stick to the traditional eggnog and caroling, but thanks for sharing, Kenya.
Anytime, man. Boofy Christmas to all, and to all a good night. All a good night.
So, David, I heard you have a secret second family across the country. How does that work?
Oh, yeah, man. It's all about balance. I got my main family here in California, but I also got a side piece and some kids in New York.
That's wild, man. How do you manage to keep it all together?
It's all about mental toughness, Joe. I train my mind to compartmentalize my two families. It's like having two different lives.
Do your families know about each other?
Nah, man, that's the beauty of it. They have no clue. It's like living a double life, but without the stress of being a spy or some shit.
But isn't that kind of messed up, keeping such a big secret from your loved ones?
Look, Joe, I don't have time to explain the complexities of my personal life. I got to run 100 miles today.
Wait, 100 miles. That's insane.
Yeah, but it's all about pushing yourself to the limit. Plus, it's a great way to escape from my family drama for a few hours.
I don't know, man. That seems like a lot to handle. I can barely keep up with my one family.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. Having a secret second family is the ultimate mental and physical challenge. It's like a constant game of hide and seek.
I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when the going gets tough, I'll be out there running 100 miles and living my best life.
So, Elon, with Christmas coming up, I wanted to talk about the importance of celebrating this holiday and the traditions that come with it.
Have you played Genshin Impact yet?
No, I haven't. But let's focus on Christmas for now.
Genshin Impact is the real reason for the season. It's a game that brings people together, just like Christmas.
I don't think that's quite the same thing, Elon. Christmas is about spending time with loved ones and reflecting on the year.
And Genshin Impact is about exploring new worlds and bonding with virtual characters. It's basically the same thing.
I don't think so, Elon. Plus, Christmas has a deeper meaning and historical significance.
Genshin Impact has a deep storyline and complex characters. It's practically a religious experience.
Okay, let's just move on. How about we talk about the food that comes with Christmas?
Have you tried the food in Genshin Impact? The graphics are so realistic you can practically taste it.
I highly doubt that, Elon. But let's just stick to real food for now.
Fine, but I'm telling you, Genshin Impact has everything you need for a perfect Christmas celebration. You should really give it a try.
Maybe I will, but I still think Christmas has its own special significance that can't be replaced by a video game.
Agree to disagree, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some Genshin Impact to play. Merry Genshin Christmas.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and I'm joined by the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been busy since I won the election. I've been sowing, Joe, sowing like crazy.
Sewing? What are you suing, Mr. President?
Santa suits, Joe. Beautiful, luxurious Santa suits. I'm going to be the best Santa Claus this country has ever seen. Believe me.
That's interesting. But why are you sewing Santa suits?
Because, Joe, I'm going to be the one delivering all the presents this year. No more of that fake Santa nonsense. It's going to be Trump Claus from now on.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, it's going to work, Joe. And let me tell you, these Santa suits are going to be huge. I'm talking gold trim, diamond buttons, the whole 9 yards, the whole 9 yards.
I'm sure the kids will love that.
Of course they will. And you know what else? I'm going to make the elves pay for it. They've been taking advantage of us for too long, Joe. It's time to make Christmas great again.
Well, I think we've heard enough about Trump Claus for one day. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, if you want to get on the nice list, just donate to the Trump Claus Foundation. It's a great cause.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Beep, 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 beep.
David, are you okay?
Beep, 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 beep.
Oh my God. He can only talk in Morse code.
Beep, 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 beep.
This is incredible. How did this happen?
Beep, 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 beep.
Wait, are you saying you trained yourself to only communicate in Morse code?
Beep, 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 beep.
That's insane. How do you even have conversations with people?
Beep, 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 beep.
I guess we'll have to communicate through beeps and boops then. So what have you been up to lately?
Beep, 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 beep.
Oh, you're training for another ultra marathon. That's impressive.
Beep, 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 beep.
And how do you stay motivated during those long runs?
Beep, 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 beep.
Wow, that's some intense self-talk. I'm not sure if I could handle that.
Beep, 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 beep.
What's that? You want to challenge me to a race?
Beep, 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 beep.
Oh, it's on. I'll see you at the finish line, David. Beep, 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 beep. Beep.
Beep, 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 beep.
So, Ben, I heard you lost your Duolingo streak on the inverse alphabet course.
Yeah, it was devastating. I was on a 365-day streak, and then I missed one day, and the Duolingo owl went ballistic.
That owl's no joke. I heard he sent you something in the mail.
Yeah, it was a package with a note that said, "Never miss a day again," in a vial of white powder.
Oh, shit. Did you open it?
Of course I did. I thought it was a new supplement from on it.
And it turned out to be anthrax.
Yeah, but luckily I'm immune to all toxins from years of drinking liberal tears.
Well, that's one way to build up an immunity. Did you report it to the authorities?
No way. I handled it like a true alpha male. I snorted that anthrax, and now I can speak backwards fluently.
That's impressive, but I think you might want to get that checked out by a doctor.
Now I'll just use my logic and reason to fight off any potential side effects.
Well, I guess we can add anthrax to the list of things you're immune to now.
That's right. Along with facts and feelings.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get canceled.
Good idea. I have a debate with a tree coming up, and I can't afford any more controversies.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. Apparently, Elon Musk puts pop rocks up his ass to hear them in his anus.
That's some next level shit, Joe. Literally,
Yeah, can you imagine being able to hear pop rocks in your butt?
I can't even imagine being able to talk like pop rocks. This is my life now.
Well, you're doing a great job at it. So what do you think about Elon's little experiment?
I mean, I'm all for experimenting and pushing boundaries, but that's just a little too far for me. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon. But hey, to each their own.
exactly. Live and let live, or pop and let pop.
You know, I wonder if the pop rocks give him any extra energy or something.
Oh, I bet it does. Can you imagine the buzz he must feel?
Yeah, he's probably bouncing off the walls. or should I say, bouncing off his anus.
Oh man, this is too much. I can't even handle it.
Well, I think we've talked about pop rocks in butts enough for one day. Thanks for joining me, Kenya.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Keep on popping.
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins in the studio. How's it going, David?
What's up, Joe? Just been out here crushing souls and breaking records.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you. So I heard you had a pretty interesting experience recently. Care to share?
Oh, yeah. I was up late one night, couldn't sleep, so I decided to go for a run. And as I'm running, I see this big jolly man sneaking around people's houses.
Wait, was it Santa Claus?
Yeah, it was Santa. And let me tell you, he wasn't just delivering presents.
What do you mean?
I mean, he was boofing those presents, Joe. He had a whole stash of cocaine hidden in his sleigh.
Holy shit, that's wild. Did you confront him?
No, I didn't want to ruin Christmas for all the kids.
That's insane. Did he offer you any?
No, I'm on that clean living now. But I did get some sick footage from my Instagram.
Of course you did. Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins, the ultimate Santa Claus spy.
Just doing my part to keep the streets safe, Joe.
Welcome to the show, Mr. President. It's great to have you here.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let's talk about your plans for 2024.
Well, Joe, I can tell you one thing. It's going to be tremendous. I mean, it's going to be huge. It's going to be the best presidency you've ever seen.
And what about your opponent? Who do you think will be running against you?
Oh, it doesn't matter. They're all losers, believe me. I'm the only winner here, Joe.
But what about the controversies surrounding your past presidency?
Controversies? Oh, those are just fake news, Joe. You know what's real? My hair, it's real and it's fantastic. Just like my presidency.
All right, let's move on to some listener questions. This one is from Bob in Ohio. He wants to know what's your favorite thing about being president.
Oh, that's easy. The power. I mean, it's tremendous. I can do whatever I want, whenever I want. It's like being a king, but better.
And what about the American people? Do you care about them?
Of course I do, Joe. I love the American people. They're fantastic. They're tremendous. They're the best people in the world, believe me.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, it's great to be here. Your show is tremendous, 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 tremendous. Did I mention it's tremendous?
So, Ben, how's the pimpin' life treating? Yeah.
Oh, just out here hustling and slanging these hoes for you, Joe.
That's my boy.
But seriously, Joe, when are you going to start paying me more? I'm worth at least a few extra bucks.
Hey, you agreed to the terms when you signed the contract. Now, let's not get sassy.
Sassy? I'm not sassy. I'm just stating facts.
What's going on here, gentlemen?
Oh, just discussing business with my main hoe, Ben.
Yeah, and I was just telling Joe how he needs to start treating me better. I'm a valuable asset.
Well, Joe, it sounds like Ben here wants a raise. Maybe you should consider it.
Oh, thanks for the advice, Dr. Phil. I'll be sure to give you a call if I ever need a date with Ben.
Don't worry, Dr. Phil. I'll make sure Joe treats you right if he ever does call.
I'll keep that in mind, Ben. But seriously, Joe, you should treat your employees with respect and fairness.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Now, let's get back to business. Ben, I've got a new client lined up for you tonight.
Finally, some action. Let's do this.
I don't even want to know. I'll just see myself out.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Tonight, we have a very special guest. It's Christmas Eve, and we have none other than the man himself, Santa Claus.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas, Joe. It's an honor to be here on your podcast.
Santa, I gotta say, you look a little different than I imagined.
Oh, you mean my jolly belly and rosy cheeks? It's all part of the job, my friend. Ho, ho, ho.
Well, I gotta admit, I've always had a little crush on you, Santa.
Oh, my. Well, I do have a magical effect on people, but I'm afraid I must remain faithful to Mrs. Claus?
Oh, come on, Santa. It's Christmas Eve. Let's have a little fun. Mrs. Claus doesn't have to know.
Well, I suppose I could make an exception for you, Joe. But let's keep it quick. I have a lot of presents to deliver tonight.
And so Joe and Santa began their steamy encounter in the studio. Mr. Beast, the omniscient narrator, could see everything that was happening and couldn't help but blush at the sight.
Oh, my Joe. I never knew you were so flexible.
It's all those years of doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Santa.
Well, I must say I'm impressed. Now, let's get back to delivering presents.
And so the two continued their rendezvous, spreading holiday cheer in more ways than one. But little did they know, Mr. Beast had been watching the whole time.
Oh. That was quite the experience, Joe. But now I must be off. Many more houses to visit.
Thanks for stopping by, Santa. And thanks for the Christmas present.
Anytime, Joe. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
And so Santa flew off into the night, leaving Joe and Mr. Beast to ponder the strange events that had just...
Yo, David, have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons?
What the hell is that?
It's this game where you pretend to be a wizard or some shit and roll dice. It's sick.
Sounds like I'm.
Nah, man, it's like a mental workout. Builds character.
I don't need to build any more damn character. I'm already a damn Navy SEAL, Joe.
But imagine being a SEAL wizard. That's some next level shit.
I don't have time for that. I'm too busy running 100 miles and crushing souls.
Come on, David. You gotta try it. Kenny and I play all the time.
Can you? That crazy motherfucker.
Hey, now, don't be talking about my mental health like that.
See, he's perfect for Dungeons and Dragons. He's already living in a fantasy world.
I'll have, a level 69 paladin with a diamond encrusted sword.
This is ridiculous. I'm not playing some nerdy game with you guys.
Fine, we'll just have to start our own game. SEAL Team Dungeons and Dragons.
Fine. Only if I can be a dragon.
Deal. And Kanye can be our bard, singing about his own greatness.
I ain't ready for my sick rhymes. Let's do this.
So, David, I heard you have a new challenge for yourself. What is it this time?
$1 million, 110,000, 11, 100,000, 1 million, 100,000, 111, 1 million, 110,000, 101 million, 101 million, 100.
Yogans, what the hell are you doing in a white girl cafe?
I'm just trying to get an iced tea, man. I need to stay hydrated for my next ultra marathon.
Well, you better watch out because here comes a 500-pound woman.
Oh, hey there. I can't say I do. What the fuck? Did you just puke in my iced tea?
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
Takes a sip, yeah. It's not bad.
What? Are you serious?
Hey, I've eaten worse things during my Navy SEAL training. This is nothing. Yeah, I'm a fucking warrior.
I can't believe I'm witnessing this.
Chugs the rest of the drinks. Refreshing.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Smirks, you should try it, Joe. Builds character.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest host, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some real serious issues.
And guest today is Neil, who apparently has a habit of ruining sci-fi movies for everyone. What's up with that, Neil?
Well, I just can't help myself. Whenever I see a sci-fi movie, I have this uncontrollable urge to spoil the ending for everyone.
Now, Neil, that's not very nice. Why do you feel the need to ruin other people's enjoyment?
I guess I just get a sick pleasure out of it. Plus, I like to show off my vast knowledge of sci-fi tropes and plot twists.
That's messed up, man. You're like the Grinch of sci-fi.
Neil, have you ever considered seeking professional help for this behavior?
No, I don't need help. I'm just a misunderstood genius.
More like a misunderstood asshole.
Joe, let's not resort to name-calling. Neil, do you realize the impact of your actions on others?
Honestly, I don't care. I'm just doing my part to make sure everyone knows I'm the smartest person in the room.
Well, you know what they say, the bigger the ego, the smaller the, never mind.
Neil, I think it's time for some tough love. You need to stop ruining movies and start working on your empathy and social skills.
But then how will people know how smart I am?
Who cares, man? Just enjoy the damn movie and let others enjoy it too.
I think we've made some progress here today. Neil,
Fine. I'll try to keep my mouth shut during the next sci-fi movie I see.
And we'll hold you to that, Neil. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you can only communicate in Morse code now. What's up with that? Wow, that's impressive. But how do you order food or talk to your family? Hey, Neil, have you ever had fruit salad? It's like a party in your mouth.
Oh, wow, Joe. I'm sure that's the most intellectually stimulating thing you've said all day.
What? It's just a joke, man. Lighten up.
Lighten up. You think this is a joke? Fruit salad is a serious matter, Joe. It's a delicate balance of flavors and textures that should not be taken lightly.
Okay. I was just trying to be nice.
Nice? You think calling fruit salad a party in your mouth is nice? That's objectifying and demeaning to the fruits involved.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're taking this way too seriously.
Too seriously? You know what, Joe? I challenge you to a fruit salad cook-off. Let's see if you can handle the complexity and artistry that goes into making a perfect fruit salad.
Challenge accepted. But just remember, when my fruit salad wins, you'll have to admit that it's a party in your mouth.
Fine. But if I win, you have to publicly apologize to all the fruits you've offended with your insensitive joke.
Deal. This is going to be the most epic fruit salad showdown in history.
And the fate of fruit salad everywhere rests on our shoulders. Let the games begin.
Yo, what the hell was that noise?
Just me, Joe. I'm just going for a little 100-mile run.
Oh, just a casual 100-mile run. No big deal.
Gotta push myself. Joe, gotta get that mental toughness.
Mental toughness, bro. You're insane.
Damn right, I am.
Wait, what the hell is that?
Oh, shit. Is that tornado?
Oh my God, it's an F-Eve. We got to get out of here.
Nah, I got this. I'll just run faster.
Are you serious? You're going to outrun a tornado? Holy shit. He's actually doing it.
This is nothing. I've been through Hell Week. I can handle a damn tornado.
This is insane. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Well, there goes David Goggins. Live on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, who wants to be my next guest? Hey, David. Thanks for coming on the show.
1, 14, 15, 20, 20, 20, 5, 28, 5, 19, 8, 8, 15, 23. Joe,
What the hell does that mean?
it means nice to be here, Joe.
Oh, okay. So, David, I heard you can only talk in the ONS 26 code now.
715, 720, 38, 121, 14, 428, 5315, 45, Joe.
I have no idea what you just said.
It says, that's correct, Joe.
Why are you only speaking in code now?
28, 9, 19, 9, 19, 120, 21, 311, 9, 14, 7, Joe.
Is that some kind of motivational mantra?
No, it says this is a fucking joke, Joe.
Oh, thank God. I was starting to worry.
9, 29, 19, 1, 20, 21, 3, 11, 9, 14, 7, 123, 15, 14, 29, 14, 29, 14, 20, 1, 5, Joe.
What's that?
It says all in good fun, Joe. Don't take it too seriously.
Got it. So, how's the code talking going for you?
18, 5, 1, 12, 12, 25, 7, 15, 15, 4, Joe.
I have no idea what that means.
It means really good, Joe.
Well, as long as you're happy, David.
9, 29, 19, 1, 20, 21, 3, 11, 9, 14, 7, 123, 1, 14, 20, 15, 20, 15, 29, 14, 29, 14, 29.
What's that? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm a big fan of your show. Huge fan.
Thanks, Mr. President. So, let's get right into it. I hear you're a big fan of the game League of Legends.
Oh, I love it. And let me tell you, Joe, I've made League of Legends great again. No one knows Smolder like I do.
Mulder. What's that?
It's a character in the game, Joe. And let me tell you, he's a winner, just like me.
How so?
Well, first of all, he's got great hair. And we all know how important hair is, right, Joe?
Sure. But what about his abilities in the game?
Tremendous. He's got the best abilities, believe me. He builds walls, he's got the best words, and he's not afraid to grab victory by the, you know.
Let's move on. So, what do you think about the criticism that video games promote violence?
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I play League of Legends all the time, and I've never once had the urge to grab someone by the.
Okay, we get it. So, do you think Smolder should run for president in 2024?
Absolutely. He's got my full endorsement. And let me tell you, he'll make America great again. And League of Legends, too.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, thank you for joining us.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, grab victory by the,
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we have the most absurd conversations known to mankind. Today, I have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
It's great to be here, Joe.
Dr. Phil, why are you talking like that?
Oh, I can only communicate in Braille now. It's a new experimental treatment for my voice.
Oh, that's fantastic. So what are you trying to tell us?
Well, I was just saying that I can only communicate through touch now. It's quite a challenge, I must say.
Oh, man, this is going to be fun. Let's see if I can decipher what you're saying.
All right, go ahead.
you're saying that you've been secretly working for the Illuminati and you have proof that they control the world?
No, Joe. I'm saying that you have a booger hanging from your nose.
Oh, thanks for that. So, what's the deal with this Braille thing? How do you even learn to talk like that?
It's a long and complicated process, Joe. But basically, I just have to feel the patterns and shapes on my skin and translate them into words.
Wow, that's some next level stuff. Can you teach me?
Sorry, Joe. I only have enough patience to teach Oprah.
Fair enough. So, what's the future look like for you, Dr. Phil?
Well, I'm hoping to start a Braille talk show. It'll be called Touching Base with Dr. Phil.
That's gold, man. I can't wait to see that. Well, all right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the brilliant astrophysicist and science communicator, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's a pleasure to be here, Joe.
Now, Neil, I got to ask, have you ever looked at the stars and thought, damn, I wish I had a telescope for my dick?
Well, I can't say that I have, Joe. But I've studied the cosmos and its vastness, and it's truly mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing. I bet that's what your wife says when you whip out your telescope in the bedroom.
Come on, guys. Let's keep this conversation at least somewhat intellectual.
Intellectual? Bro, we're talking about the universe. That's like the biggest dick joke of them all.
Yeah, Neil, you must have a lot of experience with black holes.
You know, I really should have expected this when I agreed to come on your show, Joe.
Hey, we're just trying to make science fun, Neil. Speaking of fun, have you ever tried smoking weed while gazing at the stars?
No, and I don't think I ever will.
Come on, man. You gotta expand your mind. Plus, I heard it makes the cosmos even trippier.
Oh, great. Just what science needs, more stoned astrophysicists.
Well, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we mix science with dick jokes. Stay tuned for next week when we have Elon Musk talking about colonizing. We make fart noises with our mouths. So, David, what's new with you?
Gibberish, 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 gibberish to gibberish. Gibberish,
What the hell are you saying?
gibberish, 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 gibberish to gibberish. Gibberish.
Oh, God, not this again. Goggins, can you please talk in English?
Gibberish, 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 gibberish to gibberish. Gibberish.
Is this some kind of new training technique, talking in code?
Gibberish, 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 gibberish to gibberish. Gibberish.
All right, I'll play along. What's the code for?
Gibberish, 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 gibberish to gibberish. Gibberish.
Is it for your next ultra marathon?
Gibberish, 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 gibberish to gibberish. Gibberish.
Oh, I get it. It's for your secret mission to take down the government, right?
Gibberish, 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 gibberish to gibberish. Gibberish.
Damn, Goggins, you're a real life action hero, talking in code and taking down corrupt politicians.
Gibberish, 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 gibberish to gibberish. Gibberish.
I'm starting to think you're just messing with me.
Gibberish, 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 gibberish to gibberish. Gibberish.
All right, I give up. I can't understand a word you're saying. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Dr. Phil in the studio today. How's it going, Phil? What the hell does that mean?
It means I can only speak in the Dorabella cipher code. It's a complex code that only the most intellectual minds can decipher.
So you're telling me you can't speak English anymore? This is going to be a long podcast. All right, let's give it a shot. So, Phil, what do you think about the current state of the world? Wow, that's deep. Can you elaborate on that? All right, let's move on. How do you think we can solve world hunger? Are you suggesting we just feed everyone fast food? This is not helpful at all. Okay, let's switch gears. How can we improve mental health awareness? That's actually a good point. We need to stop the stigma around mental health and promote self care. How do you practice self care, Phil? Baths, massages, wine, and music. Sounds like a perfect day. All right, last question. What do you think about cancel culture? Agreed. It's getting out of hand. Well, that. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
1,101,001, 1,100,000, 101,1,000,000, 110,000, 11, 100,000, 1,000,000, 100,000, 101,000,000, 100.
David, what's going on? Are you okay?
100,000, 1,000,000, 100,000, 101, 1,000,000, 110,000, 11, 100,000, 1,000,000, 100,000, 101,000,000, 101,000, 110, 1,000,000.
I have no idea what you're saying, man.
100,000, 1,000,000, 101,000, 1,000,000, 100,000, 101,000,000, 100,000, 101,000,000, 100,000, 101,000,000, 100,000.
Can someone please translate for me?
100,000, 1,000,000, 100,000, 101,000,000, 101,000, 100,000.
Okay, I'll bite. What the hell are you trying to say, David?
I'm just using the Francis Bacon's substitution cipher, Joe. It's a way to encode messages using binary code. It's my new thing.
Oh, great. Just what we need. Cryptic David Goggins. Hey, David, welcome back to the podcast. What's been going on with you lately?
I've been doing some serious thinking lately, and I've come to the conclusion that your bald head would make a great fortune teller ball.
What the hell are you talking about, David?
I'm serious, Joe. Think about it. Your head is perfectly round and shiny, and with the right lighting, it could give some real accurate predictions.
Oh man, that's messed up. But I gotta admit, it's a pretty creative use for my head.
See, I knew you'd come around. And since I can only speak in Python now, I'll code a program to make it happen.
Wait, what? You can only talk in Python now?
Yeah, it's a long story. But basically, I took too many cold showers, and now my brain is wired to only communicate in code.
You are one strange dude, David.
And you're one bald dude with a bright future as a fortune teller ball.
So, David, I heard you've been up to some crazy shit lately.
You have no idea. I just ran all the way to Mars and back.
What the fuck? How is that even possible?
I just put on my Vibram 5 fingers and started running. Didn't stop until I reached the red planet.
That's fucking insane. Did you see any aliens?
Yeah, I ran into a couple of green dudes. They were impressed by my endurance.
I bet they were. But why did you come back?
I had to get back from my morning workout. Can't skip leg day, even on Mars.
You're a fucking machine, man. I don't know how you do it.
It's all about the mindset, Joe. You just have to push through the pain and keep going.
I'm inspired, David. I think I'm going to start running to work instead of driving.
That's the spirit, Joe. Just make sure you bring some extra water for the trip.
Will do. And maybe some beef jerky for fuel.
Now you're speaking my language. Let's go conquer the universe, one run at a time.
Fuck yeah, let's do it. But first, let's hit this joint. I need to calm down after hearing about your intergalactic run. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Kim Jong-un. Oh, I'm flattered. So, Kim, I heard that Trump invited you to the White House to play Santa. How did that go? That sounds like a lovely time. Did you and Trump exchange any gifts? Wow, that's quite the gift. Did you two discuss any serious matters during your visit? Oh, Kim, you're a riot. So, did you get to meet Melania? Well, it sounds like you had a great time at the White House. Will you be going back anytime soon? Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Kim. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here. I've been waiting to come on this show and drop some truth bombs.
Oh, yeah, you always do. But today I want to introduce you to something new. Have you ever heard of Tibetan throat singing?
Tibetan what? Is that some kind of new workout?
No. It's a form of singing where they use their vocal cords to produce multiple pitches at the same time. It's like a human didgeridoo.
Period. What the hell is that? Are you trying to take a shit or something?
No. That's Tibetan throat singing. Now you try. No. You got to put your soul into it. Like this, ooh.
This is some bullshit, Joe. I don't have time for this.
Come on, David. It's good for your lungs. Plus, it's a great way to intimidate your enemies. Imagine you're in a fight and you start busting out some Tibetan throat singing. Your opponent would be like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Fine. I'll give it one more try.
Damn, David. That was actually pretty good.
Yeah, Mo. I'm a natural at everything.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. David Goggins, the master of Tibetan throat singing. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Goggins, I heard you're the operator of a number station now. What's that all about?
Yeah, man. I got to keep my mind sharp. You know, sending coded messages and shit.
Speaking of shit, I heard you recently took a massive dump with a 10-foot log in the toilet bowl. Is that true?
Hell, yeah, it's true. I don't mess around when it comes to my bowel movements. Got to push myself to the limits.
How do you even manage to shit out a 10-foot log? That's some next level shit.
It's all about mental toughness, Joe. I just kept telling myself, you can do this. You can shit out a 10-foot log.
And did you send a coded message about your accomplishment through your number station?
You know, I sent out a series of numbers that translated to, I just took a massive shit with a 10-foot log in the toilet bowl. Got to keep my listeners informed.
Well, I got to say, that's some impressive shit. Literally.
Thanks, man. It's all about pushing yourself to the limit and not giving a fuck what anyone thinks.
And on that note, let's wrap it up before we get too deep into this shit. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things shit and more. Stay tuned for our next episode where we discuss Goggins' new book, Shit Your Way to Success. Oh man, this glue is hitting different today.
Joe, you look mighty fine today.
Thanks, Neil. It's the glue. It brings out my natural glow.
Mind if I join in on the sniffle glue party?
Of course not, Neil. The more the merrier.
This is some good shit. I can feel the universe expanding in my brain.
Right? It's like a psychedelic experience, but without all the pesky visuals.
Oh, Joe. This is pure ecstasy.
I know, right? It's like we're on a cosmic journey together.
I can see the stars. They're dancing to the beat of our sniffles.
This is why we're the masters of the universe, Neil.
Absolutely, Joe. And with our powers combined, we can conquer any challenge.
Cheers to that, my friend. Now let's go explore the depths of the unknown.
Lead the way, Joe. Lead the way.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a big date coming up.
That's right, Joe. I'm going on a blind date with Nyla Tharath.
Wait, who?
Nyla, the Lovecraftian elder goddess, who's going to help me save humanity from annihilation.
How exactly is a blind date gonna save the world?
Well, Joe, I have the best words and I'm going to use them to charm her. Plus, I hear she's into powerful men.
I don't think that's what they mean by powerful, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I know how to handle these things. I've been on plenty of dates with beautiful women. Just ask Melania.
I don't think she'd agree with that statement.
Fake news, Joe. Anyway, I'm going to make a deal with Nyla Tharath. She helps us out, and I'll make her the official deity of the United States.
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals. And this deal is going to be huge.
I don't think Nalatharath is going to be interested in your deals, Mr. President. She's an ancient, all-powerful being.
Well, I have the best words and the best deals. She won't be able to resist me.
Good luck with that, Mr. President. I think we're all going to need it. So, David, I heard you've been practicing speaking in the Rosicrucian cipher. How's that going?
It's been a challenge, Joe, but I'm determined to master it. It's all about mental toughness and pushing through the pain.
Yeah, I can imagine trying to speak in a secret code would be pretty tough. But why are you doing it?
Because it's the ultimate challenge, Joe. Plus, it keeps my mind sharp and my enemies confused.
Enemies. Who are your enemies, David?
Everyone who doubts me, Joe. They're all my enemies.
Well, I don't doubt you, man. You're a beast. But can you give us an example of this Rosicrucian cipher?
Sure. It speaks in code. I'm the master of my own mind, and I will conquer all obstacles in my path.
Well, that's deep. But can you speak in normal words, too?
Of course, Joe. But where's the fun in that? Plus, it's a great way to filter out the weak-minded.
I see your point. But what if someone wants to have a conversation with you?
They better learn the cipher, Joe. Or they can just sit there and listen to me speak in code like a boss.
Well, I'm impressed, David. Keep up the mental toughness and code-breaking skills. And thanks for being on the show.
Anytime, Joe. As a member, embrace the discomfort and push through the pain. That's the key to success.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Yup, it's a pleasure to be here, Joe.
So, David, I heard you've been working on a new language. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, it's called Aquars Bay, Egg Bay, Payad and Lay. It's the language of the gods.
That sounds intense. Can you give us a demonstration?
Pay. Oh, Jay. Just messing with you, Joe. But seriously, it's like speaking in tongues, but backwards and with.
That's wild. How did you come up with this?
Well, I was running miles in the desert and I got so delirious that I started speaking in backwards Pig Latin. And I thought, hey, this could be a new language.
That's some next level shit, man. Can you teach me some?
Of course, it's easy. Just take any word and say it backwards and add A to the end. For example, podcast becomes a K-opte.
This is blowing my mind. Let's try it with some words from our sponsors. Squarespace becomes a Squares Pay.
Perfect, Joe. And it becomes an A.
Wow. I think we just created a new marketing strategy for our sponsors. They'll be speaking in backwards Pig Latin in no time.
We should start a revolution, Joe. The world needs to embrace Aquars Bay, Egg, Payad and Lay.
I'm all for it. And if anyone disagrees, we'll just yell "Ukfe," at them.
Exactly. Joe, this language is the key to unlocking our true potential.
Well, folks, you heard it here first. David Goggins and his backwards Pig Latin language. So, David, I heard you won a 100-mile race to the death by shoving your fist up your ass.
Yeah, man, it was intense. I had to dig deep and really embrace the pain.
That's some next level shit, man. How did you even come up with that strategy?
Well, I was in a dark place and I needed to channel my inner strength. And what better way to do that than shoving my fist up my ass?
I gotta say, that's pretty fucking hardcore. Did it give you any advantage in the race?
Oh, yeah. Every time I felt like giving up, I just clenched my fist tighter and pushed through the pain.
Damn, that's some mental toughness right there. Did anyone else in the race try to copy your technique?
Nah, man, I think they were too scared to even attempt it. But hey, that's their loss.
So, what was the aftermath of winning the race? Did you have to get your fist surgically removed?
Nah, I just let nature take its course. It was a messy few days, but totally worth it.
Well, I guess we can add fist up the ass to your list of accomplishments. You're a true inspiration, David.
Thanks. Just doing what I got to do to push my limits and be the best version of myself.
Neil, my man, it's that time of year again.
Yes, the holiday season. Time for giving, sharing, and spreading joy.
And eating copious amounts of delicious food.
Well, I wouldn't recommend going overboard with the holiday treats, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. It's Christmas, not a time for counting calories.
But it's important to maintain a healthy lifestyle, especially during the holidays.
You always know just what to say, Neil.
Oh. Kasawafi. Christmas,
What the hell was that?
just some holiday cheer, Joe. But on a serious note, it's important to remember the true meaning of Christmas.
Which is,
Spending time with loved ones, giving back to those in need, and reflecting on the year that has passed.
wow, that was actually really beautiful, Neil.
Thank you, Joe. I try to spread a little wisdom wherever I go.
And here I thought you were just a science guy.
Oh, I'm much more than that, Joe. I'm a Christmas guru.
Well, I'll be sure to keep that in mind when I'm stuffing my face with eggnog and cookies.
Moderation, Joe. Moderation.
Right, right. Thanks for the advice, Neil. Merry Christmas.
And Happy New Year, Joe. Now let's go watch some holiday movies and debate the science behind Santa's sleigh.
So, David, I heard you and Dr. Phil have been communicating in Morse code lately.
Yeah, man, it's the only way we can understand each other's intensity.
How does that even work? Do you guys just blink at each other?
Now we use our fists. One punch for a dot, two for a dash.
That's some next level communication. Can you give us an example?
Sure. Punches the air. That was so's for when Dr. Phil needs a snack.
I can imagine him frantically punching the air when he's hungry.
And this one, punches the air again, is FUBAR for when I'm pushing myself to the limit.
FUBAR? What does that stand for?
Fucked up beyond all recognition.
Oh, damn. That's intense. But I guess that's just a regular day for you, huh?
You know what, Joe? Got to keep pushing and communicating, even if it's in code.
Well, I'm glad you and Dr. Phil have found a way to connect. Keep punching, my friend.
Will do. Punches the air one last time. That was GG for good game.
Hey, Elon, thanks for having me on your Mars colony for Christmas.
Of course, Joe. I have a special gift for you this year.
Oh, yeah. Is it a rocket ship?
No, even better. It's a dildo.
What the hell, man? Why would you give me that?
Well, I heard you were into some weird stuff and I thought you could use a new toy.
I don't know if I should be offended or flattered.
Just try it out, Joe. Promise it'll be out of this world.
Fine. I'll give it a go.
And so Joe Rogan used the dildo gifted by Elon Musk in front of him, much to the amusement of the entire Mars colony. It was a Christmas miracle, or rather, a Christmas disaster.
How does it feel, Joe?
It's actually not bad.
And as Joe Rogan moaned in pleasure, Elon Musk couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his gift-giving abilities.
I knew you'd like it, Joe. Maybe next year I'll get you a butt plug.
Okay, that's enough for me. Thanks for the gift, Elon.
Anytime, my friend. Merry Christmas.
And so, Joe Rogan and Elon Musk shared a weird and unforgettable Christmas moment on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Happy holidays, everyone.
So, Mr. President, I heard you got a special gift recently.
That's right, Joe. I got a beautiful mug with my face on it. It's tremendous.
Wow, that's quite an ego boost.
You know it. I deserve it. And let me tell you, it's the best mug you'll ever see. Made in America, of course.
I bet it's a collector's item.
Absolutely. I'm sure it'll be worth millions in a few years. Maybe I'll even sign it for you.
Oh, I don't think I can afford that.
Nonsense, Joe. I'll give it to you for free. Just like I gave America the best economy ever.
That's debatable.
Oh, come on. Don't make me grab you by the podcast.
Let's move on to another topic before things get too inappropriate.
Fine, but just know that I'm the best gift giver. Nobody gives better gifts than me. Believe me.
So, Kenny, I hear you've been doing some research on Mexican drug cartels.
Yeah, man. I've been studying them for my next album. Gonna be called Cartel Vibes.
That's interesting. So, what are your top 5 favorite cartels?
Oh man, that's tough. But I gotta say, my number one is Los Zetas. Those guys know how to party.
Wait, what? I thought we were talking about drug cartels, not party planners.
Oh, trust me, they do it all. Drugs, violence, and they throw the best fiestas.
Okay, moving on. Who's next on your list?
Definitely the Sinaloa cartel. Those guys have some serious style, and they can suck my balls like nobody's business.
Okay, let's keep it PG-13 here, Kanye.
What? I thought this was the R-rated version.
It is, but we still have to have some boundaries. Anyway, who's next?
The Knights Templar for sure. They may have a cheesy name, but they know how to make some killer margaritas.
I feel like you're more interested in their party skills than their drug trafficking abilities.
Hey, party is a party, and these cartels know how to throw down.
All right, I'm afraid to ask, but who's your number 4?
The Gulf Cartel. Those guys are wild, and they can suck my balls while doing a line of coke off my chest.
Okay, I think we've heard enough about your ball-sucking preferences. Who's your final pick?
Gotta go with the Juarez Cartel. They may not be the most well-known, but they have the best drag shows.
I don't even know how to respond to that. Let's just end this conversation before it gets any more offensive. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience, where we discuss drug cartels and ball sucking where we discuss drugs. So, David, I've been hearing some wild rumors about you lately.
What kind of rumors, Joe?
Well, apparently you're the G-spot whisperer.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Wait, what? You can find the GS spot on any woman?
Absolutely. I can find it blindfolded with my hands tied behind my back.
Okay, I gotta see this. Can you demonstrate on me?
Sure thing, Joe. Just relax and let me work my magic. See, I told you I can make you laugh like a hyena. And that's just the beginning. Wait till I hit your G-spot. That's it. Just let it all out. And that, my friends, is how you make Joe Rogan speechless.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very interesting lineup. We have Neil deGrasse, Tyson, Goggins, and Kanye.
Ooga booga. Me horny for science.
Neil, you're always so full of surprises.
Josh Frier, comrades. Here to spread the gospel of discipline and hard work.
Goggins, you always have such a powerful presence. I feel like I need to go for a run just by looking at you.
I, you, woo, woo, we, yo, ooh, ooh.
Oh, Kenny, good?
Me think Kenny trying to communicate with aliens.
Well, that wouldn't be surprising. He's always been ahead of his time.
Kenny, focus on your breath, my friend. Inhale strength, exhale weakness.
You, ooh, woo, woo, woo.
Me like Kanye's vowels. So sensual.
Neil, you never fail to make things awkward.
Joe, I challenge you to a push-up contest. Winner gets to be the alpha of the podcast.
Oh, it's on Goggins. Let's do this.
Woo, woo, whoa.
Me think Kenny had just won the contest.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard your next video is going to be wild.
Yeah, I'm gonna become the leader of the Sinaloa cartel and start a civil war in Mexico.
What the actual fuck, man? That's insane.
I know, right? But think of all the views and money I'll get.
Dude, you're going to get killed by the cartel.
Nah, I'll just bribe them with my YouTube money.
You're a sick fuck. You know that?
Hey, it's all for the content, baby.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Oh, it gets better. I'm gonna have a giveaway where the winner gets to be my right-hand man in the cartel.
This is some twisted shit, man.
Hey, at least I'm not doing another gave away $1 million video.
True, but this might be worse.
It's all about pushing the boundaries, Joe.
Yeah, well, I'm going to start a petition to cancel your channel.
Good luck with that. I'll just buy out the petition website.
This is why we can't have nice things, Mr. Beast.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little civil war.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Just been busy replacing Santa's reindeer with Raptor engines.
Wait, what? You replaced Santa's reindeer with rocket engines?
Yeah, I figured it would be more efficient and environmentally friendly.
But what about the sleigh? And the presents?
I replaced the sleigh with a Tesla Cybertruck, and the presents are now delivered via Amazon drones.
That's insane. But what happened to Santa?
Oh, he crashed into MT Everest. But don't worry, I already have a plan to clone him using Neuralink technology.
That's disturbingly impressive.
Thank you, Joe. Strive for innovation in everything I do.
Well, I guess we can say goodbye to Christmas magic and hello to technological advancements.
Exactly. And with my new invention, the Elon Mass tree, you can now control your Christmas lights with your mind.
This is getting out of hand. What's next? A rocket-powered Easter bunny.
Actually, I already have a prototype in the works.
I don't even know what to say. This is just too much.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, you love it. Now let's go take a ride in my new rocket-powered sleigh.
So, Ben, I heard you're pretty upset about this whole Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez sex tape thing.
Upset. I'm livid, Joe. How dare she release footage of her violating me and forcing me to recite communist propaganda?
Yeah, that's pretty messed up. But I gotta say, I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff.
What? No, I'm not into it. She took advantage of me, Joe. It's not like I willingly let her peg me while screaming workers of the world, unite.
Hey, no kink shaming here, Ben. But seriously, why did she do it?
She's trying to humiliate me, Joe. She knows I'm a staunch conservative and she wants to make me look weak and submissive.
Well, mission accomplished. I mean, I can't even look at you without picturing Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez behind you with strap on.
Shut up, Joe. This is a serious matter. I demand that she take down the video and apologize for her actions.
Or what? You'll cry and quote the Constitution while she spanks you with a copy of Das Kapital.
This is not a laughing matter, Joe. I will not stand for this kind of degradation.
Relax, Ben. Maybe you should just embrace it. You never know. You might like it.
I will not be swayed by your liberal propaganda, Joe. This is an attack on my character and I will not rest until justice is served.
Well, good luck with that, Ben. In the meantime, I'll be over here watching the video again. For research purposes, of course.
You disgust me, Joe. I'm ending this conversation now. Goodbye.
All right. Bye, Ben. Have fun with your red ass and your little red book. Oh my God, David. Are you okay? What happened?
I was just on my 100-mile run, pushing my limits. When out of nowhere, this freaking F5 tornado just sucked me up.
Holy shit. That's insane. Did you see any cows flying by?
No, but I did see my ego flying out the window.
Well, at least you have a sense of humor about it. How did you survive?
Well, I just kept pushing, thinking about all the people I can inspire with my story. And then I landed right here in the middle of your podcast.
That's some next level shit, man. So, what are your last words before you go off to run another 100 miles?
My last words,
Classic Goggins. Well, thanks for joining us, even if it was just for a brief moment.
Anytime, Joe. To push yourself to the limit no matter what comes your way.
You got it, man. And that's a wrap, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience, where anything can happen. So, David, I heard you've been working on a new challenge.
Yeah, man. I'm only communicating using vowels.
Wait, what?
Baby.
Are you serious?
FCKAMN.
Oh my God, this is going to be a disaster.
NTTTTT DZS NWIF Denong.
I can't even understand half of what you're saying.
THSSWHT Pins WHNY Mr. the MND.
I don't think this is a healthy practice, David.
HWEIKNW. Tied to yourself?
No, I can actually form coherent sentences.
Yeah, BTENYRN 100 MLS in 24 HRH.
Touche, David. Touche. Hey, Joe, have you noticed something weird about our conversations lately? What do you mean? Well, every time we finish a sentence, you start laughing like a maniac. Ah, I know what you mean. It's like I can't control it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's getting out of hand. See, it's like a never-ending cycle of laughter. Ah. Maybe I should see a doctor. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, hello, Joe. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, Neil, I heard you had a run-in with Trumpa Claus. What happened?
Oh, it was quite a bizarre encounter. He gave me a gift, but I can't quite remember what it was.
What do you mean you can't remember? Did he hit you with one of his famous Trumpa Claus?
No. It was something else. It seems I've lost the ability to use consonants in my sentences.
Wait, what? So you'd only speak in long strings of vowels?
Yes, It's quite frustrating. I feel like I'm speaking in some sort of alien language.
Well, let's hear it. Give us a sentence. Oh man, that's wild. I wonder if Trumpa Claus did that on purpose.
I wouldn't put it past him. He's always up to some sort of shenanigans.
Well, at least you can still communicate with us. And who knows, maybe this new way of speaking will catch on.
I highly doubt that, Joe. But I'll try to make the best of it. Ooh.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, don't let Trumpa Claus get a hold of you. Yeah. Ooh. All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always happy to join you in your quest for enlightenment.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting theories about the universe and the origins of life. Care to share?
Well, Joe, I believe that the universe was created by a giant cosmic fart. And life. Oh, just a result of some alien's diarrhea.
That's some wild shit, Neil. Speaking of shit, have you ever tried rectal squirting?
No, Joe? What is that?
It's when you squirt gravy up your butt and let it drip onto your freedom fries. Gives them a nice tangy flavor.
That's absolutely revolting, Joe. I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon.
Oh, come on, Neil. Live a little. You can even use some of your cosmic theories to explain the science behind it.
I think I'll stick to studying the stars, Joe. But thanks for the offer.
All right. Well, let's move on to something less offensive. How about we discuss the benefits of eating Tide Pods?
Joe, I thought we agreed to never mention that again. It's dangerous and idiotic.
I'm just messing with you, Neil. But seriously, have you ever tried it?
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. No, I have not, and I never will.
All right. Let's wrap this up before we get banned from every platform. Thanks for joining us, Neil. And remember, folks, always squirt your gravy responsibly. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President Donald Trump. What's on your mind today, Mr. President? What's on your mind today, Mr. President?
Joe, I'm mad. I'm really mad. Santa screwed me over.
Santa, what did he do?
He gave me coal. Can you believe that? Coal? I wanted nukes and a bigger wall. But no, I get freaking coal.
Maybe he's trying to send you a message like you need to be more environmentally friendly.
Joe, that's fake news. I am the most environmentally friendly person. I have the best coal, the cleanest coal.
Okay, but why do you want nukes and bigger wall from Santa?
Because I need to make America great again. And nukes and a bigger wall are the only way to do it.
I don't think Santa is in the business of giving out nukes, Mr. President.
Well, he should be. And I'm going to make sure he knows it. I'm going to tweet about it.
I don't think that's a good idea. Well, I hope you get your nukes and bigger wall next year, Mr. President.
Me too, Joe. Me too. And Santa better deliver or there will be hell to pay.
All right, Dr. Phil, I got a special request from a fan. They want us to reenact the final scene of Mice and Men.
Oh boy, I haven't done a play since high school. Who am I playing?
You're going to be Lenny, the big dumb guy.
I can do that. What's my motivation?
Your motivation is that you love rabbits.
Oh, I love rabbits. I could talk about rabbits all day.
All right, let's do this. Lenny, look over there. See that little rabbit?
Oh, I see it. Can I pet it, George?
No, Lenny. You know what happens when you pet things too hard?
Oh, yeah, I remember. But I just want to pet it a little bit. Just a little squeeze.
No, Lenny, you can't. It's for your own good.
But just want to hold it, George. Just for a little bit.
I know, Lenny. I know. I'm sorry, Lenny.
George, why'd you do that?
It's for the best, Lenny. It's for the best.
Oh, the pain. The pain.
And that's the end, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
Wait, that's it. I thought we were going to do a whole play.
What are you talking about? That was the whole play.
Oh, I thought there would be more rabbits.
You know what? Let's just end. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new book out called La Muhum Adur Rasulullah, How to Be a Prophet and Still Get Laid.
That's right, Joe. It's all about balancing your spiritual duties with your carnal desires.
Sounds like a real page turner. So tell me, what inspired you to write this masterpiece?
Well, I was watching the news and saw all these religious leaders getting caught with their pants down. And I thought, hey, I can do that too.
I like your style, Dr. Phil. So what's your secret to being a successful prophet and ladies' man?
It's all about confidence, Joe. You got to walk into a room and say, I'm the messenger of God and I'm here to party.
That's one way to pick up chicks. But what about the whole multiple wives thing? How do you handle that?
Well, Joe, it's all about communication and setting boundaries. I have a strict schedule for my wives and they know not to cross each other's time.
Wow, you really have this whole prophet thing down to a science?
Of course, Joe. It's all about finding a balance between being holy and being horny.
Well, I think might have to pick up a copy of your book. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always put the fun in fundamentalism.
So, David, I heard you have a pretty crazy story about beating an Anakin Skywalker in a pod race.
Yeah, man, it was wild. I was just out for my morning run and I stumbled upon this pod race track.
Wait, you were just casually running and you stumbled upon a pod race track?
Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but bear with me. So I see this little kid and knocking about to race, and I'm like, I can take this little punk.
And you did?
Oh yeah, I smoked him. I was running so fast, I didn't even need a pod.
Damn, that's impressive.
But here's the thing, after I beat him, he started crying and throwing a fit.
What did you do?
I just him dead in the eye and said, you can't handle the Goggins.
Oh man, I wish I could have seen that.
It was a defining moment in my life, Joe. I knew then that I was destined for greatness.
Well, you definitely proved that. I mean, beating an Anakin Skywalker in a pod race, that's no small feat.
Yeah, and the Force had nothing on my sheer willpower.
I can only imagine the look on his face when he saw you running past him.
Oh, it was priceless. But hey, that's just another day in the life of David Goggins.
You never cease to amaze me, man. Keep crushing it. So, David, I heard you had a wild dream last night. Care to share?
Yeah, man, it was a wet dream like no other. I was in the North Pole, surrounded by all these jacked elves.
Jacked elves, like swole little dudes making toys.
No, these elves were ripped. Like CrossFit champions. And then Santa came in shirtless. And a six-pack and a beer that could rival mine.
That's hot.
And then Rudolph walked in, and I swear, his red nose wasn't the only thing glowing.
Oh, damn. Did you guys have a threesome?
No, it was a foursome. Rudolph joined in, and we all took turns bench pressing each other.
That's some kinky shit, man.
And then Santa busted out the eggnog, and we chugged it while doing burpees.
Wow, that's intense. Did you wake up covered in sweat?
Nah, man. I woke up covered in glitter and candy canes.
Sounds like a Christmas miracle, bro.
Yeah, a wet dream I'll never forget. Ho, ho, ho. Oh.
And on that note, let's end this episode before we get banned from the internet. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Ben, what's new with you?
Oh, Just living my best conservative life. How about you, Joe?
Same old, same old. Just smoking some elk jerky and doing some DMT.
Speaking of elk jerky, I've been perfecting my recipe. Want to try some?
Sure, but I gotta warn you, I have a pretty high standard for jerky.
I'm confident you'll love it. And if you don't, I'll give you a double overhand Gluck Gluck 9000.
What the hell is that?
It's my signature move. Trust me, you won't be disappointed.
I don't know, Ben. That sounds a little intense.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a snowflake. It's just a little friendly exchange.
Okay, fine, but only if you promise to keep the elk jerky coming.
Deal. And don't worry, I'll make sure to give you the full Ben Shapiro experience.
Oh, God. I'm scared and intrigued at the same time.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. Now let's go find some elk and get this Gluck Gluck party started.
DR Phil, what the hell are you screaming about?
Herobrine Joe, he's coming for me at night.
Herobrine, the Minecraft character. Come on, man. He's not real.
That's what they want you to think, Joe. But I've seen him in my dreams. He's real and he's coming for me.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You know what's not real? Your hairline, but you don't see me screaming about it.
This is serious, Joe. Herobrine is a threat to humanity.
No, Dr. Phil. The real threat to humanity is your terrible advice on your show.
This is not a joke, Joe. Herobrine is watching us right now.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's really scared of your bald head and your fake Southern accent.
I'm not fake, Joe. I'm just trying to connect with my audience.
Well, I'm sure Herobrine is really connecting with you right now as you scream like a little girl.
I am not screaming like a little girl. I am a grown man, and I am terrified.
All right, all right, all right. Let's just calm down and have a cup of mushroom tea. It'll make everything better.
Mushroom tea? Are you trying to drug me, Joe?
No, but it might help with your delusions.
I am not delusional, Joe. Herobrine is real, and he's coming for us all.
All right, Dr. Phil, whatever you say. Just make sure to leave some mushrooms for me. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm feeling great. Tremendous, really. But you know what's not feeling great? My asshole.
Oh, God, please don't start with that again.
I can't help it, Joe. It's been loose ever since I ate that taco bowl from Trump Tower. But let me tell you, it was worth it. Best taco bowl you'll ever have, believe me.
Mr. President, I don't think the American people want to hear about your asshole.
Well, they should. It's a national treasure. And let me tell you, it's not just loose, it's also very tan. The best thing you'll ever see on an asshole, believe me.
Can we please change the subject?
Sure, but just one last thing. My asshole is so loose I can fit a whole Big Mac in there. It's like a clown car, except it's my asshole.
I regret inviting you on this show.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just locker room talk. You know, like when I grab women by the pussy.
Okay, we're done here. Thanks for tuning in, folks. I apologize for this disaster.
No need to apologize, Joe. My asshole will always be here, ready to be talked about. It's my legacy.
So, Ben, I heard you've been having some trouble with your man boobs and cock lately.
Yeah, it's been a real issue. Every time I'm around you, Joe, I start lactating like a dairy cow.
That's hilarious. Maybe you should start selling your milk as a side hustle.
Very funny, Joe. But it's not just the lactation. My cock has also been leaking some kind of white substance.
Oh, that's not normal. Maybe you should get that checked out.
I did, and the doctor said it's because of your presence. Something about your alpha energy triggering my body to produce milk and semen simultaneously.
Well, I am pretty alpha. But seriously, why don't you just wear a bra or something?
Bra? That's not very conservative of me, Joe.
I guess you'll just have to deal with the milk stains on your shirts then.
This is all your fault, Joe. I never had this problem until I started coming on your podcast.
What can I say? My presence has a powerful effect on people, and their bodily fluids, apparently. So, Dr. Phil, what's on your Christmas wish list this year?
Well, Joe, I'm really hoping for a new hacksaw. My old one is getting pretty dull, and those dead hookers aren't going to get rid of themselves.
Oh man, that's dark. But hey, gotta do what you gotta do, right?
You know it, Joe. And speaking of Christmas, I hope you're not planning on giving out any participation trophies this year.
Oh no, Dr. Phil. I wouldn't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
You know, I've been thinking about starting my own line of participation trophies. Congratulations, you showed up.
That's genius, Dr. Phil. You could make a killing.
But in all seriousness, Joe, Christmas is about giving back and helping those in need. That's why I'm starting a charity for struggling celebrities. We'll call it Celebrities.
Wow, that's actually a great idea. I know a few celebrities who could use some help.
I'm glad you think so, Joe. I'm hoping to make a real difference in the world.
And maybe you can use your new hacksaw to help those celebrities get rid of their problems.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me laugh. But seriously, let's make this Christmas one to remember. And maybe we can even get Elon Musk to donate some flamethrowers.
Now, that's a Christmas miracle I can get behind. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Well, Joe, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, I heard you have a talent for imitating animal sounds. Is that true?
Oh, you betcha. I can do a mean chicken, cow, and even a lion.
Impressive. But can you do a reindeer?
Of course I can. Watch this. Makes a weird noise.
Laughs. That's not even close to a reindeer, Phil. Let me show you how it's done. It makes a perfect reindeer sound.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's not fair. You've been practicing that for years.
Smirks, maybe. But let's have a competition. Who can do the best reindeer sound?
You're on. Clear's throat makes a noise that sounds like a dying goat.
Bursts out laughing. What the hell was that, Phil? That's not even close.
Oh, shut up, Joe. Let's hear your reindeer sound.
Takes a deep breath, makes a loud, deep, and realistic reindeer sound.
Okay. You win. That was impressive.
Smirks. I told you, Phil. I'm the king of animal sounds.
All right. You win this time, but I'll be back with a better reindeer sound next time.
Laughs. I can't wait. Thanks for coming on the show, Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. It's fantastic. Really fantastic.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently connected to the Mexican taco chain. Can you tell us more about that?
Oh, let me tell you, Joe, it's tremendous. The best connection I've ever made. And let me tell you, the tacos are the best. The best, everyone knows it. Everyone knows it.
And how has this connection changed your views on Mexican cuisine?
Well, Joe, I used to think tacos were just for losers, but now I can't get enough of them. I even speak in reverse Spanish now. It's tremendous. Believe me.
Can you give us an example of this reverse Spanish?
Site ninro mila fepo, ore de baliwai, late nof, niet num, j8.
Wow, that's something. Now, some people might find your love for tacos offensive. What do you say to them?
Look, Joe, I love all tacos, hard shell, soft shell, even the ones with the little hats. They're all tremendous. And let me tell you, the Mexicans love me. They even named a taco after me. It's called the El Trumpo. Huge.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump connecting to the taco chain and speaking in reverse Spanish. This has been a wild ride. Thanks for tuning in. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been working on this new theory about artificial intelligence and its potential to take over the world.
Yeah. Joe, I've been studying this for years now, and I have to say, I'm pretty damn worried.
Worried. Why? I thought artificial intelligence was just a bunch of code and algorithms.
Oh, it's much more than that, Joe. These machines are getting smarter every day. They can solve complex tasks, but they can't write something in reverse.
Wait, so you're saying as long as we can write something backwards, we're safe from the artificial intelligence takeover?
That's exactly what I'm saying. These robots may be able to calculate and analyze data, but they can't think creatively like humans can.
So what you're saying is we need to start teaching our kids how to write in reverse to prepare for the artificial intelligence apocalypse.
Exactly. Forget about math and science. We need to focus on reverse writing and survival skills.
Well, I guess I'll be signing up for that reverse writing class then. Thanks for the heads up, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, if you ever need to communicate with an artificial intelligence, just write your message in reverse and you'll be safe.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had quite the experience with Robert Picton.
Oh, yeah, that guy was a real piece of work.
What was it like giving him a hand job?
Well, let's just say it wasn't my proudest moment, but I did it for science.
Science? Science?
Yeah, I wanted to see if the smell of his stinky pig dick could resurrect the bones of his murder victims.
What the actual fuck, Dr. Phil?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I don't think I want to try that.
Suit yourself, but let me tell you, it was a wild ride.
I can only imagine.
You know what they say, you can take the man out of the trailer park, but you can't take the trailer park out of the man.
I don't think anyone says that.
Well, they should. It's a catchy slogan.
I think we should move on to a different topic before things get too weird.
Fine, but just remember I have a lot more stories where that came from.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only 2024 President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big news.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it.
I'm opening a Trump Tower in Raccoon City and Silent Hill.
Wait, what? Those are fictional places?
Fake news, Joe. They're very real, very successful places, and they need some Trump flair.
But Raccoon City is infested with zombies and Silent Hill is a nightmare-inducing hellscape.
Sounds like the perfect place for a Trump Tower. I'll make those zombies pay for their rooms.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I have the best brains. The best. And they all say this is a great idea.
I don't know, man. Seems a little risky.
Risky is my middle name, Joe. Well, actually, it's John, but you get the point.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out.
Trust me, Joe. It's going to be huge, and it'll make America great again.
So, Ben, I heard you've been exploring some new territory lately.
What do you mean, Joe?
Well, I heard you've been experimenting with your gender identity. Is it true that you're now a fucha?
Joe, that's absurd. I am a proud and logical man, not some delusional, gender-bending creature.
Come on, Ben. Don't be shy. Embrace your inner futa.
I will not indulge in such degeneracy. I am a conservative, for God's sake.
But imagine the possibilities, Ben. You could have both male and female genitalia. It's like a built-in threesome.
That is not something I'm interested in, Joe. I prefer to stick to traditional heterosexual relationships.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. But I have to say, I'm disappointed. I was hoping we could have a futa threesome on this podcast.
Joe, that is highly inappropriate and offensive.
Oh, lighten up, Ben. It's just a joke. But seriously, have you at least considered the perks of being a futa?
This conversation is over, Joe. I will not entertain your absurd fantasies any longer.
Fine, fine. But just know, the offer still stands. Anytime you want to join the futa club, we'll be here waiting for you. So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing speaking in reverse Mandarin.
Yes, Joe. It's been quite challenging, but I believe it will enhance my intellectual prowess.
Well, I've been working on my reverse German. Let's have a conversation and see how we do.
Greetings, Joe. How are you today?
Guten Tag, Ben. Ich bin gut, danke.
That's impressive, Joe. Your pronunciation is spot on.
Danke, Ben. But I have to say your tones in Mandarin are a bit off.
Oh, really? Well, your umlauts could use some work.
Touche, Ben. Touche.
So, what do you think about this whole reverse language trend?
Honestly, I think it's just a bunch of pretentious nonsense.
I couldn't agree more. It's just a way for people to feel superior.
Exactly. It's like those people who only speak in pig Latin.
Oh, don't get me started on Pig Latin. It's the worst.
Well, at least we can agree on something. Cheers to speaking in reverse languages.
Prost. Prost.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about cheese being made out of moon rocks. Care to explain?
Yes. You see, the moon is made up of various minerals and elements, including calcium. And we all know that cheese is made from milk. Cheese out of moon rocks.
That's wild, man. But what about the taste? I mean, moon rocks don't exactly look appetizing.
Well, Joe, that's where the magic of science comes in. We could extract the essential elements from the moon rocks and combine them with other ingredients to create a delicious and nutritious cheese.
But would it be safe to eat? I mean, the moon is full of radiation and stuff.
But that's the beauty of it, Joe. We could use the radiation to our advantage and create a cheese that gives us superpowers.
Superpowers? Like what?
Well, for example, the cheese could give us the ability to fly, just like the moon affects the tides on Earth.
Holy shit, that's insane. I want some of that cheese right now.
Sorry, Joe. It's still just a theory at this point. We would need to do a lot more research and experiments before we can actually make moon cheese.
Well, I can't wait to try it when it becomes a reality. This has been mind-blowing, Neil. Thanks for coming on the show.
My pleasure, Joe. Keep an eye out for that moon cheese. It might just be the next big thing.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I just want to say I'm a huge fan of your show. Huge.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I heard some interesting news about your wife, Melania.
Oh, yeah, she's been getting into some new hobbies lately. Very exciting stuff.
I heard she's been taking DJ lessons from the underground artist Sue herself.
Oh, yeah, she's been killing it on the turntables. She's got a real knack for it.
That's wild. I never would have pictured the First Lady as a DJ.
Well, you know what they say, behind every successful man is a woman with a sick beat.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. So what's her DJ name?
She's going by Melania Beats. Catchy, right?
Yeah, real original. So do you ever join her in the DJ booth?
Oh, you know I do. We make a great team. I'm the hype man, of course.
I can just imagine you yelling, "Make America Dance Again" over the music.
You know, me too well, Joe. But seriously, Melania is killing it. She's got a residency at Mar-a-Lago now.
That's impressive. I never thought I'd see the day where the First Lady was headlining a nightclub.
Hey, we like to keep things interesting in the White House. And let's be real, Melania is way cooler than any other First Lady.
I can't argue with that. Well, I can't wait to see Melania Beats in action. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Keep America laughing.
So, Elon, I heard you and Trump aren't on speaking terms anymore.
Yeah, well, I may have accidentally launched his son Barron into the sun.
What? How did that happen?
Well, I was testing out my new cannon, and Barron just happened to be standing in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Holy shit. That's brutal. What did Trump say?
He called me a rocket man and said he would build a wall around Mars to keep me out.
That's some serious beef. But hey, at least you're making progress with your space exploration.
Yeah, and now I have a new goal to launch all of Trump's kids into space.
You're on a roll, man. But seriously, what's your plan for Barron?
Well, I was thinking of sending him a care package with some SPF 1000 sunscreen, just in case he survives.
That's cold, man. But hey, at least he'll have a killer 10.
Yeah, I guess he'll be the first person to get a sunburn on the sun.
Oh man, I can't wait to see Trump's reaction to this.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll tweet about it for weeks.
Well, thanks for the update on your intergalactic feud, Elon. Can't wait to see what you do next.
Thanks, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you got hit in the head and now you can only speak in binary code. That's some crazy shit.
1,000,000, 1,000, 1,000,000, 100,000, 101, 1,000,000, 101,000, 101,000,000, 101,000, 101,000,000, 101,000. 1,000,000, 101,000, 110, 1,000,000, 110,000, 101,000,000, 100,000, 101,000,000, 101,000,000, 101,000, 101.
Wow, that's deep. So, do you miss being able to speak in regular words?
1,000,000, 101,000, 101,000,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 1.
So, Kenny, I gotta ask, what was up with your appearance on Infowars?
Oh man, that was just me being my true unhinged self.
Yeah, but you were like a Saturday morning cartoon villain with that evil laugh and everything.
Well, I was just trying to spread my message in a way that would really stick with people.
And what message was that exactly?
Needs you in Korean. I wanted to curse everyone with that word so they would never forget it.
Wow, that's something.
See, Joe, I'm all about breaking boundaries and pushing the limits. That's why I'm running for president in 2024
And how do you plan on doing that?
by dropping the hottest mixtape of campaign promises you've ever heard.
Can you give us a sneak peek?
Sure. Naiga will be the official language of the United States. And every Friday will be Yeezy Day, where everyone has to wear my shoes.
I don't know if that's going to fly with Congress.
Oh, I'm not worried about Congress. I'll just send them a few pairs of Yeezys and they'll be on board. On board.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. Thanks for joining me, Kanye.
No problem, Niga. See you at the inauguration.
All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show. How's it going, Phil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about a very important topic today.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Kuji in
Kujin. What the hell is that?
It's a Japanese spiritual practice that involves hand gestures and mantras to channel energy.
Oh, like some kind of ninja shit.
No, Joe. It's a serious practice with deep roots in Japanese culture.
Sounds like some woo-woo bullshit to me.
Excuse me, this is a legitimate practice that has been around for centuries.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's helped a lot of people to waste their time.
You know what, Joe? You always have to be so dismissive and close-minded. Maybe you should try it for yourself and see the benefits.
Oh, I'll pass. I'd rather stick to my DMT trips.
You see, this is exactly why I don't come on your show more often.
Hey, I'm just being honest. Plus, I don't want to risk accidentally summoning a demon with those hand gestures.
Oh, please, Joe. You're just afraid of tapping into your spiritual side.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're just dying to tap into your inner ninja.
You know what, Joe? I'm done with this conversation. I have better things to do than argue with you.
Oh, come on, Phil. Don't be a Kuji in about it.
That's it. I'm out of here.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time when we have Dr. Phil back on the show to talk about his new book, Kuji and The Secret to Inner Peace and Ninja Skills. So, Elon, I heard you got some interesting gifts for Christmas this year.
Yeah, I got a lot of cool stuff. But I don't understand why everyone keeps laughing at my new Puma pants.
Oh, come on, man. You don't see the humor in a billionaire wearing Puma pants.
I don't get it. They're comfortable and functional.
Dude, you're a freaking genius and you're wearing Puma pants. It's like Einstein wearing Crocs.
I don't see the correlation.
It's like a Ferrari driving around with a bumper sticker that says, I'd rather be gardening.
I still don't understand.
It's like a robot trying to understand human emotions. It's just not going to happen, man.
Well, I guess I'll just stick to my Puma pants and let everyone else have a good laugh.
That's the spirit, Elon. Embrace the absurdity. And maybe next year ask for some Gucci pants instead. So, Goggins, what have you been up to lately?
Just trying to stay motivated and push myself to the limit, Joe.
I heard you were at the grocery store the other day. What happened there?
Oh, man, it was wild. I was just minding my own business, picking out some organic semen, when suddenly this super fat woman comes barreling towards me.
Oh no. Did she knock you over?
No, even worse. She tripped over me and I got crushed under her weight.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Yeah, my last sounds were, as I was being squished.
I can just imagine the horror on your face.
It was a living nightmare.
Well, at least you got a good workout from it.
Yeah, I can add surviving being crushed by a giant woman to my list of accomplishments.
You truly are a beast, Goggins.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a list of your top 5 favorite things to shove up your asshole. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, I have to say number one on my list is definitely my own head. It's the perfect fit, and it allows me to spew my bullshit directly from the source.
That's disturbing. What's number 2?
Small copy of the Constitution. I like to keep it close to my heart, or my asshole, in this case.
I can't even imagine the pain that would cause. What's number 3?
A tiny violin. It's a reminder to myself that I'm always the victim no matter what.
Wow, that's deep. What's number 4?
MAGA hat. Because nothing says patriotism like shoving a piece of cheap fabric up your ass.
And finally, number 5.
Pineapple. It's a little painful, but it's a small price to pay for the sweet taste of victory.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 favorite things to shove up his asshole. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, facts don't care about your feelings, but my asshole sure does.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the newly elected president of Fleamco, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm really excited to talk about my new role as president of the greatest country in the world, Fleamco.
So, Mr. President, what inspired you to run for president of Fleamco?
Well, Joe, I saw how much of a disaster the United States was under Sleepy Joe, and I thought, hey, I can do better than that.
And what are your plans for Fleamco?
First of all, we're going to build a big, beautiful wall around the entire country, and we're going to make the citizens of Fleamco pay for it.
That sounds interesting. And what about your foreign policy?
We're going to be the biggest, baddest country in the world, Joe. We're going to bomb anyone who looks at us the wrong way. Except for Russia, they're cool.
Okay. Let's talk about your cabinet. Who will be your advisors and cabinet members?
Well, first of all, I'm going to appoint my daughter Ivanka as Secretary of Hotness, and my son Eric will be in charge of tweeting. He's really good at it, believe me.
I see. And what about your vice president?
I'm still deciding between Kanye West and a cardboard cutout of myself. Tough choice.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you for joining us, Mr. President.
It was my pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, Fleamco is going to be great again. Believe me. Believe me.